Good evening and welcome to the Winter Tour Division 1 of China. We have resumed here after the Chinese New Year break. We're on our third last day, which means we have a lot of exciting matches coming up. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me on the panel is Sheepstick and Lizard. Hello. You guys joined me yesterday morning. We had the Knights and Dawn series, but it was a bit of a long day yesterday. How are you guys feeling today?
Great.
Yeah, did you get enough sleep, Sheep?
No, actually.
Really? How come?
Well, I had the time to be asleep, but did my body actually sleep? No.
It did not allow you to rest. It was like, something's off.
I mean, when we were working, this is, sharing with the friends. I
course.
was going to bed at like 8 a.m. when we were covering Europe, and now we're back to China. I'm waking up at 8 a.m., so my body's like, what the hell are you doing?
This is your normal bedtime, my guy.
Yeah, I'm just not sleeping.
And how are you? Are you well rested, Lizard? Are you carrying this panel?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm good. I slept enough. I don't know. I wasn't there for the first day when all the shenanigans went on forever. Like you guys stayed up until 4 a.m. I went to sleep very early on. So did she, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was fine during the tiebreaker stuff.
She's just not used to being awake this early.
I'm always awake for some good
By
Chinese
the way,
Dota.
it's only right now as we are talking. It is only 9:52 a.m. So the fact that she is tired, it happens. It happens to the best of us. We can recap yesterday though and have a look at the two series that resumed the China Division 1 action after our break. It was Knights versus Dawn. Very unsurprising to everyone, Knights 2-0'd this. It secured them a slot to the major, and unfortunately it secured Dawn Gaming position to relegation down to Division 2.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid game one though from Dawn Gaming. Like, this is the best that we've seen them. Probably the best draft they had, also the best execution, something innovative as well. They struck the Knights with a Necrophos on offlane. Like, we haven't seen that in a really long time. Yeah, just to answer the Spectre, that was an answer to the Lina. So you can see that there's definitely a lot of thought put behind this draft. It's just they just got outplayed eventually. It didn't work.
Yeah, they had a solid 10 first minutes. That's about as much as
I
I can
was going to say, the laning was good. There were a few good rotations, but at the end of the day, especially for game one, they just couldn't translate that out of laning phase into this early to mid part of the game. Game number two, though, it was just Knights all over through and through. They reminded us why they are sitting near the top of the table, why they have secured themselves a slot to the major. The second series of the day, though, was a little bit of a closer race. It was LGD up against Extreme Gaming. We'll have the highlights for that series coming up soon. But going all through games, I know neither of you two were on the panel for it, but you get to talk about it anyway because
Of course.
Extreme Gaming won the first game and then LGD came back in the next two.
Yeah, I actually put Extreme Gaming as top one of the Chinese division.
Oh,
like,
really?
I actually believe that Extreme Gaming would take it all. I was fooled a little bit. It
You
didn't
were
really.
debated.
I was
Idiot.
debated and didn't really work out. LGD for me was a team that I actually didn't have a lot of faith in, but I was proved wrong once again. So LGD definitely the stronger one out of the bunch.
I mean, it's fair when you see majority of a roster change itself. You do have a lot of question marks surrounding it, but we've heard so many times in interviews that the LGD support staff are helping them a lot. And with this series, in the first game, Extreme Gaming beat the Lina. You know, we have been seeing it get through a lot yesterday in China. Some have answers, some not so much, because this game one, the Lina was beaten. In game number three, LGD picked it up again, but this time they closed the game out.
What's even crazier about this game one is that they beat it with a Morphling, and the Morphling is usually considered, like, Shiro is considered the best Morphling in the region.
Yeah.
And now he's playing Galena that's usually like a soft counter to the Morphling, and he's being beaten by a Morphling.
I will be real, this game one could have gone either way, but JT on the Magnus looked fantastic. Like, he was a big game changer in this series.
Yeah, I was going to say the more surprising thing for me is that it was beaten by an offlane Shadow Shaman Magnus.
Yeah.
Like, that's unheard of. I think when people usually try and counter this Lina, they pick these very aggressive offlaners that can jump on them. Like, we've seen the Marcy as an answer, we've seen the Primal Beast as an answer in this offlane where they just try and kill the Lina. And picking something like Magnus Shaman, I'd say both don't have the greatest of, like, spell range. And Lina, theoretically, I think would destroy that lane.
Yep.
But it turns out not to be the case, and yeah, JT played a flawless game.
I guess
rushing that
it
blink.
depends how you approach the lane. Like, are you trying to trade hits, or are you trying to just deny and get away from her?
Do you,
Because
do you have an option, bro? When you walk into a Lina lane, do you have an option?
you have,
Do you
because
really get the choice?
you do, because if you're
Lina.
standing behind the creeps, you can just keep on denying. Your Magnus and Shadow Shaman,
Yeah.
you have like 250 damage together, so you can deny every single last hit.
Bro, he had an Undying.
And like a Magnus, yeah, he can't approach as well. Like, he can decay, but versus those two, it's an old school lane that has too much damn damage. Like, just destroys you. Later on, like you're talking about these heroes that gets on top of Lina. Well, you have Magnus, right? Like, we've actually seen a couple of teams try it. It worked for some, not for others. I'm not sold as well
a
on
very
JT.
like
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
a coin flip. Some people are able to make it look outstanding.
Sometimes it works, sometimes not. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It all depends on who gets their hands on it. But the second game, it was just an LGD stomp. We felt no impact from the rookie that Extreme Gaming picked up. And then in this third game that we're seeing the highlights for, again, LGD picked up that Lina. But they also had a nothing to say Tinker. That was the standout for game number 3. And it was a delight.
Was it?
Yes.
A tinker. A
Yes.
tinker.
Okay,
Tinker,
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it.
wow.
No, it's a nothing to say Tinker. Guys, come
They-
on.
they
You
had-
gotta get a little bit on the hype
Wait,
train.
wait.
This man went, I don't remember the scoreline off the top of my head. I think it was like
14, 3, and 13.
I was gonna say, I know it was 14 kills. I don't know how many times he died though.
Not much.
3 times is way too much for a tinker. Come on.
Okay, and that was early
Already.
too. It was early. Extreme
So-
Gaming were like just hitting them with the aggression.
So Nat, you were hyped about a lineup that had Alina and a Tinker.
Well,
and
I
a
said
Tree.
no. Whoa. I didn't say I was hyped for the lineup. I just said a nothing to say Tinker. That's what I was hyped for.
Okay.
Okay.
You didn't. You should have been on the panel. T-Gup was hyping it up, and
Can
it
I-
delivered.
Okay, he's definitely a guy that will try Tinker every now and then. But what I can assure you now that LGD has played that Tinker.
He will never get it again. No.
No. I assure you that Stormer will be crying for it at the major.
That would be very exciting to watch. But with the 2 series yesterday, with us resuming at China, our leaderboard looks like this now. It's Asta, Knights, LGD. They have 5 series wins, which is enough to secure them going to the Lima Major. Extreme Gaming having their major spot still on the line, a bit of a question mark next to it because right below them is eHome and IG with 2 series wins, Asta Aries with 5 losses, and Dawn Gaming having 6 losses means they are going to be relegated no matter what happens in their final series in a couple days.
So this series basically eHome versus Aster Aries.
Whoa, what a spoiler!
Did I spoil the upcoming series? The
Yeah,
Yeah.
no one
schedule?
knew the upcoming
What?
game.
No one knew the
No one
schedule.
knew.
Oh no, what did I do?
Listen,
Oh, I'm
oh.
so sorry.
Yeah, no, as you were saying, Asta
Yeah.
Aries and eHome is the first series, so yes.
Yeah, so that's the first series, as you can see on our schedule right there.
My host.
Stole the show. Yeah, so it only means something to eHome, right? Like Aster Aries obviously already relegated.
Wait,
No,
they're
no, no,
not.
no, no.
They have to win.
Only
They have to
Dawn.
win.
Asta Aries have to win this. They only have 5.
So they can stay in.
Yes.
Yes.
They only
Okay.
have 5 series losses if they, which means they have 2 more series to play.
Because
if
IG
they
has.
go,
Okay.
exactly. If they go 2 and 5 and IG or eHome can't get another series win, then they can tie it up and we can have tiebreakers. And you know, I'm not ready to relive the tiebreaker nightmare
I am.
dream.
Send me back in, coach.
Okay.
But yes.
So eHome is like, please stay down. I need to get to
Yeah.
the pushing them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
eHome want this win to try and get that last major slot. Asta Aries want to get a win because they don't want to be relegated. They want to be fighting for their lives. And this Asta Aries lineup coming up on our screen sheet, how have they been living up to your expectations despite no series wins yet?
Aster Aries. Whoo, yeah. I mean, this is a team that I think we've 100 times over said, yeah, they're looking so good. They can definitely take a
They're
series.
taking games here and there.
It
you know?
never happens. So, like, I guess in a non-flaming way, they're like the most disappointing team because I'm so excited for them every time. Like, they genuinely look good. Like, it actually blows my mind they haven't won a series yet. I genuinely enjoy watching this team. I think their support duo as well is pretty strong. I mean, it's a freaking White Album team. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, at the same time, the side of eHome has positively surprised me. I didn't expect that much from them, but they looked strong in series that I didn't expect them to take.
I'm not gonna lie, I definitely, not so much that these 2 teams would be reversed on the ladder, but I definitely wouldn't think that Asta Aries right now would be in the situation where it's like you have to win this, or like there's no tiebreakers. You know, there is no second chance if you don't win this series. This is it.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Ultimately, you drop a couple of series and you get yourself in this position. Then you drop some more series.
Before you know it.
Couple
Yeah.
more.
Before you know, you're just
It's a-
struggling to stay alive, to stay in the Division 1.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a
It is
downward
what it is.
spiral.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of pressure as well coming right off the back. I know I keep bringing it up, but it was essentially 2 weeks that these teams went and did their own things. They had their own celebrations. So as much as I'm sure they were wanting to stay up to date and like grinding that Dota, and they know that they're in the middle of the DPC, you still want to spend some time with friends and family for Chinese New Year. The draft will be coming up on our screen. What are you guys hoping to see from them? What have been some bread and butter topics
Maybe
for
some
Aster Aries?
Ricky. I would love to see some Ricky from Master
He's
Aries.
cheating again.
I feel like
I really hate Lizard.
I feel like Ricky would be so good for them.
No, okay. Now tell me what's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ricky Mirana. I think that's
Who's the
still
next? What's the
pretty solid.
response to Ricky?
What's the response to Ricky?
Yeah.
I don't know
Go
what
on,
the
say a
bans
hero.
would be.
Go on,
You're
say a
wrong.
hero.
Maybe Rubik Tusk, something like that.
Close
Will it
enough.
be a
Oh,
Tusk?
It's
you got
green. It is
50.
green. It
You
is
got
green.
50-50.
We'll take those.
What did you say about me cheating? Excuse me.
Anyway, the draft's not even on the screen yet. No one has any idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, we see the drafts.
Yep. It will come up.
That's what's up.
It
So-
will come up.
Talking about these two teams, their playstyles, both of them like to fight, which is a good thing. If you're a viewer, you love watching people fight. We don't want any more farm fests.
like
We've seen
watching
enough
people
of
The
those.
fight?
passive, the
Yeah.
AFK gamers.
Yes, we got eHome, who specifically have said that they think their strength is in how united they are. They love bringing numbers to fights. They love bringing as many heroes as they possibly can to outnumber the enemy and win those fights and then take objectives off the back of that. On the other hand, you have Aster Aries, who, whilst they are not as outright in how they like to play their game, they do like to brawl. I think they are pretty good at it as well. They enjoy doing it, but their execution can sometimes be lacking. So I think between these two teams, especially when they're not like super top of the DPC, it's going to come down to who executes better and who potentially messes up.
My biggest difference as well is the position 5 style. Like on one side you have a normal 5 on eHome, you have a normal 4 on Salad, and on Aster Aries I just don't know what I'm getting. Like every time it's some Brewmaster position 5, it's some Gyrocopter position 5. It's they just like it wild, you know. Like, Red Panda for me, like this isn't a guy that has played in the Chinese region forever. Like I mean, in Division 1, he came to the scene perhaps 2 years ago with what was it, Elephant? Was it Elephant? Yeah.
You're telling
it
the
was.
story.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
You tell me.
it was. And he was surrounded by all these superstars. They did absolutely nothing. They didn't manage to get to a major. But he was always playing these 5s that are a little bit out there. It strikes me as a position 5 player that has too much flair.
Yeah.
You know, just play your 5. Just pick your Undying.
Sometimes you just
Decay.
need to be solid. You just need to be there for everyone else. You know, you don't have to make the flashy plays.
We understand. We 5 players, all of us, we have complexes of. We feel inferior, right? Like we're playing these 5s.
I've never felt that, and I love plus 5.
We just come
Yeah,
to the
I
lane.
don't feel inferior.
I know I am inferior.
I have alpha
Look,
energy.
I'll tell you one thing. You didn't
I
play,
have beta energy, and I know it.
and you
And
own
that's
it.
why we're the perfect match.
And you own it.
We own it. Yep. Anyway, you were
So
saying?
yeah, sorry, finish.
about your
We should
inferior
talk about the
complex?
draft soon, so hurry it up, hurry it up.
When you play through a patch in which only 2 5s that are picked are Lich and Ancient Apparition, back in the day when Lich would eat creeps,
Yeah.
and all you do is stay next to the tier 2 and you eat creeps. That's, yeah.
That's enough to cause pain for a lifetime.
For a lifetime.
A lifetime. Let's talk about this draft now
Okay.
as we've decompressed Lizard's lifetime pain of being a POS 5 in that era.
Oof.
Speaking of pos 5s, I don't see a single one here.
Neither, well, the Ricky could be.
Maybe.
Would not like to see it there, but it
No,
could
I
be.
don't want to know. Okay, Ricky, opener. Definitely a hero that goes 50-50. We've seen it really struggle in the face of grouping up on eHome, which is what they have responded with, a Tusk Nature's Prophet. This is, you know, they're going to be hunting for kills. They're going to have that setup. They're going to be able to TP in. They're going to be able to pressure towers. You pair this with maybe some, I mean, they might like to pick up a hero that can buy a mech. Maybe CM will be the one that does it. We've seen her go like that, or drums, and just be able to run with her team. They're looking pretty solid right now for Scufflin.
I feel like you snatched that Crystal Maiden away from Aster Aries too. Like Crystal Maiden plus Ursa, and this Prophet doesn't have a lane if the Prophet is on the off lane. So it's a nice pickup for them. It's very icy duo. You get snow from Crystal Maiden, you get ice from the Tusk.
Yeah,
It's
the ice
on
shots.
point.
They pay him to say this.
Don't you know that
Guys,
that's
can you believe it?
don't
He
you know?
literally, the words that just came out of his mouth, he just got paid for.
Look. That's gonna eventually we're gonna get to a point in which you remember how we had elements in Dota like fire and all
Yeah,
that
I mean,
stuff?
I was gonna say, speaking of it, like Bat and Phoenix, you know, that's like
There
the,
you
the
go.
two fire duo.
Soon
Crazy.
we're going to have like +5 int if you get two
Oh,
frost
if you
heroes.
if you like combo
If you
it or
combo
whatever,
them.
it feels like Dota
Oh.
order chess, where it's
If
like
that ever happens, I
you
will
start
literally
having
never
you start
come back to
having
this
the
game.
same type in your
Okay.
team
I
lineup.
will leave Dota
In-
forever if this
Okay,
happens.
in all seriousness though, like Aster Ares, they just picked up a Phoenix, not the strongest laner. Ricky as well they've got. They need some stuns. I want to see something from the offlane that sets up a fight for the egg. It doesn't feel that great for me at the moment. I feel like you have this dart in the mid game, but not necessarily any big threat with it.
Yes, we saw the Nature's Prophet Ursa matchup play up, I think, yesterday. And the strength of the Ursa is when he has something with like a slow or a means to help him get on top of the Natures, and that's when he's able to kill him. With just a Phoenix, I'm not super confident in it. I mean, the Phoenix, what it gives is the ability to just trade in lane better when you have 5 spirits, especially on level 3. So maybe their idea then is just that they run at him with the fire spirits and never let up, get some phase boots or something.
I can't last it with the trees because of the fire spirits, I guess, right? Like you can
Yeah.
just hit them, which is nice.
That's it. I guess maybe the kill threat is a little less, but otherwise it seems like a fine lane still.
Where we normally see Marcy going is in position 3, it feels, but with the Nature's Prophet, do you think that she's going to be relegated to a core and Tusk is going to move up, or Nature's Prophet over to the carry?
You can put the Prophet here on the offlane and Marcy on the safe. I think that's probably the safest option for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, Ehome has Zhao Yu, and I think he really likes Marcy offlane.
Okay, you can also do that. Like it's decent. If it's their preference, but overall, I would rather have Tusk Nature's Prophet offlane, Marcy CM safe, and then you last pick your mid versus a bat, something like a Quap that's still in the pool. Actually, no, banned out very early on. No Quap, but there's still Storm, there's still Puck, all these kind of heroes. Like Storm would be pretty damn good for them. All of them struggle into the Ricky, but what can you do? Like Smokescreen is.
Yeah, busted.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to buy like a 4-star. I think it does make itemizing a little weird on Ehome. Like I talked about, usually you want to get like a mech or something on the CM. Instead, she's gonna need to get a 4-star. It's gonna make your team fighting maybe a little weaker because Nature's Prophet is not gonna do it. Marcy's not gonna do it. Both these heroes have other item paths that they want to take.
Still pretty solid versus both the Ricky and the Ursa. So getting forces in this game, I
not
don't
the
think it's
worst.
gonna. Yeah, it's not the worst. Like when you have two heroes that you're softly messing with, not necessarily countering, but definitely messing with, it's a good item to pick up. From Aster Ares, what are we expecting? Like an offlaner, most likely. Like the
Yeah,
problem is the bet is still kind of flex, right? Like it's most likely mid, but okay.
oh.
Mag.
Here's your stun.
They're actually okay with this mag. I feel like they're expecting Prophet to be on the safe lane, like we talked about, right? It's one of the best heroes into him. Like you get the cleave versus the trees. You don't really care about them. You can itemize into a Vanguard early on.
Okay, so it is going to be Tusk mid, and then, wait,
No,
what?
Yeah.
it's just a support Marcy.
Yeah, okay, so she goes 4,
Yeah.
and Nature's Prophet
it's
3,
offlane
Slack
mid,
1,
yeah.
with Crystal
So
mid and Tusk mid.
it makes more sense. I'm just worried about the mid lane. That's it. Like you're playing into a Batrider with Tusk. We'll see how that goes because that's probably the lane that can be very volatile on either side. I would lean towards Aster Ares, like the Batrider could dominate it.
Yeah.
But overall, all the other lanes look kind of solid for me. Nothing too
On,
crazy
on the side
happening.
of eHome, like you favor their side lanes? a
No, I
little
wouldn't
more?
say that. I would say
Okay.
that both lanes can outplay. Like
Okay.
on one, yeah.
Most Giga Brain would just be to send Slack mid.
Actually,
Oh.
actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, that would make me happy if they choose to do that. I have not had time to formulate a proper thought about this
No.
draft because we just didn't talk about it for
No,
most of the draft. So
I feel like the Slark is probably mid. It's a crazy idea, but pretty good into
Well,
the bet.
I'm going to ask you to form a solid opinion right now.
Okay,
you have to 100% all in. All in.
the team fight on Aster Ares is really, really, really good. Ehome are going to have to play much more of a poke and prod and pick off game until Slark is big. And I think at that point, Aster Ares maybe might have run them over with this Ursa taking ages.
Sure.
Okay.
If they get to the point in which Slar can jump in and out, force a couple of big ultis like an egg or an RP and then reset, they can take it. If they can't get there, yeah, it's going to be rough.
We'll see if they are able to prolong the game enough, but it is going to be game number 1 between eHome, Aster, Ares with Peacock and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into this first game, eHome Aster Ares. It's been rough for Aster Ares throughout the season. I feel like earlier in the year, I wanted them to be this better team. I had them higher in my rankings, and they've just fallen short in a couple of these series time and time again. And eHome have been the ones who have looked better than I expected. And after the break, I'm kind of see if it continues here.
eHome had a really good start of this DPC tour. On the other side, Aster Ares, this is do or die series for them, so they need to win it. If they lose it, they're guaranteed out. They're relegated to Division 2. Looking at the drafts, Marcy position 4. I didn't think we're going to see this hero being played as a support. Puppy did bang it out 2 or 3 times as a position 5. The hero got nerfed. Like your cast range and rebound has been nerfed, so it's like you need to max out this spell. Not this, maybe put 3 points in it, but you also want to have a sidekick and dispose. So a bit of a difficult hero to play, I would say, compared to some other position 4s at the moment. Looking at the items, panel did talk about Slark going mid, so still might be doable. But then again, looking at Knight's items, he has a bottle queued up, so seems like it's not going to happen. But good idea. I've seen this matchup Slark mid against the Batrider, like heavily favored for Slark, especially if you like play the matchup a couple of times. It's one of those like niche things where you want to play it at the right moment. It's a good Slark game other than Dart, which could ruin it. There was a series with OG when they played Slark against Ricky, and it was a difficult one. They need to have, like, sure, they have a save with the dispose, but you need to be, like, on the edge of it because the cast range is not great. Same goes for the snowball. You might pick him up through the cloud, but if you don't have anything to cast it on, then you're in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, we've seen that be a problem. It was a huge problem in that game that you're referencing as well. I remember just so many times the Tusk tried to come in and get the snowball save, but it just wasn't there with the smoke screen, especially once you get that extra radius on it from the level 10 talent. Makes it even more difficult to try and get these saves with the smoke screen down. I'm thinking about Marcy as well. I think it fits Salad's playstyle. He's very aggressive. He's always wanting to run at you. The artist formerly known as Cat U, also a.k.a. Cat Feces, now Salad. It's a big change in names, but not a change in style. When he used to play for Newbie, you know, he played hyper aggressive. He would play heroes like Night Stalker as well, and just be in your face all the time. And I feel like this Marcy might fit that.
At the start of the Chinese DPC tour, we were mostly impressed by position 4s, I would say, the way they like started off the season.
Yeah.
Very strong, very active early on. They make the moves flashy. I think it comes down to like Jin-Q setting up the trend. Like first you had Baboka, then Jin-Q, who were really good flashy position 4s, and the others from the region started to follow.
And those two players definitely stood out early on, especially, you know, you referenced Bobica, DAC, when he was playing Tusk, moving around the map, just being a nuisance. Now Tusk is a mid-hero, apparently, and, well, times have changed. He also played Monkey King in the 4 position, Bobica. Man, that DAC,
Oh yeah, the
I love
Basher
it.
Monkey King that worked on Wukong's my favorite.
It was a fun time. What was that? That was IG. With OP mid, XXS in the off lane, Bobica in the 4. It was fun times. But going back to the game that's actually here and not history from a long time ago. Taking a look over towards top, and it's going to be Xiao Yu and Salad. Is this a lane that can get many kills and kind of reliably play aggressively with a Nature's Prophet and a Marcy?
This Ursa, he's really good against Nature's Prophet because you can close the gap, get on top of him. DK in a bit of a trouble, does have Tango running, will pull the wave. LWW a bit low on mana, bringing some extra mana regen on the courier. But this top lane, like, yeah, you're going to get harassed by this Nature's Prophet, Treants. Salad did the D ward and killed his own sentry ward. He placed it in the middle.
Dispose again. Red Panda
Good
in
body
trouble.
blocks.
He's got nothing to work with, and that's going to be first blood for ehome.
Marcy's one of the better heroes overall to block with. Something about the model, the way she moves, like it makes it so easy.
It's just newer model, better hitboxes, easy to just weave your way through. It's the polygons, right? Morphling kind of struggles with that.
Yeah, it cannot block with Morphling. Not doable. LWW.
Oh, Shockwave and the Skewer. All right. That's going to be a kill down here bottom.
MKS. We'll try to gain some stacks from Essence Shift.
Oof. Even with just 3 on that started to chunk the Ricky a little bit. Going to the early Wraith Band. This is an item that has seen plenty of popularity throughout the season. You think it's going to stay that way for the patch?
No, this item is getting nerfed, and the other ones are definitely getting buffed. Bracer and Nully, that is.
I'm curious about that. I wonder how you buff the others but nerf one. If they're 3 in the same line of thought, right? Doubling it a certain time frame and the stats they give. TK just running at LWW, by the way.
LWW not even wanting to use his Frostbite. Like, usually you want to use it immediately because he just got harassed a lot. Down to 30% HP. In a trash hole for Mag, even potentially, if they use another Blink Strike, another Shockwave. Crystal Maiden needs to be careful.
Yeah, not a lot of health left on this Crystal Maiden. Does have 5 stick charges and 3 tangos still to work with. Looking at maybe dropping down an OBS, and we'll use that sentry to unblock that camp. So maybe they could get a pull and keep the creep equilibrium in a spot where they like it. Things a little bit quiet on. We've looked over mid now. Snowball. Knight, though, sitting low. Salad's here, rebounding and disposing White Album the other way. Shards are thrown out, and they do hit White Album, but not really doing too much. And the TP gets stopped immediately. TK, that was very bold. And that is not going to work out. MKS getting the kill here on TK and getting an early point in that permanent Essence Shift.
ehome protecting this Tusk on the mid lane, like, you need to do it because you're playing into Batrider. Like, even with the Snowball, it might not be enough. Salad actually picking up the Water Rune, not allowing Bat
Ooh, burning though.
to refill his bottle, and Shards is available. Let's see if he can block him.
Oh, off the mark, but gave him vision to get the Snowball, so this looks like a dead Batrider, and they get the kill. Wild Wings not able to get the last hit, so LWW getting credit on the Batrider death. Things going really well for ehome so far.
They're very active early on, moving around the map. 2 supports leaving the side lanes open. Like, you want to give this Nature's Prophet some solo XP. Same goes for, like, mostly Slark. You want to get him to level 6. They don't really have much damage early on to kill this Slark, and the MKS has been pretty much free farming in this bottom lane, sitting at 23 CS. With Crystal Maiden, you always have a kill threat. 1 slow, 1 Frostbite into a pounce. These heroes do not like to get leashed.
So ehome with this early advantage, this is kind of the style that they've played, and you know, previously it hasn't worked out for them when they've played the top teams, and that includes Extreme Gaming, but XG's only 3-3, and ehome can kind of tie that with a victory in this series. It's a battle for that 4th slot to the major right now coming into this last week, so it's interesting to see how these teams are going to approach it. I thought Extreme would be locked in by now.
That seems to be the thing about Extreme. Like, people have high expectations of them, but in terms of delivery, there's always something lacking. They might still make it in the end. They do have a series against IG, I believe that's the last one. So,
Bottom lane. SS going down, so Shanxi not able to survive. LWW with another kill. This is a Crystal Maiden that's 2-1-1. Early kills for CM means some more harassment with the Frostbite Crystal Nova. And going to be walking over mid to Snowball on a White Album. And they'll come all the way through, but Red Panda's here. They brought in Zhao Yu. He's burning pretty low, but they've got the Frostbite. That
again,
should save him.
LWW.
He's always in the right spot. Getting another kill this time. He's on a killing spree with Crystal Maiden.
This is a good rotation from Zhao Yu. He TP's mid. Both supports are already there. He wanted to make put some pressure on the tower. Salad with the jump. DK will put the cloud. Like, these two supports have very limited damage early on inside of Aster Ares. Ricky doesn't provide you with much. Same goes for Phoenix.
Yeah, we've talked about the 4 Ricky, right? Like, how it really relies on that 15-minute timing.
Ooh, Zhao Yu.
Getting run down by the bear, but has the Sprout, has Salad, as Snowball. Knights here, level 6. They've also got a Walrus Punch ready to go, and they'll use it as Ulu just dives so deep. And
He got baited, man.
Oh, boy.
Zhao Yu. Very tanky. That's Raid Band, Power Treads, full magical, and then 2 extra branches. Also getting that extra armor, extra regeneration from first tier 1 tower, then the second one. Ricky. Oh man, he's down to half HP already.
Yeah, level 4 for LWW. He's doing damage with that level 2 Frostbite. And he's got that first level into the Arcane Aura coming into the level 4. One thing I noticed about Zhao Yu's build right now, by the way, he's going Ag's first item. So looking to get that upgraded Wrath of Nature, lowering that cooldown, going to the Entangle.
Disarm, lower cooldown, plus a root mechanic. Again, against Mag, against Ricky, even Batrider. Like, there's so much value in this item, and it makes him tanky. Makes him, like, I don't know what they need to use to kill him. It needs to be, like, most likely Firefly or a full lasso and Ursa on top of him. Or they need to bring numbers, because his
They're going in.
stats gain is pretty high as well. Salad jumping
There's that
in.
Wrath of Nature. They need to be careful.
One Wrath of Nature, and everybody's falling back immediately.
Yeah, Prophet, that's like, they hit some good spikes here with level 6, right? Like, Walrus Punch hits pretty hard early on. Wrath of Nature, level 6 is a big one. And even Salad, like, when he gets level 6 and has the Unleash, you see Marcy's power spike hit pretty high. Blue just sprouted up. And Enraging, they've got LWW, Frostbite, Dispose, trying to hold him down while he's enraged. A tough task, but still forcing out that ulti. Maybe they go in again. Knight was in the smoke screen, shards and a snowball. This is going to come all the way over to the creep, and he's just going to die here under the tower, so a little bit too far for him. TK's been babysitting mid.
As
look at
Ares using this
LWW.
information that they showed 3 heroes on the top lane, immediately they make a move on a mid. MKS still on top of the network. He's going for Echo Saber build, the level 8. He has 2 sentries for himself. Pay attention, Slark players. This is what you want to buy. Very good item on Slark.
Pay attention carries as well, just in general. He's willing to spend the cash, you know?
Like, you get the money back. That's the thing. There's no reason not to invest into sentries as Slark.
Yeah.
But it can be tricky in this type of a game, because you're playing against Ricky, and then you place down a sentry, you don't get the value of it, because you're getting scouted, you think you're underneath the ward, but it's just Ricky.
Well, unless you kill the Ricky, then you're getting value. But that would also require maybe Dust. More so than a Sentry. Double damage bottled up here for White Album. I would say, out of all the mids, again, it's tracking back to what I said about Aster Ares and thinking that they, having them ranked way higher than where they're at right now. I think White Album, in my eyes, is one of the more exciting and better mids to watch, but it's been kind of just underperformance for the team as a whole up to this point. So it's a little disappointing that White Album and this team haven't really done too much so
it's the
far.
classic. It's not his fault. It's his team's fault.
No, it's a collaborative effort. I'm not trying to bail him out.
Batrider farming some huge stack of Ancients, which will get him to Boots of Travel. We've seen Batriders being on top of the net worth, especially in the European region. The hero is super popular.
We've seen players like Stormstormer use the Batrider to disgusting performances. Snowball, Skewer, all the way back to the Tier 2 tower, and, well, now Knight is going to fall back to the Tier 1, and MKS doesn't really want to frontline here. Bring some Treants, bring the team. Everybody's here for the side of eHome to take a Tier 1. Need to be careful, though, if RP lands, and they're going to have massive TPs come in. Smoke screen's already down, so these heroes have escaped the smoke screen. Maybe not Zhao Yu, because there is a lasso available, and like you said, it's lasso, it's Ursa, it's everybody that's needed to get a kill here on the Nature's Prophet, and they do so, and they do just that, but they lose the tier 1 tower.
Kill the tier 1 tower. MKS immediately TPs to the top lane. That Echo Saber is finished, going into Aghanim Scepter next. This is the big power spike for him. Once he gets that Ags, he can jump in and out of the fight. But again, he's playing into Ricky. Ricky does have a decent amount of gold, 12 minutes into the game. 1100 will die here probably. Unless, ooh, Batrider is there to help him out. Blink Strike, keeping him alive.
MKS working on this Phoenix, has Supernova, but we'll see if Red Panda really wants to use it. Icarus dive the other way and trying to juke. Has done a good job, so Red Panda is just able to flap his wings and leave.
Power of Nature's Prophet TPs to the mid lane after finishing off the bottom tower. And I don't even know if he needs to go to the top lane. Slark is already there. Like right now, they do have very limited damage, as we talked about. Like this is going to be some mean Slark. Once your sidekick is maxed out, you then have Crystal Maiden Aura for some extra farming as well. Underneath the ward, DK will get a D ward. A nice dodge there.
Blink Strike over to
Buying
Red
a
Panda
lot of
too.
time for Astro Ares. This is the exact thing he needs to do. Just buy time until your Ursa gets that Battle Fury. For now, he's been farming with the Empower, which is almost maxed out. 3 points in it. Gotta love Empower plus the Battle Fury.
The ultimate farming combo. And Battle Fury on its way because the ring health is now delivered. Ooh. Taking a look at that courier. It's got Trail of the Burning Doom. The Orbital Decay. And that Trail of the Burning Doom is always something I talk about because it's on a couple of these players' heroes with those glitched items. Zhao Yu, just 1,000 gold from getting that Ags. Does it seem like it's just not timely for him? It feels a little bit slow.
He died once bottom, and he's also not been farming the triangle as much, so it's an expensive item. Like it's a 4,000 gold item, so takes some time to farm it up.
You can see MKS, by the way, he got a little bit of gold thanks to that sentry, so he's gonna get even closer to an Ags thanks to him de-warding himself.
Just less than 1,000 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. Will disassemble that Echo Saber. I don't know why. I want to see the upgrade for Echo Saber. Disassembling is cool, but some kind of an upgrade. Because most of the time we see it being picked up early on and then disassembled. And most of the time it's Mage Slayer after that.
What do you want it to be built into? Like a
I don't know. I don't have the idea. I
double
just
Echo Saber? It hits 4 times instead of 2?
You got to calm down, B-Cup. It's not... Yeah, instantly, you kill the Tombstone instantly. You get like 16 Essence Shift charges stacks in less than a second. Sounds like a right idea.
Well, I'm so glad they don't let me patch this game. I've had some interesting ideas at times. I think good ones, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's like 1 in 100 that it was good. There was one good one. I still can't remember because all the bad one that you say is just stick in my mind. 15-minute
push
mark.
the good ones out.
Yeah, Ricky bought the shard, killed the courier. We've seen Ricky kill so many couriers. I don't miss Bounty Hunter by any means, but remember the time when Bounty was just played, sit behind the tier 2 towers, plant an observer board, and go for those kills. Like Ricky has, like if you need to buy time, you can do the same thing with Ricky.
That's the hero I want to see get buffed. Red Panda, pounced, leashed, Supernova. They'll walk away as it'll explode. By the way, that courier that he killed was the Nature's Prophet, so Zhao Yu's not going to have that Ags for another minute and 15 seconds.
Mag with the Blink Dagger and the mech. So he's very farmed.
White Album coming over, and Walrus Punch. Is that going to be enough to stay alive? Not looking likely. Firefly Lasso now slept up. Sunray will burn him out with the help of White Album's fire as well. But a pounce and a leash from the low ground onto the high ground. MKS, he's getting a little bit low. You need to be careful. Goes into the Shadow Dance. Has that second pounce thanks to the Ags, but That was a little bit dangerous. Took a lot of damage real quick.
And now we see this power of Ricky. It's time to be annoying as much as possible. I don't think there's a more annoying spell in Dota.
It needs a buff.
We got it nerfed. It was undispellable before, 4-second duration, but it's a great setup for like lasso, flame break, and mostly skewer, especially if you're trying to like push things and then they skewer back you into the tower. But I also want to see if MKS, like first time he dies, he will probably start thinking about his BKB because you are playing into Cloud. There is Force Staff being built on LWW. He's getting close. Like even Zhao Yu wants to build one, which I don't mind. You're playing into Ursa, Mag, Ricky. A lot of value from Force Staff.
Yeah, they're going to need these ways to kind of break away from the side of Aster Ares because I feel like they're kind of hitting a moment in time where they're at full peak. They finally pick up the Sags on the Nature's Prophet, so maybe they can work with that Wrath of Nature. We'll see. Pounce leashing, and they've got the rebound, but there's the BKB being forced from White Album. MKS. Ooh, BKB. Gonna last long enough.
It's a 9-second BKB. We see a lot of those 9-second BKBs used. Very defensive salad now.
Sleep. Silence, Dust. MKS on the backlines. Snowball, Red Panda, he's got Supernova, and will get it off. The RP comes out. Knight, MKS. He's still under the egg. He's going to die. They get TK, but it's not really much value when you lose your safe laner in your mid.
Oh, double pounce there just to get on top of a Phoenix, and they don't even get the kill. He gets the egg off. Batrider still has Lasso. Probably doesn't even need it here. It's a Crystal Maiden after all. Well, she will not even use the magic one charge, just saving it for the next fight. And into Roche immediately. Ulu, BKB done. Going into Basher and Blink Dagger next. This game is slowly getting out of control for eHome. Like in terms of scaling, they're gonna get outscaled.
Lasso.
Especially with the item build that they're going for.
Zhao Yu, TP's out.
Bit of a early lasso there.
This Roche, we talked about it with Ursa lineups. It's just so important to get the first two Roche.
Yeah, first 4 Roshans for Ursa are the most important ones.
So just trying to make sure you get that Aegis, and then usually that free shard is pretty massive too here for Ursa's.
I talked about scaling. I see Nature's Prophet going for this force. It's an okay item. I don't think it should be like your second item, because right now you have Aghanim Scepter, and he also has Lotus Orb queued up. I don't think it's his job to buy these items. Like he wants to be scaling, especially because Knight is not having a good time. This is Falcon Blade, Blink Dagger, Tusk, so your damage is very limited.
Do you think that we should have seen Zhao Yu go for like a Maelstrom after the ads?
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Gleipnir overall. Like you need to be able to scale in this game. Tusk also picking up the Blink Dagger. Like I think you need to go all in with the damage. Get that Deso.
Sark's here, pounces. They've got the Dust, the Wrath of Nature. Not going to do anything to stop them from killing Salad. And MKS, again, he's just not feeling like he could do any
he
damage.
can't fight against Ursa. Like you can't dispel Fury Swipes. And he did not pick up his level 10 talent yet. If he wanted on Ursa, would probably pick up Mana Regen, but Fury Swipes reset against the hero like Slark, who also wants to reset in these fights, is so valuable.
So they're over. Dust again. Whoa! LWW killed very quickly. The Pounce, they'll leash up this Mag, but another RP. He's got double damage, so they're going to need to leave. He used that Shadow Dance. White Album, though, on the backlines, trying to get a kill here on a Zhao Yu. They've taken out this Magnus. Knight over to the side with the Walrus Punch. Blink Strike on a Knight. White Album still burning away Zhao Yu. There's nothing he can do about this. Knight still, though, needs to run from Ulu, but can never do so. BKB, freezing field. Ulu, the damage all of a sudden just drops real quick. Silence, Blink Strike onto the Sark. They'll turn it around, but he gets a pounce
more hit.
and another one. He's able to leave. Salad looking like he's going to fall. He'll rebound away, but into his death. They've got LWW back into the fight, but the Sleeping Dart is there. He'll be put to sleep, and then the grave will be buried and filled with his body.
Man, this could have been a disaster. Slark playing with his life there. All they needed was like one Tricks of the Trade, one Blink Strike, one extra hit from Ursa, and he would go down. Ricky pushing the tower. Some serious tower damage being dealt right now. Got those 2 hits in. We'll stop for now. Yeah, Ursa also found Brigand's Blade. Yeah, you see that like even with double damage on Slark, they still can't take these fights.
And it starts here, but the thing that I noticed too in this fight is Xiao Yu does
No
not
damage.
get an opportunity to do anything because look, White Album just focuses him down and he's running, and never gets to just turn and do anything. The rest of the team's just fighting over on the down end of the steps.
As soon as Ursa starts hitting Slark, like he just doesn't feel comfortable fighting back. He needs to go for the other targets, reset multiple times, and yeah, like Ursa popping a BKB there. Look at the cleave damage. Like just by hitting one target, Salad drops down to 30% HP, and Ricky stopped. He thought it's gonna be enough. Like I don't think Trix would kill him there because it's just not enough damage. Slark had way too much agi stolen.
Also, I think Trix at that time, it's
Ricky,
level
man,
1.
what a build! I love this triple fluffy hat. Triple fluffy hat mana boots.
It's cold. You gotta keep your head warm. Walrus Punch, Snowball. They have found the Ricky, even with an extra 375 health for Fluffy Hat. It's not enough.
You see those punches from Tusk? They don't hurt. This is just like a support Tusk pretty much. This is 23 minutes into the game. He lacks damage.
Yeah, Red Panda almost has as much farm as he does. Quite depressing from a mid-Tusk. They're going Hex now on Nature's Prophet, and
That's a better choice. I'm
Yeah.
glad that he's staying away from the Lotus Orb. So this instant Hex against Ursa. Then they have like something to stop him with the Snowball follow-up, with the Punch. There is enough control, but then again, you have BKB piercing ability. They do have double Force Staff on both supports, on Acer Ares, Mech as well. A lot of sustain. Sun Rays there done. We didn't talk about the Red Panda too much, but he does have a shard on top of that, and the Sun Ray's maxed out. It's all about that Sun Ray, pretty much.
speaking of shards, Slark has his, so has that Depth Shroud. Blink, Firefly, Salad is going to be chopped up here. So White Album getting an easy kill. He's on a mega kill streak. 9,000 net worth lead here for Aster Ares. They just have not slowed down since that first Aegis. Even prior to that, too.
Ursa's getting out of control. He's at 16,000 net worth at the moment. Xiao Yu's courier dying again.
Just sitting there by the tier 1 tower, keeping it company. So BKB and then Tusk going Axe. I don't know if he'll farm that.
He'll get the farm. I think at this point you might even want to get that Aghanim Scepter as your first item, considering how the game is going, so you can kick out this Ursa and deal with the rest. So Slark deals with the rest. He's the one controlling Ursa, and then go into BKB. But then again, Xiao Yu needs to go for scaling items, going into Hex, and then needs a damage item after that, because you're not going to be able to deal as much damage. You just can't rely on Slark to do the whole thing.
Xiao Yu up here top. They've got this ward, so they have the vision. It'll be interesting when Xiao Yu finally hits that level 20. Probably go for the Sprout leashes. Satanic now for he has been hard to kill. Only losing that Aegis and that one death that he had earlier on. So killing this Ursa just seems like such a tough task.
They can't bring him down from 100 to 0. It's just not impossible. Even with the Hex, if the Sun Ray goes off, or with the 1 Force Staff, it definitely means that this Ursa is going to stay in the fight for a very long time. He just got level 18 as well, so End Rage, 30-second cooldown. We'll get that off in a fight multiple times, LWW.
Smoke's breaking, and he'll die very quickly. Now unstoppable for Ulu. Hoping to maybe control this area of the map while Roche is getting ready to respawn. 45 seconds until we potentially see what's up.
Slark did finish off his BKB, so doesn't need to care as much about that Sleeping Dart and Cloud anymore. Will have something to defend himself on top of the shard that you mentioned, so having a Depth Shroud. He can also save his allies, but there's decent amount of AoE damage that they can deal. Batrider, Shockwave. like even Sunray.
How do you come back from this as Z-Home? Do you just have to... Is it off the basis of winning a fight to the second Roche right now?
I'm not sure if they can contest this second Roche. Roshan is about to respawn. At least we're going to see when he's going to respawn. It's going to be 55 seconds. So they're looking for a fight. This Tusk, he's more of a like a save. He can't get in like and get the damage done. Usually these mid Tusk you see them going in, one punch a guy, mostly support with the combo. It's 4 versus 5 at the start. Xiao Yu trying to find White Album, but they're also fighting into Batrider, who does have a Shard Witchblade. We didn't talk about his items, but he's been farming quite heavily. Second on the net worth, and also he does have Arcane Rune in the bottle, so this could be a disaster. If Batrider gets his spells off, like lowering the cooldown on his abilities and items, like this is a BKB, Boots of Travel with Arcane Rune, so gotta be careful about it. He might buy back as well, just to secure the Roshan if he dies.
Quick respawn for Roshan, and they are by the pit. Master Ares will see that Roche is now up. Slark gets that Mage Slayer finally. He disassembled the Echo Saber for Ags, got it back, disassembled for BKB, and then made it into a Mage Slayer. He's going Linken's next.
Against Lasso, but mostly Sleeping Dart.
Oh, they are not going to be in time for this Roche. It's very late. They've got a sentry down. Xiao Yu coming over to the side.
BKB
but
immediately.
staffing back. Have the Hex. They'll go to the RP. It's onto the Marcy. They should be able to clean up Salad, so they'll get at least that. Xiao Yu's also already dead. Never really able to do anything with that Hex. They get the kill on a TK, but it's only the Riki that's going to fall right now. Knight in with a BKB. He's going to TP out. They've got the last on MKS. But rooted up thanks to LWW going into the freezing field. MKS needs to be careful. He's into the Shadow Dance. But now, needing to run. Doesn't have a pounce for 5 seconds. And they'll stay on top of MKS and kill him off. So eHome, they are just winning these fights again and again as they'll get LWW eventually. As it's a godlike and double kill spree here for Ulu.
MKS heavily committing just to be able to get the kill on Riki. Double pounce and the BKB. Like, Riki's buying time with the tricks of the trade, with Cloud blinking around. This is not the target that you want to go for.
Look at Xiao Yu immediately force staff back, but never gets a chance to leave. That Batrider stays right on top of the Nature's Prophet, never
He
let
had
him
his
go.
number throughout the whole game. Like, we haven't seen Nature's Prophet deal damage in these fights other than using Wrath of Nature, but that's about it. And you see Knight already deeping out. Crystal Maiden, they don't care about this ulti. And something that we mentioned, this level 10 talent on Ursa, Fury Swipes reset time, extra 20 seconds, so it's 40 seconds. You get hit once or twice by Ursa, you come back, get hit one more time. You just don't feel comfortable coming into that fight. Good skewer back.
Yeah, on to 2. The attention is just on Riki the entire time. They are not putting out any damage onto the Ursa or onto the Magnus. MKS's BKB is over. They've got the skewer again. MKS forced to pounce the other way. It's actually towards the Riki. They finally get the kill on a TK, but now the lasso again on MKS. He's dead again. All that for Riki once more, and LWW is going to die another time.
They also bought back on Salad. His game is like, he doesn't have a game. This is for Marcy. Bought back, has an Ogre Axe. This hero just doesn't farm. Like, we haven't seen this Marcy pop off in a single fight. Ursa getting, like, by getting out of control, I mean he's been out of control for the last 15 minutes pretty much, and we can see the hero damage. 26,000 hero damage, 4k damage on Marcy, the lowest in the game pretty much.
I understand wanting to go for Riki, but when you're tunnel visioning him every fight the way they have,
Guardian Greaves, double Force Staff, Sunray, and Riki also being very slippery with his abilities, so difficult to catch. Like, I understand that they want to kill Riki because he's causing the issues with this Sleeping Dart. I don't even know who they can focus in, like, anymore, because everyone is so tanky. No one's just gonna die, and they do lack damage. There's a Hex on this Nature's Prophet that we mentioned, so that's an extra control. Salad now getting caught. Let's see where's the follow-up is. White Album.
sleep, right clicks, White Albums here. Salad's going to try and survive with the Unleash, but he'll die to White Album as well, he's now got himself that Mind Breaker, so that initial silence came through, and, well, Marcy wasn't able to do anything.
Ursa for now holding a Brigand's Blade. They should definitely swap items. You want to have that Mindbreaker
Oh,
on
nice.
Ursa and the full Abyssal Blade now done.
Knight hasn't really done much in this
Pops a
game.
BKB as well. Like, I think it comes down like to itemization. Nisha, I think he's a good example who knows like what to do with this mid tusk, where he decides to go for Deso in most of the situations, because he understands that if he goes for a BKB, like you will lack damage. And, sometimes you need to risk it, because you're already playing into 2 BKB piercing abilities anyway.
Right. And it just feels like if you're not going to build damage and Nature's Prophet's not going to build damage, who's going to have damage?
Slark is not really like a damage dealer. He needs to reset multiple times.
Skewer. Hex Lasso on MKS. They've got the control. It's on to the Slark. He'll pop the BKB. Get the pounce, but it's a 4 staff away. RPUs. Zhao Yu looking like he's going to die once again. They've got the control needed to find him, and
He's tanky, but doesn't deal damage. And there's a, speaking of damage, double damage top Salad going down one more time. This is a situation for eHome. Ooh, they're fighting into Ursa. Age is about to expire in 10 seconds.
they need to not kill him before this Aegis expires. It would be unwise to do so. Oh, Shards actually blocked them from continuing to chase. So now LWW is dead. The Aegis expires. Full health mana. Oh, yeah.
Good play-by-play there, Recap. I mean, I can say the same thing for my analysis. Like, there's just not much to say about this game. This Ursa has been doing whatever he wants in these fights.
He's been doing whatever he wants in this game.
Eon Disc on Ricky, Eon Disc on Phoenix, which he doesn't have assembled yet. So even if they decide to go for supports, there's just not enough. They don't have what it takes. This Ursa got out of control from the laning stage. Even joined early fights, played with the mag. He gave him Empower. It was a 12-13 minute Battle Fury plus a Phase Boots, and now they're gonna go and finish off this game.
Yeah, this game has felt like it's all theirs for a while now. I would almost say as far back as that first Roche. It just gave Esther Aries everything they needed to bounce very far out of control. BKB, but here come the bashes. MKS with his BKB trying to make something happen, but now, well, Shang-Chi, he's just watching as Sark tries to kill this egg unsuccessfully. He is going to die to the explosion on the Supernova, and they will lose 3 heroes again for eHome.
Still not calling it. Even without Slark, they think they can take this fight. But more than 30,000 net worth lead for Aster Aries.
Almost at that 1K a minute mark. We all know what that is. The
It's
point
an
of
auto
no
GG. Yeah,
comeback.
game disconnects you immediately. There's still a tier 2 tower on the top lane, but Aster Aries, they don't care about it. Seems like they want to get out of this game, focus on the next one, starting to kill these tier 4 towers. There are no abilities, like no real displacement abilities. There's no kick available. There's Marcy with the dispose, but that's not enough.
Unleash?
Speaking of the displacement abilities, they do have a better one. Mag with the skewer.
All right, smoke screen down there is the GG call, and
Very
Aster
anticlimactic. Like, this could have been called even 5 minutes earlier, but they decided to play it out, see what happens. Complete domination from Aster Aries in this game. I think eHome definitely looked better before we headed into the pause in the Chinese DPC tour. So, not sure what happened. Aster Aries looking like a different team. eHome definitely needs to work on the itemization. Not a big fan of what they had in this one. Like, your Nature's Prophet on the offlane, this Aghanim Scepter is fine, but like your second item needs to be much more impactful, I would say. And also no damage on Tusk whatsoever. Slark, he wants to jump in. Like, he can't really just deal damage straight away. Someone else needs to tank damage. He wants to reset, but playing into Ricky, this like, it's just a difficult matchup, both for him and both for Tusk.
yeah, it was something that you alluded to right when the game started, right? That this was going to be a tough matchup for them. It ended up being just that. Like, Aster Aries, I think, dominated from like the 10-minute mark on, the laning phase wasn't exactly like mind-blowing from them.
No, but
they
it was
held
the
on.
first couple of rotations. Like
Yeah.
you've seen two supports, especially the one from Crystal Maiden. She was all over the place, moving around the map. Like they did okay for eHome, but then it just stopped. Like they got outnumbered. They had much less team fight compared to Aster Ares. This is Mag and Phoenix. Like what more can you ask for?
Yeah, so it works out for Aster Ares. They get a victory in Game 1. Maybe they can get the series victory in Game 2. But we'll have to break down Game 1 and get to Game 2. And to do that, we've got the panel.
We're going to have a chat about this because eHome, the laning phase didn't go so much as we expected. It wasn't just Aster Ares all the way running over every lane. eHome put up a really good fight. In fact, they had that little bit of a kill lead for some time there, but ultimately, I think, 15, 20-minute mark, there was just nothing more the Slark could do from their sheep.
The kill lead was not that prominent.
No.
To be fair, it was like
It was
6
like,
kills.
Yeah, it was like 6-1 or something, 6-2.
It was like, whoa, they're out of control, goddamn!
No.
But it was off the back of like
Small victory.
MKS having a pretty good safe lane with that Crystal Maiden, lots of kill threat there. I think they had a couple of skirmishes around the mid lane as well, which was nice, where they brought more heroes, classic eHome maneuver. But at the end of the day, Aster Ares were just farming better. They stacked up their Ancients, Bat Rider took all of those. Your Ursa's getting a Battle Fury with an Empower on top. They pretty much just took a net worth lead at 10 minutes and never let go.
Ultimately, I think my biggest point here is that fire beats ice.
Yeah.
They just melted. You
I guess
can't
maybe in the game of
have
Dota.
Tusk and Crystal Maiden versus Phoenix and Bat. There's just too much fire on one
And
side.
a Woodland man.
And yeah, exactly. So it was just way too difficult. Overall, look, one particular hero with ice definitely did melt, and for me that's Tusk. Like you cannot play this game if you don't have a mid laner, and you didn't have a mid laner if you're eHome. So that's the problem. That's the main issue that I saw. Everything else is debatable. Could have they farmed better? Could have they not? Maybe.
Well, yeah, that's a really good question because Sheep, you pointed out everything they did to try and give the Ursa as much farm as possible to try and make sure that he was always in the net worth lead and up there. What could eHome have done to ensure a better game for Slark? Or was this just he was always going to struggle mid-game and they probably were never going to prolong it?
They actually were okay. I think Slark had around a 15-minute Aghanim Scepter, and at that point he started to get involved in the game. Like he came mid, was poking around there. He also was invading the triangle a fair few times with it, and they even managed to bait out the 9-second BKB on Batrider, but the problem was after they did that, they then dove a tier 2 tower and just got RP'd and killed. I think this game, Magnus did a really good job of covering Slark's ult and BKB every time he would use his Dark Pact. So it was just very difficult for him to fight because Zhao Yu went for this Axe build. He was really the only damage dealer on Slark. So when he was just controlled, they couldn't do much.
And then Amasi posed 4 as well. Like I said, when we saw her in the draft, we normally see her as a core, right? She has a little bit more farm priority. Do you think as a support, she just wasn't really helping out as much, that there could have been a better pick for them, or that
Nope.
wasn't...
Nope. I would just go back to Knight. I would go back to Tusk. Like if you don't have a mid laner, you can't play this
You
game.
still really
It's
just
as
all
simple
in
as
on that.
I'm all in on that because some games are won and lost on that mid lane. You can't have a hero that's 5k net worth difference on the mid lane against the enemy mid lane hero, and it's a Tusk. It's not a hero. Tusk isn't something that comes back into the game easily. Like if you fall off, you're always gonna be a support, and he always was a support. So you're playing with 2 4s basically, out of which 1 4 is your mid laner, so he's getting more farm priority. Marcy could work and can work on position 4. We've seen her pop off in many games. It's just that you don't have anyone to play with.
He's right. It was not great. There was fights as well where they were going very psychotic on eHome looking for the Riki kill. I think there was a team fight around Roshan where Aster Ares finished the Rosh and took the Aegis, and eHome still committed onto the fight. And both MKS and Knight were committing all of their spells and BKBs just to kill a Riki. And then they had another
should be a
fight
solo
following that
Tusk
where
kill,
they did that.
Usually.
Yeah, it
that should be a one shot.
It should be one guy doing it, not both your cores going all the way deep into the enemy fight, leaving the rest of their team to just die, and they're barely managing to kill a Riki and then not able to kill anyone else and then die. It was a complete mess. It was honestly just a mess.
We had Ursa up there for our MVP. Were there any other honorable mentions on the side of Aster Ares that you guys want to praise?
I think Ulu was just the biggest MVP.
Yeah.
He's just very solid
The
bear.
Ulu show through and through for game one.
Very
Yeah.
good.
This game is very well illustrated by a bear standing and just punching back. That's
Holding
what-
his ground.
Holding his ground. Every fight, I see Slark trying to kind of mess with him, and he just stands there, overpowers, bam, bam. Like Slark has to run.
Oh, the big old bear roar. That was game number one. Game number two will be happening after this break. Welcome back, Asta Aries versus eHome. It's game number 2, and it is so important. Asta Aries took game number 1, and they're going to need this series win if they want to avoid relegation, whilst eHome are going to need the win if they want to keep their chance at going to the major alive. So, my lovely panel.
Hey.
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 Hi.
Hey.
What's up?
If
What's
eHome
up?
want to force it to game number 3, right? If they want to give themselves a fighting chance to still go to the major, we already talked about that mid lane. They need an actual hero per se, someone that can play make, someone that can work with the rest of their lineup. But is there anything else when it comes to draft, something that we want to see taken away from the comfort of Asta Aries?
Obviously, Ricky.
So true.
Obviously.
So true.
Obviously.
So true. So
Yeah.
true. Yeah. Great call there, Sheep.
Thanks.
You're giving them Rubik, you're giving them Tusk though. Aster Aries is taking the Tiny. So focus on the drafts, please, guys.
Sorry.
Like, we see the Tiny picked up.
serious.
I don't know.
Seriously.
feel like the draft is like
There's 3
Not
as well
real.
in the pool.
It's not real.
it's not real.
It's just a figment of your imagination.
Yeah,
It's a simulation, isn't it?
exactly.
Everything's a simulation.
Too real.
Yep, Asta Aries opening phase. They have the Tiny. eHome, Rubik +1, Tusk +1,
Rubik Tusk.
I wonder if
Marcy
they-
+1.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they may be stumbling a little bit because they thought that they would just take the Treant after letting it through, but they took Tiny instead, and now they just have to wonder how they want to deal with that.
If you rehome, you can also get the 3 man.
Is it
That's
three
pretty
in?
solid.
I like the natures.
Yeah, the big 3 man.
Oh, you like
The
the,
tree
Treant?
daddy.
He likes the tree.
Both of them are fine, I guess.
Okay.
I'd go with Rubik and Tusk here, but that's just my preference.
That's just a
Both.
liquid special right there.
The combo. Even though you didn't like the Tusk mid last time.
I didn't like it mid last time. It's still very flexible if you open up with it. You can get the profit that
They
Sheep
might
is
just
talking
bat
about.
them again, though.
Yeah.
I think that's kind
Oh
of
yeah,
the
they could
biggest
close
concern.
the phase.
Okay,
with
so
that.
you could bat here as well. Like that's an option.
Or you take it from them.
But then Asta Aries can just take a back counter.
Yeah, that's true.
He-
It's basically, I just don't think this is draftable. I think East Home should just concede.
That's it.
Yeah.
You got him. You got
It's
him.
too hard, man.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep. Job's done and dusted here.
Yeah, I still think that you could bet here. It's still a flexible hero, so there are some ways of moving it around. You can be worried about the Quab first phase, but that sounds super abusable.
Ah, the
This is-
Pengo. The
yeah.
old other classic.
Yeah, but this is also like falls in the same category, right? Like it's already abusable. Like you can counter it with your next pick in the first phase.
They can just bat again. I'll be real. It honestly wouldn't make me sad if they just picked Bat Rider. That'd probably be my favorite.
Why is that?
I just think it's like free farms against the Pango, and they had a really good game on it last game. Like if you are rolling with your comfort and your momentum, why not just run it back? I think some of the strongest games have come from just playing the same heroes again.
Are you afraid then that the Pengo could be moved to the offlane on the side of eHome? They can try and
You can
get
still protect it.
Yeah, you just
Because
ban.
then you get the 3 bans.
The only problem is if you do
You're
it.
so smart.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
This is crazy.
Thank you.
She gets. Is there anything she can't do, Lizard?
Of
There is
course.
nothing, absolutely.
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely
Predict
nothing.
the next 3 eHome bans.
3 E-home bans?
Yeah.
Go fast.
But
there's
I will
nothing
give you
can
5.
do.
You can say 5 heroes. 3 of them have to be right.
Okay, Bloodseeker. It would have had to, there's no
yeah,
way.
that's fair. That's fair. I'll give them.
Treant Protector.
Okay.
Yep.
So far, you got 1.
I'm thinking.
You've listed
From eHome
2.
or Aries? From home.
eHome bans.
Only eHome bans.
Gosh, who would I ban?
Who would you ban?
Who would I ban? I don't know.
think
Nature's
it's-
Prophet, maybe? No! Oh, wait, I just have to do the comfort. Let me just pick from that last draft. Hold
You
up.
just ban-
Mag, Phoenix, Ricky.
Who did
is
I
already
say?
back.
We can ban Magnus.
Yep, Magnus is going to be our other
And
guest.
Phoenix. Yeah,
Yep.
I'd ban those ones.
Yeah, nice. All right, great work.
Thank you.
Lizard, then you get the chance to say the last Asta Aries ban.
They've already banned out 2 Bat Rider counters that I would go for. The last one, I don't think there is going to be a Bat counter any longer.
So you just set yourself up for the next phase?
you already set yourself up. Like if you're Aster Ares, you protected the bat. So I'm not sure. Like this next ban can be anything. It can be a carry. It can be a storm as well. It can be something that deals with the bat. So I'm not obviously as
Gifted as sheep in the.
as gifted in those ways. Like,
it's okay.
like there is literally zero chance I would ever guess silencers. So
You would have gone there eventually if we went down the whole list.
yeah, if I went down the whole list, eventually I'd call for silencer. But overall, I'm not even exactly sure why they're banning it out. Like Enigma is still in the pool. Maybe that's something that they're thinking about. Like they have the next pick. They already have the well, the Rubik is on the other side. Actually, never mind.
How many bans did I guess? Did I guess 4? Do I
Yeah,
still have an
you
extra
have
ban?
one. Yeah, you have one extra.
All right, my 5th will be Monkey.
Okay, because I was gonna say you still wouldn't win though because you didn't guess the Ursa in time.
That's fine. I was wrong.
Close enough.
You tried. You had an impossible task ahead of you. but you-
Morphling can be a monkey, so
I was thinking, okay, so my
It's close
my
enough.
thought process was that both teams seem to be on the same wavelength with their bans, where As Ares are willing to ban mid laners versus Bat, assuming that they're going to put the Pango off lane, and eHome are banning carries, I'm assuming to put the Pango then off lane so it can have a good lane. I think Zhao Yu, he's a pretty damn good Pango. When we watched him in play in C, after his Mars, his Pango was probably the second best, then like his Darkseer, so him taking Pango would make me pretty happy this game.
like we've seen yesterday as well. Same thing happened. Pango on the offlane, Storm on the mid lane versus the Bat. So it's definitely a possibility for eHome. There aren't many other heroes that are left in the pool that are decent versus the Bat. You have literally Storm and Puck. That's it.
That is a very small pool.
I
Yeah.
do not want them to take Storm, honestly. Just, I think after watching the way Stormer played against Storm with his Bat, I think it was him. Either way, there was like just a focus on taking runes and the ability to chase down this Storm. You also have a Tiny who will be able to rotate on mid for you and get those kills. I think it just would be a difficult Storm game. And now you're playing into like a Silence and a Root as well.
Yep, wouldn't be great anymore. Like you still need a hero that gets on top of Drow though. So
Yeah.
for eHome right now, you're thinking about these backline jumpers who have been mostly eliminated. There is, like you mentioned, Monkey. He is left in the pool. There's Spectre that's left in the pool. But all these heroes, they don't enjoy playing into a Bat. Like Bat is such a huge problem in every game. Like if he's picked early on, it just messes up your whole draft afterwards.
I'll be honest, I think the Tusk last game did better mid than I thought it would. In terms of CS, they were pretty even for at least the first like 25 CS or so. The biggest issue was just the fact that Bat does sort of free farm against him. I think Tusk overextended a couple of times, died under the tower alone, and also they stacked up the Ancients really hard. So I think if you were going to run that back, you would have to put extra emphasis on not letting them do that much or get away with so much.
Okay, you just put the Pango mid, Mars
Yeah.
in the offlane. This is fine.
Wait, no, guys, it could still be Mars mid and Pango offlane.
It could, but
Could be him.
it's fine. I mean, Zhao Yu, like I said, right? If Pango was Zhao Yu's second best hero, Mars was his first. It's like he's still playing Ultra Comfort.
I think it's better to put the Pango mid
Yeah, no,
than the
definitely.
Mars.
It was
Yeah, versus the
more a
Bat.
side comment than
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like overall, it's not even about the lane for me. It's just the way the Bat works later on in the game. He just eliminates your possibility to pick a lot of carries. A lot of heroes suffer heavily from his rotations. Like later on, you can't play the game as easily. If you rehome right now, it depends obviously what Aster Ares bans, but I wouldn't mind seeing something like a sniper outrange the Drow or go all in on that melee jumping type. We'll see. Like when it comes to objective taking, Aster Ares is way better at the moment too. So there's just so many holes in eHome's draft that you need to fill.
Aster is okay. Like, you have to bring Drow to push objectives, which is kind of the biggest issue for them because she'll probably hole herself up in the triangle. So maybe their ability to take like tier 1 tower is not super great for a while, but they're fine with that. They want to hole up. That's why they have Tree, who's going to protect their towers.
Yeah.
Um,
They're trying to make this game go
Yep.
later, a lot later than we saw the first game go towards.
Well, it's still better than Ricky that we saw in the last game, coming up and hitting the tower mid lane. So
Oh yeah, the 2 hits and the retreat.
yeah.
the thing is, like for Aster Ares, you're rounding this draft up with an offlane, and whatever you pick, I have a feeling you'll be stronger at taking objectives than eHome is. Like eHome will have to pick a carry here, and he's the one that will have to be joining the fights. Meanwhile, on Aster Ares, you still have an option to put the draw on the triangle and last pick, I don't know, even an Enigma into the Rubik, into the Disruptor, sure. But with Greaves, with utility items, you can just own.
Yeah. Are we looking for someone to... I guess you don't really need that, right? Like you have that in the tiny, someone who's like that front, someone who can initiate.
They
Is there
have so much
yeah,
front
I was like,
initiation,
is there
yeah.
even anything lacking per se, except for those early objective taking for the side of Aster Ares?
They're just taking on.
More team fight.
More heals. More protection for this arena.
Yeah, it depends on the item build as well, from the Dawnbreaker, but just more heals, like she said, with the Treant. Also, depending on the item build, you can pressure the map a little bit better, take objectives. Not really what I was looking at.
Yeah.
I expected more utility to come from the offlane. This is basically 4 heroes that want to be fighting constantly. The Treant obviously will be on the tower, but he'll be giving you living armor all the time.
I think if eHome can sort of force like a run at you draft with...
This was so obvious.
Yeah.
we called the Monkey King previously as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, how is the Monkey King Dawn matchup? Because maybe Aster Ares preempted the Monkey King as well, and that's also leading towards the Dawn pick.
It's hard with Tiny.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have a good support at all for laning into Monkey King. Otherwise, it's not the worst, especially because you're able to like break his trees throughout the game.
Yeah.
Which is like alright. I mean, they have good heroes against Monkey King. I think this is like they are picking this for the lane because later on it's quite hard.
Remember what I was saying about Pat eliminating a lot of heroes? No. Well, Monkey King was one of those that I mentioned, but I thought they wouldn't pick it because of the Bat. Like the game is really difficult for you. However, they pick it because the lane is just so easy. And if the lane is great, you have so much farm. You can take over the game and not care about the Bat.
Do you have a bit more faith then for eHome? Their lanes went slightly better last game than we expected in the matchups. It was just that transitioning out of, and you think that they have that sort of looked after now in this new lineup?
No, I have 10 times more faith in this round than in the last one.
Damn.
Yeah?
Yeah, I base this off the fact that last game they had really wonky cores to work together if they weren't perfect. This time it's pretty straightforward. You win your lanes, you go fight, you have the ability to kind of press forward and utilize Glimpse to make Aster just kind of crumble. That being said, I still think Aster Ares have a very good job.
Yep.
All right, I mean, I like it. Sometimes simple Dota is the best Dota, and I'm looking forward to game number 2 with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, Aster Ares looking for their first series victory. Can they get it? Can they
Very
beat
close to it.
eHome, and they're kind of close.
Yeah, they
On their
drafted
way.
themselves a really nice draft. I think eHome also has a better draft compared to the previous game where they don't have this position for Marcy, which did absolutely nothing in that game. A lot of team fight on their side. Static Storm, Pango, the Mars, Wukongs. Like there's so many circles that they can throw. But on the other side, I think the laning stage will be really good for Aster Ares other than the Dawnbreaker lane. So having this Batrider, we've seen times and time again how much pressure this hero, like how fast he comes online with the Boots of Travel being very active and then having Dawnbreaker hitting level 6. I think this Dawnbreaker pick makes a lot of sense where it's a like a countermeasure. They want to play the team fight, so if they try to outnumber you, one Solar Guardian, Living Armor from Treant Protector, it's a good way to disengage. And overall, even though they do have the gap closers for the Drow Ranger with this Mars Monkey King, I think with the items that Drow Ranger buys, with this Hurricane Pike, BKB Shard, she can keep the distance, and she has a pretty damn good front line. Like, all 4 heroes are front lining for her.
Yeah, so it's going to be hard to get to the back and go after the Drow, as what I'm looking at right now is the Dawnbreaker's cute items. Echo Saber in the future. Is this a game where we see any Guardian Greaves for the side of Aster Ares?
For now, it seems like it's going to be scaling item build for Dawnbreaker, mostly playing for herself, other than playing for the team. We've seen some Dawnbreakers like going for these team fighting items, Greaves or a Pipe, but then you lack damage. She might still swap things around considering how the lane's going to go, but I think in terms of scaling, like, you might need another hero to deal the right-click damage, so I don't mind this Echo Saber here.
Right, seeing over mid and already Knight who just did not have a good start and didn't have really that good of a game afterwards. Going up against somebody like White Album is going to be tough on the Bat Rider, or tough to beat the Bat Rider. As this Pangolier, especially if these heroes rotate from the side of Aster Ares. But the only one who really, I would say, might rotate is TK.
Yeah, I don't see Red Panda rotating. It's a bit difficult. He wants to sit in lane, soak up some XP, starting with Leech Seed, so pretty standard stuff coming out. In terms of the kills, the Red Panda could be in a trouble. He's super, like, what does this hero have? Like 3.4 strength gain per level, and his starting strength is also very high, so difficult to kill. Drow Ranger needs to be careful about her positioning. They can they have two abilities to reposition her with. But I'm glad that Salad is playing something different. He has shown his Rubik at the start of the DPC tour that he can play it really well. And this last game, needs to forget about it. Just focus on this one.
Yeah, we started the season off by complimenting a lot of these 4 positions in China about their Rubik play. So when a team's got it, it's certainly plus percentages for their team win rate. And Salad, he had some pretty great performances pre-break, so we'll see if he can continue that.
Okay, dragging the creep wave, getting glimpse back, and now Monkey will start to get on top of him. Immediate living armor, while Dawnbreaker is getting the farm. So Aster Ares understanding that they can't really trade in this lane. It's Disruptor and Monkey King, so 2 difficult heroes to play into as 2 melees, so they will keep pulling the wave. Another glimpse is available. LWW will use it, deal some damage. Seems like Aster Ares doesn't care too much about it.
Yeah, in the previous game, LWW on the Crystal Maiden was doing a lot early on. These glimpses not really leading to much yet. So a little bit of a disturbance, and for right now, CS is looking good for eHome across the board, as Salad's going to lose his courier that had regen and a sentry. And I believe, yeah, he was trying to take away that sentry that was blocking their camp, and another sentry was available to do so. Red Panda.
Laughs in Treant. They can't really do, do much. It's level 2 Mars and Rubik, so in terms of damage output, it's really not there. And Ulu also going very defensive with his item build, picking up that raindrop as soon as possible. 3 minutes into the game, wants to be able to soak up some of that damage. Glimpse back.
Down
This
to
time
Celestial
around,
Hammer.
there will have enough damage. 2 points in Jingu.
MKS getting first blood, and I believe it was Xiao Yu in the last game who got first blood, or got first blooded. So we'll see how they now. Okay, still laughing in Trianor. I say that multi-shot. Red Panda low dies. 2-0 here for eHome, and they've already gotten themselves close to a 1K lead.
Overextending there a little bit, but yeah, Drow's getting some solo XP, so nothing too serious, I would say. You're still doing okay as Treant. Like this, the top lane also. Dawnbreaker getting 2 waves underneath the tower. Tiny is there to stop any kind of aggression if they decide to use the glimpse. They could kill this Disruptor, because especially once Dawnbreaker hits that level 4. So a lot of damage. Celestial Hammer, like she needs to stay within the hammer AoE, so you see the mid lane attempt. Knight using his abilities.
Oh, Knight burning, but just doesn't have the damage. Now living armor, Salad coming over.
Both
MKS,
supports TPing, and White Album will pick up a bounty rune, so
he's gonna have a.
they need to get
refill.
something out of this. Ooh, Slosh.
Swashbuckle misses.
He'll be in range. For lift.
Jesus, Fade Bolt, TK.
LWW is also there for the glimpse. Glimpsing him back.
But they still have the damage finally. LWW getting that last hit on a White Album. It's a long chase. I mean, it took some time. It took plenty of heroes.
Mid lane has been empty for 45 seconds.
Yeah.
No one has been there.
Just creeps falling for nobody to get experience off of. Big for Knight, though, because he was behind in experience by quite a bit. So he kind of regains that, and eHome still have 3-0 on the board. See what White Album wants to do is he's not level 6, so getting a kill here on MKS, if they could get it, could be quite big. Glimpse, though, it's on to the Bat Rider. Shouldn't matter with the Starbreaker. And Shang-Chi gets this Monkey King to get Aster Ares finally on the board.
They decided to go for the big kill. Not Disruptor that I mentioned, but Monkey King.
Oh. Regen picked up by Pangolier. Maybe could have Flame Break there.
Pango doing a very good job playing into this Batrider matchup. You know that Batrider will try eventually go aggressive. I think this type of a call comes from a mid laner where he uses both Swashbuckle and Shield Crash. Calls his supports the TP just in case Batrider decides to die. And they did get a kill from it. Pangolier is level 6. Batrider needs 1 CS to get to the level 6 as well.
So let's see if he makes another move to another lane with this lasso now available. TK doesn't have any mana to work with. Primal Spring, Kinetic Field, TK running. There's going to be another hero up top. It will be Pangolier as Swashbuckle, Boundless Strike.
MKS must kill steal. gets that kill. Pango rotates, but it's like, nah, bro. I'm getting this one. Going into Battle Fury on Monkey. He wants to be able to scale.
Is that fast enough for this lineup?
I feel like this Monkey with Battle Fury is a lot slower. Well, Xiao Yu can TP out. TP's back to tier 1 tower.
And not too far away.
I have to go back to Battle Fury. It seems that Hero does have other options to go for, whether it's a Maelstrom. Like my favorite is the Echo Saber, because it's it allows you to play like these early fights with Monkey. You can be very active, but seems like he's more focused on his mid-late game timing. He wants to be that 5/6 slotted Monkey King. So going for Battle Fury next might still change his mind. Never mind. He actually bought the broadsword, so
Committed.
Battle Fury that is.
Rolling Thunder? No, Lasso. Has a Swashbuckle, can get away from this. They also have Salad coming over. There's a haste bottom. Knight really not bouncing well, but they also have LWW. Here comes TK. Avalanche, do you really want to toss? Telekinesis up into the air, down towards the steps. Toss back under the tower. Salad taking a couple shots. They've got the glimpse. They'll have the Flame Break that lands on him and Knight. Now the Solar Guardian, that heals up TK enough. Got the haste on Knight, which is activated. They'll chase LWW. Starbreaker doesn't slam down onto the Disruptor. Damage being done to TK. They'll get the kill onto the Tiny. They finally burn away LWW, but here comes FKS with the Wukong's command and the Boundless Strike on a White Album.
Almost bounce him out of the Wukongs. Ehome, they are the ones controlling the active runes. Oh, this is some big damage.
Xiao Yu
on Mars.
Spear connects, but Xiao Yu dying as this is a Dawnbreaker that's come from top to mid to bottom. Taking a stop at all lanes. 3 heroes here again. Starbreaker, right clicks from Ooh aren't doing enough, and now they've got this glimpse because Disruptor's back in the fight. Ooh is gonna die here, and everybody on Aster Ares has died at some point, and well, TK might just die again. Primal Spring, Fade Bolt, Toss, not gonna matter. Salad gets the kill. White Album's back. Now they're right on top of MKS with the Firefly. Mischief, not gonna matter.
He's
fighting
against 4 heroes.
MKS is now got
Make
4
it
stacks
5.
of Sticky Napalm. Now all 5 here again. Rolling Thunder once more. Knight coming over and under the tower. Dawnbreaker's coming back into the fight. As Knight Rolling Thunder to leave. Celestial Hammer slowing down LWW, but the spear's on the mark. White Album still chasing. Red Panda now going after Salad. Everybody starting to break away from the side of Ehome. They finally get LWW. As over mid, Drought decides not to rejoin. I'll just farm.
What a long fight. It's still a 1k gold lead for Ehome. They are bringing the numbers. They are getting the kills. Let's see another power rune. Knight will pick it up one more time. So all 3 power runes in Ehome's bottle.
Gust ended up missing. Top of the net worth for MKS by 1,000 gold over the Drow. We've seen what happens to Drows that can't farm, and they seem to never come back.
Disruptor is level 6. Glimpse 3 points in it. Will
Static
commit.
Storm and Celestial Hammer. Knight needs to be careful. He's burning a little bit, but they get the kill on a White Album with the Arena. Avalanche, Salad, he'll fall to TK. Meanwhile, Wukong's Ulu running away. As the Sword Guardian, and now turning this on MKS. They've got the stun, they'll have the multi-shot, but he's inside the Wukong. Shanxi can't do the damage. MKS needs to leave. Swashbuckle, no disarm, but down goes this Dawnbreaker, and this will be Ulu trying to dodge the Rolling Thunder, but he dies as well.
Ehome is very quick with the TP reactions. This like living armor is putting Aster Ares in a spot where they feel like they're tanky enough. But Knight has been all over the place, involved in 11 out of 13 kills going into the Fusel Blade, level 10 on Pango.
I don't really know
Monkey,
what they're able to
top lane,
accomplish,
gonna
but
drop.
they'll lasso and get the kill on MKS. That's 500 gold for White Album, who has Boots of Travel coming out of the Courier. If he could do the same thing to Pangolier, that would be more gold. He's on a big spree.
I mean, they do have ways of dealing with Pango. Lasso, Overgrowth as well. For now, Red Panda is level 5, sitting where he's supposed to be, near the tier 1 tower bottom, using that living armor, trying to buy as much time as he can. In terms of tower damage, Ehome doesn't really have much, because Monkey's going for Battle Fury. Mars doesn't deal tower damage. Pango has Orb of Corrosion. That's pretty much it. Without Catapult, they need to bring 3, maybe even 4 heroes to bring down the tower.
Finally, by the way, Aster Ares get a power rune in their bottle.
Red Panda doesn't feel as safe because he's playing into Monkey, who can scout him out, and also Arena of Blood. Like, it's a huge area where trees are destroyed, and exactly what happens. They just find him here.
Whoa,
Deforestation.
There goes the tree end. Taking away his home and his life. Bottom tier 1. This is looking like it's just going to die here after the glyph is all finished. They have the Seeds of Serenity healing up. And if you're Aster Ares, I don't really think you can try to defend this at the moment.
No, this is done. Something that we said they need to bring numbers, no real tower damage, so bring an extra hero or 2 will do it. Ulu on the top lane will do the same thing. He will finish off this tower, going into BKB next. I guess an earlier BKB compared to what we can call a standard Drow Ranger build with the Hurricane Pike Rush. He wants to be able to survive against Pango, and also Mars Arena doesn't want to get glimpsed back. Done. Echo Saber done. So she's gonna be able to scale. Like it's her late game, like mid game security going into BKB next. So Echo Saber will be disassembled.
Looks like it's going to be a triple BKB timing for Aster Ares. Near, if not around the same time for all 3 cores.
Batrider will get it first. Drow Ranger probably the last one because she doesn't have a single component.
Smoke, Knight, LWW might run into Ulu. And by might, I mean will. Gust,
Doesn't
it
connect
hits the
on
Pango,
LWW.
but it doesn't, it doesn't hit the Disruptor. They may not have this kill, though. They got the kill on MKS over on the side. Glimpse, does it save the Drow? No, it doesn't. Rolling Thunder, now they've got the Flame Break to look over at Knight. Blink Arena, Spear missing, but the Rolling Thunder coming back in. That kills off Red Panda, and they also get the kill on the Shanxi. They've got the Telekinesis on a White Album. This will be 4 heroes potentially dying here for the side of Aster Ares after killing off the Monkey King. And with the Glimpse, it's a full team wipe.
This is the big power spike for them. Having this Diffusal Blade, they were not able to lock him down. I didn't see where Treant Protector used ulti, because I thought it was going to come during the arena, but I guess he used it somewhere else. Maybe he was fighting near the bottom.
Yeah.
If this Silence connects on Disruptor, there's no Static Storm. Tiny might come in slightly earlier, and then the rest of the team would be able to connect. There's also Lasso available. Yeah. Red Panda.
I think it was used to kill MKS away from this
Okay,
fight.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that they killed Monkey. Another spear. Now that Zhao Yu has a Blink Dagger, like he actually becomes a hero. Pre-Blink, Mars just feels very difficult to play. But also having a Glimpse setup. These 2 supports have been very active. They've been moving around the map, making stuff done. So Aster Ares need to slow the game down a bit, not lose too much map advantage. They need to farm those BKBs. Like we see that they are struggling dealing with this Pangolier. Knight is massive. Most farm hero in the game found that Lance of Pursuit, so extra damage when hitting from behind, extra slow on top of Corrosion and Lucky Shot. So gotta be difficult, I would say.
Much different game for Knight this time around. Involved in 17 of the 20 kills, so he has just been really going all out. Spear, Arena, Swashbuckle, and a quick kill on Shang-Chi. No way to escape this. It's just going perfectly for eHome, and now they've got that Battle Fury, so this Monkey King's going to start to really accelerate that farm. Worrying for Aster Ares. I don't know exactly when their comeback avenue is going to start, but it feels like it's just going to be the BKB timings that they're hoping for. We'll see.
Silence on Pango, Illusion Rune immediately.
Celestial Hammer from the Rubik slows him down and spear into the Rolling Thunder. So TK's dead again. He has died 7 times already.
Still gonna have a decent timing on a Blink Dagger. It's nothing spectacular, but considering how the game's going and the 7 deaths that you mentioned, it's gonna be 18, 19-minute Blink Dagger, which is also fine for a Tiny. They did kill 1 tower, so only getting the gold from that one.
So let's see what they can do to slow this down and defend this. Shang-Chi, Blink, Spear missing. I'll get that hammer back as Celestial Hammer burns these creeps. Just trying to defend and, well, almost getting into the BKB. As the Mithril Hammer still needs the Ograx and the recipe. It's going to be some time until Dawnbreaker ends up getting there. And
another jump from Xiao Yu. Arena on 2.
Static Storm. They've also got that. They're going to get both supports. I mean, Xiao Yu, ever since he got this Blink, has been really opening up the game for his team.
Man, they're all over the place. eHome not letting Aster Ares farm their items. They understand the power of the BKBs. Glimpse.
Ooh. Oh, not far enough away. And there is the Stolen Avalanche, and they're going to get another kill. I mean, eHome is just not letting Aster Ares breathe.
Yeah, this Observer Ward that they placed is going to give them a lot of vision. I mean, Aster Ares, they need to find some time. Like, they need to dodge these fights. But this also opens up the Roche for eHome if they don't want to take these fights. With the Monkey King, with Mars tanking Roshan and Pangolier with the Lucky Shot, they have enough. This is a good way to start things off.
If they could get LWW, they finally do. But even that kill is not easy. Salad's not going to make this game easy for them having the Avalanche either. These fights with Telekinesis, Avalanche, Glimpse, Static Storm, Kinetic Field in the arena, just the team fight feels so good for eHome. And they are constantly using these spells off cooldown to get pick off after pick off. 25 kills in 19 minutes just for them is quite a feat so far.
Yeah, they're super active. Monkey finds Brigand's Blade. Will send it back. Does have a Vambrace, so Pango will be picking that one up. I don't think you can ask for anything better.
Ooh, never gets the Starbreaker to slam. Boundless Strike, Wukong's, and they'll have some extra help. Good job cutting down that tree, but there's the spear, and, well, Shang-Chi's in trouble. They got the kill on a TK. They'll have the glimpse back, and it should be another one. Starbreaker again, now stolen. Still finish off Dawnbreaker.
Map is getting smaller. eHome, they want to take this tower. We talked about them not having too much tower damage, but once they bring the numbers, this Living Armor has been trying to delay the game as much as possible. And Dota Plus win probability, 82% for eHome. I thought it would be even higher. Yeah, it's just a difficult one. Ulu farmed his shard, now in a triangle, going into BKB next. You talked about this item synchronization, like double, triple BKB from Aster Ares. It got delayed by so much.
Yeah, I don't know when Dawnbreaker is going to get a BKB. The shard came out from Ulu before the BKB, which I don't hate. because they've got White Album with his BKB, but now, again, this is all to just get LWW, and then you need to leave if you're White Album. Flame Break thrown back at White Album. Now they've got the Arena, the Spear, the Rolling Thunder, the Sword Guardian. They're starting to survive, but do they have the damage? They have the last of the
Tiny with the
multi-shot
big
coming in, the
combo.
Avalanche on a 3. They've also got the Starbreaker. Gust, they'll get the kill on a Zhao Yu, but they'll end up losing the Dawnbreaker. Can they take out the Monkey King with the right clicks and the Hypothermia? He'll finally blow up. So a good fight from Aster Ares. It costs them the Dawnbreaker as well as the Bat Rider, but TK coming in with a clutch Avalanche.
And that was an Avalanche and Toss on 3 of them. Drow Ranger going ham in this fight in terms of damage. This type of a fight is exactly what they need. I thought that Batrider might at one point use Lasso on a Disruptor because he put himself in a bad spot. And Knight, perfect timing. But we see this power of Living Armor, keeping them inside, and also Dawnbreaker. Like, they're very good at counter-initiating and using Lasso. But Pangolier getting silenced and using that Illusion Rune to get out of the trouble. So we see the power of this Drow Ranger shard. I think you're one of the biggest fans. Like, just saying hypothermia.
Yeah, I knew where that was going. I'm a massive fan of hypothermia in-game, not in real life. I don't like being that cold. Red Panda, it's got the Holy Locket. The holiest of lockets, as we don't really see this item too much, but I understand it coming out from the Tree Protector.
This time around, he wants to keep the distance. I would still want him to pick up a Blink Dagger so he can counter-initiate during the Mars Arena and the Wukong's combo. It's going to take time. Needs to be out of the base. It's not that easy game for Treant. If they catch a glimpse of him, then Disruptor might use a glimpse. We talked about Wukong's and also Arena. Arena cutting down the trees. Monkey's cutting them out where he wants to be. But this is a good way of potentially be a start of a comeback. Drow Ranger needs 100 gold for her BKB.
And then you've got the triple BKB timing. You've also now got the Blink Dagger for White Album. Salad being the ward. Oh, Telekinesis Spear, and, well, being the ward works. I say that. BKB right on top of Salad. Lasso. Dawnbreaker with the Solar Guardian. And White Album doesn't die. They should have Glimpse ready to go, but it's on cooldown.
Monkey already used his
Now
BKB.
Static Storm. Drow in trouble. Arena Spear. It's there. It's onto the Drow. No BKB. Was so close to it. But, ooh, his positioning. Ooh, it cost them. Avalanche Toss. Not going to be the damage they need to get a kill on an MKS. They'll lose 3 on what was a good turn to get at least the Rubik, but they are far...
It's
far
it's
gone
just
from the
that
base.
50 gold that Drow Ranger needed to get her BKB, and if she had it, then most likely it doesn't get stunned by Spear, gets a kill on Monkey King. So sometimes missing the timing on your item by so little can mean so much.
Yeah, that was pretty significant. I think if they win that fight there, this game drops back to even. Instead, now it's eHome again breaking through to the other side and now have themselves a 9k lead. And Draug has to get back to that BKB. 50 gold again.
All right, I think this is it. He's going to be able to get it. Level 14 on Drow, level 16 on Monkey King. Big difference. Monkey also going into Aghanim Scepter next. Red Panda underneath his own ward. This should reveal his ward, however.
Telekinesis, and he'll survive for a second, but everybody's here. And that'll be that full axe for Knight. So now he's got that upgrade to the shield crash, which could be very dangerous for Aster Ares. Blink, White Album.
Man, Knight so far, perfect game. I don't think you can ask for anything better from your mid-Pango.
To be involved in 28 of 33 kills. Oh my gosh.
Massive. Holding that Brigand's Blade, so you talked about the Shield Crash talent on 15 plus the Aghanim Scepter. Seems like there's not going to be any kind of response from Aster Ares in this one. They are drawing on a mini-map. It's like, yeah, bro, go in, steal the Aegis. Not sure who's supposed to do it. DK,
Tiny.
maybe.
Yeah. Bad trying to cut the creep wave once again. Back into the trees, this time a TP out. Meanwhile, you've got Shanxi going for a basher for this Dawnbreaker.
I wouldn't mind the C shard picked up on Dawn. Just to have that extra BKB you get out of Mars Arena, you don't get the glimpse back, so... And you save a BKB for a real fight, but use that shard to get out of trouble.
Holding the gold, so maybe thinking about it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I kind of like the Ags in this game for Dawnbreaker. The 60% evasion
Radiant's top tower
in these fights.
It's more of a support item or like 5th, 6th item on a Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I don't know. The evasion is what really piques my interest.
You want to be able to scale in this game, so not really buying stuff for the team. Might get AC eventually. eHome will smoke.
Trying to work with an Aegis here.
They know exactly where Astro Ares is. Inside the triangle, all 5 of them. Monkey's not there. He's the one holding the Aegis. Does have a TP available, however.
See if they break the smoke. They have the ward down, but the smoke's not broken, and that's pretty big for them. Oh, finally, they do see the
they can catch
Pangolier. They're
Knight.
going to go for the lasso. Solar Guardian is the damage in. The BKB's going to be popped by Xiaoyu, who go to the arena. The spear lands under the Dawnbreaker.
Buyback
He doesn't
from
use the
him
BKB just
immediately.
yet. They'll buy back on the Pangolier. They look over his TKT.
Ooh, I don't know about this one,
glimpse.
Chief. This buyback could cost them a lot. This is a big, big win for Astro Ares. Everybody TP'd out to Red Panda. Got the last hit. So sitting at 1,100 gold, which will give him a Blink Dagger.
Wow, yeah.
You got the last hit there.
On a
You would probably want to
10.
give it to someone else considering how this game is going, but whoever gets it, this is fine. I'm really surprised that he bought back there.
Considering the game that he was having, I feel like the buyback wasn't exactly necessary. And now, you see he's queued up Lincolns, but buying back is going to slow that down by a significant amount of time.
Yeah, some pop habits really die hard.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
White Album. Octarine Core in his future. What about Drow? Waiting for Ulu, and he's got the Hurricane Pike. Now going into the Silver Edge.
He recovered nicely. Almost same amount of farm as Pangolier, which is pretty impressive considering that this Pango was sitting at 12-0 and 16. So Dawnbreaker, in the end, deciding to pick up a full Mage Slayer and then a casual Plate Mail, just to be even more tanky. Ooh.
Leaving free gone. MKS going to show himself bottom. Has that Ags now and going into the Basher. Blink. But not really getting good usage out of the Aegis in terms of fighting. But still here to farm. And of course gets a Titan Sliver to fall out of the pockets of these neutrals. So that'll be perfect on the Monkey King. Looking at the neutrals here for the side of the Radiant. They don't have the tier 3s yet, and they're not going to have White Album for a little bit as well. So he'll end up dead. TK following him into the grave because there's nowhere for him to go.
Fighting underneath the ward, getting picked off like that. Now Monkey still holding that Aegis for almost a full minute with the Aghanim Scepter. We'll go for the high ground. But they're picking out bottom. They do not want to enter mid. 50 seconds with no Batrider. He might buy back in this one if they find an opening. Tiny also dead for 25. So this tower seems like it's going to go down.
Ooh, Blink Telekinesis,
Double
Stone
buyback.
Avalanche,
They need to get
BKB
something
now
out of this.
running. They'll go for the Blink, they'll look for the lasso. It's going to be onto the Pangolier. They've got the Solar Guardian. MKS is trying to fight back on this one. Static Storm, but they get the kill on them both. They'll take out Knight. He's dead for 94 seconds. He bought back previously. They got the kill into the Rubik. He's going to buy back as well. MKS with the BKB now needs to run, but TK following Blink. Avalanche toss. It's onto this Disruptor.
What?
He was tossed back to his team.
That's the wrong team.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Should have gotten another one. This is a huge investment into how to win a fight. It's your position 4, it's your Batrider as well. So 2 displacement abilities. Like if you have one available, you can always defend the high ground with. But they invested in both. So next fight, if eHome wins it, should open up the not just one set of barracks, but potentially also another one. Drow Ranger deals some serious amount of damage, getting closer to level 18. Has enough gold to buy either Shadowblade if she wants to, or just a casual Crystallis. I would prefer if Red Panda decided to go for Blink Dagger instead of this Shard. We've seen Shard being very effective when you can farm on the side lanes, but Treant Protector has been sitting mostly in base, and he was very close to it. He was just 300 gold away from a Blink Dagger.
Instead went Shard Gem. He's also the one holding the gem.
We'll probably send it back. He's not going to keep it or give it to Bat. Yeah, that sounds like a better idea.
So that investment, we'll see if it pays off. I mean, I agree with the Blink. Blink Overgrowth in that last fight would have been perfect.
Yeah, just to be able to hold Monkey King in place. Because he was saving that BKB Knight. Does have a full E on disc now. Wants to be able to protect himself. Does not want to get lassoed, killed off immediately. Wants to have that Rolling Thunder.
He wanted Lincolns before that, so instead going to the Aeon Disc to try and survive these fights.
He kind of killed his own game with that buyback, and then died after. Ooh, double damage for eHome.
They need to be careful on Aster Ares. If they see this coming down the line, they'll scan.
Knight will
But
not
these heroes
give
are
him
TPing
bottle,
out.
so double damage activated immediately.
Do they? They don't see him.
Harry, don't move. Red Panda, I think he needs to be on the top lane. Just needs to buy time for his team. Try to risk it to use Nature's Grasp to get the farm up.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe get the Blink Dagger. Double damage on Monkey, still running for... Ooh, quick fingers there. BKB. It's down to 6 seconds, so it's okay.
Also, Disruptor just bought a gem. I'm a little shocked with that, considering he was only 1,000 gold away from the full eggs.
Yeah, maybe the Rubik buying one would have been a better idea. And then you have this big item on top of the arena that you can use. Mars is very close to his refresher as well. He did pick up a shard. We still haven't seen it in the action yet. And now he's going to be holding the gem.
This game doesn't feel too one-sided at the moment. I think there's certainly ability to hold here for Aster Ares. But I don't think you can allow this next Roche to go to eHome for free.
Aster Ares definitely would prefer to take a fight inside their own base, but Roshan, they don't know when it's going to respawn. It's going to be 40 seconds, so they need to smoke outside of the base and try to look for a fight. Giving this Shard and Aegis might seem like too much. DK does have Eon Disc for himself, which he will assemble if necessary, and most likely it's going to be. Interesting build from MKS. He's going for Arcane Blink build, so wants to be able to use the Blink Dagger and pop that Wukong's.
Interesting. See the timing on that, and if he does complete it.
I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Scotty if he eats, because he committed with the Blink Dagger. Maybe I would prefer if that's a Scotty. You are playing against a Drow Ranger, all this healing that we mentioned from Treant Protector, Dawnbreaker as well. Dawn finished off AC, so tanking things up for his own teammates. Level 18, Solar Guardian cooldown on 90 seconds now. One problem is whenever you play Batrider in a losing game, you don't get to control the runes, and you love to have haste. You love to have arcane, even invis.
Hasn't really had much control of the power runes recently. Throughout the entire game. In a Roche they go, so they're going to start this one off. They have Wukongs, they have Arena, so jumping into this pit is a little bit dangerous. Avalanche stolen immediately, Telekinesis. Now the Avalanche thrown back, and it's going to be popped on TK. Can't get out with the Ogre Seal Totem thanks to the kinetic field. Toss up into the
He
air
brought
on the
back
Monkey
in the
King.
previous fight.
Now they've got the lasso, Solar Guardian. TK's finally going to drop. They've got the Static Storm down. Do they have the damage to get the
There's
kill
the
here? They've got the
Overgrowth.
Overgrowth coming out as Monkey King's going to drop. They get the kill there. The Venn
Buyback from
diagram's
him.
being made with the arena, but they've got the glimpse back onto this Shanxi Dawnbreaker, who try to TP out. Spear lands. Flamebreak hits on LWW. They've got 4 heroes in, and the buyback used by Monkey King is probably going to allow them to get Roche.
This should secure them. Roche saving the buyback there. They need to heavily invest to get a kill on Monkey because he's super tanky, and this Aegis should belong to them. Problem that we mentioned, Tiny not having a buyback there, and also I'm not a big fan of this E on this. I would prefer if this is a 4-staff instead. He thought that Ogre Seal Totem is gonna save him, but not enough. Like, you see the power of the Drow Ranger. Positioning from Ulu has been really good, fighting from the high ground, fighting underneath the ward, but then Mars Arena comes and stops the damage from coming in. Another double damage. Just spawned, so that's gonna be another one for Monkey, and he did pick up the shard, so that means that upgraded Boundless Strike.
Yeah.
He can jump on top of Drow immediately with the Boundless.
This double damage, that's probably the game plan.
I am mighty.
The Obs here just not getting cleaned up. Panda Sentry down, and he'll show. Get rid of the vision, get himself a bit of gold, and you still want him to get that Blink Dagger, but he is sitting
1,000
ways
gold
out.
away. Drow Ranger, I think you need to invest all of your gold. There's no point to save for a buyback here. You need to deal as much damage as possible. Break that Monkey King, break that Mars.
Ooh.
Red Panda trying to buy time. Where's the gem at?
Not close enough. Mars has got it. He's looking for the Lincolns, and Boots travel for the Pangolier. That's going to be next on the agenda. Witchbane, which could hurt TK with that Aeon Disc.
It's a big one. It also deals ton of damage with Swash. Penguins just have way too many good items, like Lance of Pursuit, Brigand's Blade, then Mindbreaker on tier 3, then you get Witchbane, even Penta Edge Sword. There's always something that he loves to use. MKS already inside the base.
Is under attack.
Set of racks in trouble. Meanwhile, Salad, he's got himself the Aeon Disc, the Lasso. Sword Guardian, Salad coming forward. MKS goes to the Wukong's command. They have the Overgrowth. They miss the Spear. Toss back out of the circle. The multi-shot, the Rolling Thunder, it hits onto Ulu. He needs to be careful. They got the kill onto the Dawnbreaker. They'll take out TK. Neither have buyback. White Album already used the Lasso. And Aeon Disc is going to be popped on Salad. They've got the Glimpse. They'll have the Spear. They should be able to
They
kill
lost the
off
gem
White
as well.
Album, and that will be the gem of the deck. It's got buyback. Aeon Disc also popped on Knight. But they will get these heroes out.
Gem's still there to be picked up. It's being pinged out by LWW. Ulu needs to be careful. This is a bit of a weird initiation because they didn't land their spells properly. There's supposed to be another toss, and the Drow Ranger, I did mention that she needs to invest all of her gold into damage. With her having Crystallis there and a full Silver Edge, maybe they could have gotten the kill on Monkey. Because if you lose a fight and you buy
Just
back, you're already in a
multi-shot
bad spot.
Ooh, Avalanche on a 3, but they've got the BKBs. Ooh, gets the Aegis from the Monkey King. White Album with the BKB of his own. He's got Lasso in 2 seconds, so can they control anybody up again? White Album going and trying to go out and around.
Another double buyback, same timing. Batrider and Tiny buying back into the game 2 times already.
eHome, 21,000, but they're not exactly making this finish look all too easy.
Well, playing into Tiny and Batrider, repositioning tools, still gonna respect those 2 abilities.
Can they get a Lasso off onto the Monkey King now that he's got this Lincoln's? Help back on getting that Arcane Blink. Still wants it, though.
This is a good Lincoln's pickup. They don't have an ability to pierce this Lincoln's width.
They have to, like, break
Nothing.
it with Force Staff or something.
Yeah, which they don't have. There's one on Drow Ranger, but she's definitely not doing it.
Oh, gosh. And now they've got the Ags on Disruptor, so I think of that. And another Linken's. Yeah, you can make this Monkey King pretty unkillable, I would say.
It's a good way of sieging. You drop one Linken's on him. Like, you don't even need, because there's literally nothing other than the Hurricane Pike on Drow Ranger to pierce it. I see Tiny trying to get the Yule Scepter, so that's something. That's a good way to start things off. Rubik holding on to Timeless Relic. Doesn't have a spell stolen for now, but...
You could just drop Static Storm in the arena. I think you're pretty set.
Drow Ranger, 5,000 gold on her.
Yeah, not buying out. Oh, there it is. There's the buyout.
For a moment, I thought she was thinking about getting the Divine Rapier, but it might just be too risky. It's investing all in. If you die, game's pretty much over.
Yeah, it's tough. In the last fight, the Pangolier was able to get on top of Ulu. Didn't kill the Drow, but buying Divine Rapier is a little bit sketchy in a situation like that. Trying to get Drow as high as possible in terms of levels, so picks up that Tome and maybe
eventually you'll get to
25.
that level 25, exactly, with the marksmanship chance. But still, having level 20 talent, the Drow Ranger talents are really good. He decided to go with the Gus self-move speed talent, which is a bit of a weird one, I would say. It's I've seen players pick it up when they need to keep the distance. Like, it does allow them to kite slightly more with it.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about Refresher for White Album. I don't know if I really want that double up. Like, I almost want to say maybe the Ags would be better. But the Lasso Aeon Disc that gets popped, Static Storm's down. It's onto the supports. They'll go to the Rolling Thunder, and they've got themselves the Shield Crash upgrade. So Red Panda dies immediately. TK, his Aeon Disc kept him alive for a second longer, but he's going to be dead, and he had that buyback already used. BKB comes out from MKS. He's level 25. He's got that extra additional Wukong's Command
And the Shard from
Circle.
Monkey.
And the Shard with the Balanced Strike, he jumps on top of Ulu.
Middle tower is under attack.
They
Refresher
are
from
fighting
Xiao Yu.
outside of the base. Like, base is your ally. You should use it to your advantage. Drag them into tier 4 towers, potentially the toss back, and hold them there. Tiny did buy back in the previous fight, so he's going to be dead for a very long time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 3 mid.
Tower has fallen.
Let's see. BKB, Xiao Yu, Spear lands. Zulu doesn't have a BKB, so he is dead.
Does have buyback, needs to use it. Otherwise, this game looks pretty dunzo.
Overgrowth stolen, and they will get the Solar Guardian to keep alive Red Panda, but the Swashbuckle and MKS in. Well, they'll take out Red Panda. The BKB is there for the Dawnbreaker, trying to at least get LWW, but the Balanced Strike jumping over to the other side. They'll buy back on Ooh, but it's a little bit too late. Dawnbreaker buys back Gust. Multi-shot.
Static
There's
Storm.
the Static Storm. No BKB. Ooh's in trouble. Ooh's going to die after the buyback. They will get the kill onto the Drow, and that should be the game for eHome to even the series up at 1. Looks all but inevitable now as they'll just go towards top.
I'm really surprised that they decided to take this like smoke fight outside of the base and just fight her, because you have Drow Ranger as well. You want her to sit from far away and use that Batrider dropping low. Big Wukongs.
Yeah, it's a huge circle. Dawnbreaker still gonna die. Did for 2 minutes. They'll buy back on both supports, but all they have is TK and White Album to try and defend the base. Lasso, Avalanche, and MKS is dead for 2 minutes. Okay, so maybe something doing as they look at Salad, who bought back Aeon Disc, and the toss away. I think that was meant for White Album. Arena, Spear, God's Rebuke, down goes the Bat, dead for 2 minutes. Roche up in 10 seconds, not sure that's gonna matter with the Aeon Disc, and now, well, TK, he'll be the
They're dead for a very long
next
time.
one to
2
die.
minutes on Batrider, Drow Ranger, 30 seconds. Seems like they think they have another fight in them. And like,
Alright.
this should be also playing against the Mega Creep, so... Train Protector, one-man army. Let's see if he can hold.
One chance, one opportunity. Lincoln.
Oh, Knight blinks.
BKB, Zhao Yu, and Stolen Overgrowth. Now everybody's dead. Ooh is going to be back up in a second, but by himself, I don't know what you do here. And there are the Mega Creeps.
Does have a shard on Drow Ranger, so he does okay in terms of the Mega Creeps. Dawnbreaker is also okay-ish, nothing spectacular. But yeah, playing into Mega Creeps and to see the damage done, Pangolier, 41,000. He was off to a really good start. That one buyback did set it back slightly, but other than that, Knight pretty much having a perfect game.
51 kills for eHome, and Pangolier has been a part of 45 of them. How has he still stayed within under 10 on kill participation? Like missed kill participation. That is insane. Roche. Anybody gonna try and defend? Probably not.
They
Refresh
can't leave
shard.
the base, so it's got to be a refresher. So potentially 3 arenas drop, like 2 static storms and 2 arenas. You can choose what you want to go for.
This is a very slow 45-minute rush.
There was
Here's
no
Monkey
Monkey King as soon as he joins. Things do get a lot easier. Let's see who picks up that refresher. Gonna be Monkey. So with this Arcane Blink, he can blink in, pop that Wukong's immediately. He did hit level 25. We saw how big it is in the previous fight, and can zone them out. But then again, you are sieging tier 4 towers, a lasso, tossbacks into the fountain.
I remember when drafts like this were very strong, the circles drafts. Oh, Boundless Strike jumping to the other side. Spear onto the tier 4 tower. There's the Wukongs as well as the arena. They've got the lasso with the BKB, but Zhao Yu, well, he doesn't get pulled back into the base. They'll get the kill onto the Dawnbreaker as well as TK. TK buys back. Another one used by this Tiny. Ooh, not inside the Wukongs, but the Boundless Strike
again,
and
Aeon
TK,
Disc,
Aeon
last
Disc.
second.
Now they've got the arena once again around on 3. They go to the Overgrowth. They've got the Static Storm. Spear onto multiple heroes. These 3 heroes are here. The Aeon Disc popped on the Drow, and MKS inside the base. It'll be a full team wipe and GG called as eHome even the series up at 1.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, this Pango has popped off completely in this game. eHome bringing in numbers. Like, there was one time at the bottom lane where they brought 5 heroes to a fight. They got the tower afterwards. In terms of tower damage, they had a bit of an issue, especially playing into Treant Protector, but they made it work. They were very aggressive. I'm starting to become a Mars believer again after this game. Like, I feel like he has a bit of a slower start to the game compared to some other offlaners. Doesn't buy team fighting items, plays for himself, but he did pick up a Blink Dagger and started to play with the team immediately. And a lot of value from this glimpse. We've seen it time and time again in this game, where just providing vision. You have really good vision with the Thunderstrike. You have Pango rolling in. Mars is also there in the front line. Same goes for Monkey King. So a lot of value as well coming out from that glimpse, which did set up a lot of the kills.
Yeah, a lot of kill participation there for the Pangolier. You talked about that fight over bottom. It was like 10 kills in that fight over bottom, and that was, what, 7 of them being from Aster Ares. They did not come back after that point in the game, and well, eHome, they even the series up at 1 to break down game number 2. We've got the panel. Take it away.
We're going to have a big chat about this one because eHome just ran at Aster Ares and they did not stop to an extent. It was stalled out a little bit. There was... it took a while for them to close it out. I feel like they could have closed it out significantly earlier with how much tempo they were putting on. But it was insane all the way from, what, the 8-minute mark. We saw a fight travel from mid down to bot, sort of just taking fight after fight on the side of eHome.
Do you think that it's kind of strange and different when actually you have a mid laner to play with? Like, the game is completely different.
Crazy!
Yeah, like the way they played with Pango, he was involved. Like, I remember when they had 30 kills in the game, he was involved in 28. Like, a completely different performance by him, and overall just a team that had so many things, so many synergies going together. I said the draft is 10 times better. I stand by that statement.
Oh, didn't you follow it up with you still thought Aster Aries was going to take it?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
That
Not
was
me.
I said that I thought Aster still had a good
Okay,
lineup.
a good chance. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know who said it, but for you, Sheep, how did you see this game play out?
I think it went very differently for Aster Aries. If you look at the comparison of last game, there were stacks in the triangle, for example, for Bat Rider to help him get ahead. That didn't exist this game. He also had a different focus. He decided that he wanted to rotate to the top lane to kill Monkey King, and he got that kill. But what was happening in the meantime was Pango was just free farming mid and sort of got ahead of Bat, actually. And you talk about his kill oh my god, English. Participation. It is because they weren't pressuring him. They weren't bringing Tiny mid. They weren't trying to go for the Pango kill. They valued the Monkey King more, which I think may have been a big mistake in their early game decisions.
Yep. Usually you want to focus the playmaker more than anything else early on because he will be the biggest issue in the mid game. That's what like one of those things that should be top 10 things to know about Dota, like for every single team. If you're pressuring it doesn't matter. Like you can kill the carry 5 times early on. If he gets that Battle Fury, eventually he will come back because there will be enough space made by the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they just made so much space on the side of eHome. When we look at this leaderboard and we see these score lines, are you guys just going to hand it straight on over MVP to the Pango?
Yep, I think it's fair to give him the MVP. He did have, for me, he was also the culprit, the reason why this game lasted as long as it did. Because I
Okay.
had the feeling that they had it much earlier on, and then he got caught in the triangle fight when they got the Aegis, they left the monkey on the tier 2 top lane, and then they did this neat little smoke towards their own tier 2 on the other side of the map, with monkey just being able to TP to the tower. Pango gets caught, killed off, and he instantly buybacks. Like that buyback literally gave Aster Aries a new opportunity, like a breath of fresh air, and some new hope, some chance that if they kill the Pango in the next fight, they can come back.
Yeah.
So it kind of made eHome scared of taking any unnecessary engagement from that moment onwards. But overall, this guy was on fire. Like he had an Aghanim so early on, like he was just dishing way too much damage.
Yeah, I think that you just mentioned, the play from Aster Aries, sorry, was probably the best thing that they did in that entire game.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think eHome did a pretty good job of sort of locking them into the base. They took it very slowly because they didn't want to mess up. But for example, like Aster Aries, I think later game, you look at the smokes they did to try and leave their base. They are on eHome's side, just standing around a high ground ward, cliff ward, waiting for them. When that smoke breaks, they're completely fine. I think Bat even lassoed an Eon Disc Rubik, so everything just sort of fell apart. I think Aster Aries just found it way too hard to find their way back in, and eHome just did a really good job of making sure they didn't give them that many opportunities. That one on the triangle, it was just like, it caught them way off guard,
Yep.
and that was the best that they got.
Well, it was nice to see eHome really step it up here. A little bit concerning for Aster Aries. We want to see some consistency come out from them. We want to see what they had in game number 1. But for now, we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, it'll be game number 3. welcome back. Our series between Aster, Aries, and eHome here has gone to a game number 3. eHome sort of ran over Aster Aries there in game number 2. Definitely at the start and didn't really give them too much of a way back in. But if we want to see Aster Aries stay in contention for Division 1, right? If they lose this, they will be relegated. So if we want to see them with a fighting chance to stay in Div 1, what are they going to have to change it from Game 2? What do you want to see them take from Game 1 again?
I feel like maybe
Not the Tiny? Maybe the Tiny?
not the tiny was fine. Maybe some more pressure to be applied on the mid lane instead of on the safe lane. I think that would be a
So
really good
you
part of
found
it.
out in like both games that each team's downfall was really the mid lane.
Well, Aster Aries is definitely like eHome's definitely like
Okay.
in the first game when they shut down the mid lane, it looked completely different. Also, some more damage to come from one of their supports. Like
Okay.
They were a bit too defensive in that last game, in my opinion. Like their lineup was way too defensive. They tried to cover it up with the Dawnbreaker last pick, but that just wasn't it.
Yeah, I felt really bad for the Dawn because of how hard her lane was, and when you have passive supports that can't play with you super hard, what the heck are you doing, bro?
Because I mind the play again. That was good.
But it felt terrible, right? Because you have a Dawnbreaker who's like your last pick. She's not getting to play her game, and also she's not being able to scale properly. You see Deso on these heroes for a reason. It's because it allows her damage to like go with the game. Instead, he's having to buy a Mage Slayer and basically just can't do anything. The game goes later, his heal becomes negligible.
Yep.
Just was pretty underwhelming.
My idea was, okay, if they are picking the Dawnbreaker, she'll be getting the Deso, you'll be able to take objectives with her. But then again, at the same time, yeah, it's a little bit too much to ask from her.
Aster is having the exact same opening. It's going to be Tiny and then closing it with Bat, whereas eHome, Tusk and DP this time around.
So. Yeah, they
Hey.
Sup. Yeah, Tusk and DP, nothing like. I think both of these openers are kind of similar in power level. Maybe it's a little bit easier to draft the DP and the Tusk because you don't really have to cover them with anything. Meanwhile, on the side of Aster Aries, you have to cover the Bat after picking him up in that first stage.
Yep.
So because of that, eHome's draft is a little bit more open, but I don't want to see the Tusk on mid lane again. Like, just pick a mid laner that deals well with
Okay,
that.
so you're hoping this is the off lane, most likely,
I
or are
would
you
yeah.
kind of okay if the DP went mid?
I would like to see this being the offlane.
Okay.
Yeah.
It blows my mind they didn't go for the Pango again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had a really good performance.
It did. It was amazing. And they opened with the same hero on Aster. Like, I'm not sure if they just feel like they won't get away with it a second time. Like, maybe they were aware of, like, oh, maybe Bat didn't pressure us enough on mid. He might change that up for the third game. But
They have pick now. Like, they could literally Bloodseeker ban into Pango pick.
yeah.
Like, it's an option for them. But the other bans that they've made don't really scream, yeah, we're protecting the Pango here, right?
Yeah.
I still like to see it. From Aster Aries, they only banned out the Quap. Actually, the Quap and the Slark. Okay, so there isn't too many left in the pool to deal with the Batrider and the way that they play around it.
They felt like the Disruptor was an absolute annoyance. They banned it out.
I actually hope eHome win now, just so I can ask them
About
about their opening this game.
Oh, why they didn't run it back with
Yeah.
the Pango. That's fair.
If they lose, I'll be
That's a good
so mad. So mad. Gosh
Okay,
damn.
so they banned out the Magnus. Is this a Nature's... Like, why would you pick a Prophet into Bat? Like, I don't think... Nature's Prophet, by the way. I'm just thinking about the reasoning behind the Magnus ban, that's all. Like, most of the time we see the Magnus being picked up into the Prophet, Nature's Prophet, because it's just a strong lane, and then it activates the hero not only in the lane, but post the lane. Like, there's too many heroes that are, like, they're specifically good versus some heroes in the lane, and they offer a lot post the laning stage. So you pick them early on, you pick them versus these heroes, and they give you that late game potential. Magnus is, I believe, one of those.
I don't think Magnus is like, you can only play into natures though.
It isn't only into natures. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it makes his toolkit work at every point in the game.
For sure. It's just, I think that more importantly, it really activated their lineup because they were able to just get so far ahead in net worth. Like, they wanted to pick the Shadow Demon. I'm guessing then they felt like Magnus would just deal well with whatever they're about to come out with. I don't know. I liked how they ran it in the first game. I think if you want to avoid that situation, the ban makes sense.
And the SD is good for them against the bat. The SD is good as a soft protection to the Death Prophet as well, so they don't pick it, right? There's two reasons for that. And yeah, truth be told, that Magnus plus Ursa was pretty scary, so maybe you didn't want to give that combo away once again.
Yeah.
A lot of fire though. Like we
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, we already saw the
Ares rolling it
feeding.
back, yeah.
Same opening for
By the
game
way,
2, but
this was always one of my favorite combos, like the Tiny plus Phoenix.
Okay.
It's just a hero that covers you. You cover each other's weaknesses on 4 and 5 very, very well. Like everything that Phoenix gives is overtime, team fight, long cooldowns. Everything that Tiny does is protect Yag, short cooldowns, ins and out. Like he jumps in, starts the fights off, initiation. So yeah. They cover each other's bases. Best buddies.
best buddies. A better support duo than game number 2 then in your eyes.
Yeah, for sure.
Were you thinking about what they had in game 2?
No. I was just thinking if you're asking me if they're the support duo or if one of them is going to be the core, but
I mean, that's, yeah, you know, pose one Tiny still on the table, right?
probably not. Yeah.
Unlikely.
Very
Surely,
unlikely.
guys, come on,
Yeah.
come on.
What's happening here for Ares? Like they can just pick off the offlaner right now.
I
What-
think this Phoenix is a very odd pick. Whilst I like it for every reason you just said, it is another hero that does damage that Shadow Demon is just going to be able to purge off, which is why I'm guessing this is more of just like a pick focused on either how they want to play team fights, where they just jump and they have egg and they have lasso and there's nothing, you can't deal with both things at the same time, or like they're going more Sunray focused, where it's like, okay, you have an SD, you ult a carry, we're just going to make sure that they stay alive. I can't tell who's the core here between Tiny and Snapfire.
I think it's
I think
Snap.
it's Snap.
Yeah, Snap on the offlane with the Tiny support, and eHome do get a Pango once again.
Okay.
Sure, why not, right?
Yeah, it's
There's,
fine.
is there a way for them to counter it now? Like, there's still Bloodseeker left in the pool for Ares. Like,
Not for long.
Not
it's
for
gonna
long,
be
most likely.
protected
Yeah,
for
it will
sure.
be banned out.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that Pango in the Chinese region is like they don't value it that much, and the hero is insane. I'm saying they don't value it. They're picking it, but they're picking it in like last pick of the second stage.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily see this very often in Europe.
I think it really could go back to what you were saying, Sheep, where it's like they were afraid it was going to be punished. It still ended up looking like a really good Pengu game by the end of this phase. What is Pengu weak against, right? Like, we know the Bloodseeker is a direct hero counter, but what is it about him that we could potentially see in another hero that Asta Ares could pick up and shut down?
There isn't anything like that.
I
There
mean-
is only one Rupture in this game.
Pango suffers to instant jump. You see, for example, there was a game that Game in Gladiators played where Quinn was on the Pango, and I think they ended up winning this game, so what can you do? But like, they had silences and instant stun, and just were able to find and locate him every fight and start on him, because he doesn't buy anything that purges silences and stuff anymore. He used to go the Yule's build, but that's been very outdated for a long time now, and he doesn't like to go defensive items until late, when he might buy an Eon disc. So until that time, he is susceptible to jump. If you can start a fight like that, I think you're pretty easy on Aster. The only problem is eHome, he's going to have a Shadow Demon just sitting behind him.
Shadow Demon and
Ready to
Tusk.
And
Protect him.
Tusk, yeah, exactly.
You have 2 saves,
Yep.
which usually you have 1 at least, right, in your team, or you're supposed to. You want to have 1, but they do have a lot of catch and blow up potential on Ares. Like you have the Tiny, you have the Bat Rider, so there's that. If you can kind of eliminate the Shadow Demon threat, like you could be able to deal with Pango as well. Yesterday we saw Shadow Demon plus TB. It's still an option. Kind of dangerous, obviously, into the Bat, into the Phoenix, but into the Snap as well. I take everything back.
Yeah,
That hero doesn't
maybe.
exist.
It's just
Plug it from the mind.
way too much AoE damage. Yeah, like these built-in BKBers and skirmishers would be much better, but they're all banned out more or less.
I don't know who you're meant to pick here, because Snap is actually like deceptively very strong laner, and Shadow Demon I think might not be a strong enough support to help fight into the Snapfire Tiny. So
Yeah.
the carry needs to be quite.
Well, they still have the last pick, right? So
Strong.
you're looking at Aster Ares carry first, something that lanes into the DP plus Tusk, And that also has to be kind of strong.
Yeah.
And you're laning with the Phoenix, who's also not the greatest laner. There's not a ton of catch on eHome. Sniper, Drow come to my mind. Like,
Yeah.
you're playing into a Tusk, but what can you do?
I think eHome could look at a hero like Weaver. Not super massively popular, but I just think that they have... Their stuns are a little bit easy to play around.
So this did cross my mind, but at the same time I felt that, okay, you can jump on top of them. It's good way of... Look, it's kind of... It's not only about having Spectre as a carry, it's having Haunt versus the Shadow Demon with the Batrider. Like, it's kind of how it all synergizes. You're giving vision for your initiators to start fights. And because of that, it might be a little bit easier for them. But is eHome the sort of a team to... No, never mind. Viper first phase banned. First ban, literally.
Just straight up taken out from the start.
Yeah. The Spectre should be fine. Like, you buy this 9 mangoes, whatever the hell it is Skater does nowadays, and you just
I reckon you limit
regen.
test, and we see 12 this game.
Oh my god, what a beautiful build. I think he should be fine against DP Tusk in terms of just farming. The lane's not like super strong or anything, you're not pressuring, and I think when DP hits 6, you are just going to see heroes come down there and just start to push the tower and force Spectre out.
You can dagger over the shards as well, right? Like, you can
Yeah, he should be good.
escape Tusk's initiation, so it's one of those heroes that doesn't get threatened by him. I was thinking either heroes that keep range, distance from him, so he can't get on top, or heroes that don't care about the shards. But there aren't many heroes that don't care about the shards in the lane. On the safe lane, that is.
It feels kind of bad though, giving a Spectre like into a Shadow Demon. The fights will probably just start with him getting gone on with Horn, and then he just disrupts the Spectre. I guess maybe that's a good thing though, because then it means that you can lasso freely.
I mean, disruption
But-
on the Spectre is pretty solid as well.
Nice, yeah. What the hell? New hero! New hero!
Well, they opened up their bag and they dug deep to find that one break.
To find the
left
worst hero in the pool,
They're
yeah.
just pushing everything else aside, and they're like, no, not this, not this.
Okay.
Sheep, you've been calling for PA. I reckon
I
pretty much
have.
all tour.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You finally see it.
Okay, so
Aster Ares in Division 1.
yeah, no, I'll be real. Like, I love PA, so I'm gonna like bat for her here. She's got the break versus Spectre. She's gonna have this potential to kill in lane. Potential to kill? I'm saying potential because Snap hates it when someone sits on her, but also when someone gets on top of her, she presses Scatter Blast and you lose half your health, and I think PA's gonna hate that.
Yep.
I really think PA's gonna hate her life.
Good. Yeah, you already said that Snap is a deceptively strong laner.
Yeah, no,
so-
I can't bat for the PA. This is a
Okay.
horrible pick. The
Oh,
lane, the lane
no.
sucks. The game sucks. PA sucks, and
No,
you just
no.
wipe Blade Mail
No,
on
you-
Spectre, and then PA doesn't do anything.
You go eHome, all other 4 heroes are going to make space for PA. They're going to stack. She's going to get to free farm. I have no idea.
You're right. You're right. Lizard, what do you think?
Are you going to try and bat for eHome with us?
What?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
I think this PA, like, you have Lucky Shot to play with, and that's about it. There are no buffs for the PA. I just don't see it working. Like Sheep said, Blade Mail 2.
Yeah.
Break, yeah, sure, but the hero is that for a reason.
Sad.
That's a rough note to end this panel on. We'll see if hopefully Bcop and Lacoste can hype up the PA or give eHome a little bit of hope.
Woo! PA! Yeah!
Hell yeah.
Hype! Oh, yeah. I mean, I know how to fake hype things, and I will hype this PA. 1.8% pick rate, 0% win rate. But it's time to change those numbers. Whether it's up or down, we'll see. I don't know. Thoughts?
Might have a slow entry to this game, considering that you are playing the Snapfire Tiny. A lot of burst damage coming out from these 2 heroes. You're also playing into Batrider from a mid lane that can't easily rotate on you. But then again, we've seen Pango in the previous game. We've seen how much space Pango can make. Knight will be playing it one more time. When it comes down to like break mechanics that Panel talked about, you will pick up a shard later on. Maybe Shadow Demon gets the farm, so farm finds that farm for Aghanim Scepter.
30
Also
seconds
another
to
break mechanic. There's a lot of damage running around coming out from this like Dead Prophet Exorcism, Shadow Demon with the Shadow Poison and Pango rolling. Disruption level 1.
Shards,
block.
perfect. Scatter Blast, Shield Crash, Avalanche onto 4. But they won't kill the Snap. They don't get that kill there. White Album chasing back MCAS. I'm going to make a wager here. I'm gonna
Do you
say
have to?
no, but I'm gonna make a prediction and say MKS MVP this game.
Okay.
Gonna go off.
Is this like the official Valve MVP after the game ends, or is this like the MVP that we get to choose?
Both. Do lobby games have MVP?
No. Unfortunately not. They should have.
They should.
It would make our job easier.
Yeah, it would. But I think MKS, it's going to be straight domination, as you can see in the lane already.
One scatter blast. DK this time around starting with the Avalanche. Needed to save his Snapfire there, so no surprise. You would definitely want to have tree grab instead to put a bit more pressure, especially since PA doesn't get the point in the early blur. But yeah, also looking at the bottom lane, Ulu will be playing that Spectre. Tusk and the DP, super strong lane. They put a ton of pressure as well. A bit of a different item build. Zhao Yu starting with the Ring of Health, so I guess he wanted to just have a bit more regen against, I guess, Fire Spirits. I haven't seen this build before.
I guess we'll see Avalanche. And the Cookie, MKS, he'll have stick charges to work with. So things are still playing pretty aggressive on MKS, but he's yet to die.
Doing decent in terms of CS. 7 CS, getting very close to Ring of Health, just 300 gold away. So if he keeps CSing like this, getting that Ring of Health, has a couple of tangos. There's 5 tangos available on LWW. So in terms of region, they're going to be okay. As soon as you get to that Ring of Health, the lane kind of shifts. They can still burst you, but if you're at full HP, I think you're going to be fine. Awesome. Good shards, and you can see the pressure on both carries. Spectre 6. I can never find Spectre on the scoreboard in terms of last hit denies with this Arcana. I'm like looking, where is she? Like what's the... I don't know why, it just doesn't stick with me.
What do you think the Spectre looks like? Whether you're just
Like
looking over
the default Spectre model.
What? Wait. Did that courier for Spectre... Spectre has 9 mangoes.
Yeah, this is something that Skeeter started to do.
It's mango time.
11
For Ulu.
HP region sitting underneath the tower, but not much stats, so this could be an issue. Red Panda does have some tangos to work with. Zhao Yu using another Spirit Siphon, trying to drain Ulu from his HP.
Should he just buy 3 more mangoes?
He's fine here.
Spectral Dagger, Zhao Yu. Fire Spirits now has the Snowball. Go back towards Red Panda. So Zhao Yu needs to be careful as Ulu comes over. Zhao Yu not exactly getting much in the lane as he's running away like this. Top lane, level 3 for the PA now. MKS starting to stabilize, 16 CS, and towards the top of the board.
That Scatter Blast hurts down to half HP. Every single time you get close, 2 points, and Scatter right now needs to be careful.
Courier is coming over with that Ring of Health, though. So that will be some good regen for the Phantom Assassin to kind of sustain in that top lane. But we'll see as time goes by if the Phantom Assassin is able to open up the game, especially once they hit level 6 and have that coup de grace to crit these heroes and maybe blow them up. Could we see the return of 1 dagger and I'm kill? Snowball, Salad, swipes the Water Rune. This is probably going to cost him his life, so I don't know how much the Water Rune is worth in terms of giving away First Blood. TK top, Scatterblast hits both, so they can't chase TK.
Not really a trade you want to give. You just gave extra half a level to Batrider, which means that he's going to be hitting 6 sooner than Pangolier, which does allow him to go for this kill on a mid lane. So not really worth it. SD
Avalanche
in
Cookie.
trouble.
And Scatterblast tossed up into the air. Now MKS coming over to trade. Can he kill TK? Fairy Fire. Now MKS. He's got another Stifling Dagger. Phantom Strike in a second. Red Panda, meanwhile, bottom dies to Salad. So they get on the board for eHome. Do have another Cookie and Scatter Blast. They have one or the other at the moment. But MKS now, he's got the infused raindrops. He's going to be shared to Tango. And he'll heal up. So he's still sustaining in this lane for now.
It's enough in terms of sustain in this lane. Ring of Health, Raindrop Stick, shared Tangos, always farming underneath the tower. Trying to force a Cookie. 4 stacks
They
of
have
Shadow Poison,
Yeah,
make
they
it
have the
5.
kill. Set it up. I mean, just kind of playing forward and aggressive with that Shadow Poison, and it's level 2. So MKS, once he hit the dagger and they were able to land another stack, it worked out perfectly. And I think the PA is having a very good lane thus far.
So far, so good. Both her and Spectre, same amount of farm.
Still 9 mangoes for Spectre.
You keep those mangoes most of the time. Like, it does help you jungling as well, going into Blade Mail next. This is going to be very good timing on the Blade Mail, which does allow you to farm the Ancients as well.
Don't you get hungry, though? For some mango?
Wow. Mangoes are always nice. The best ones I had from the Philippines.
Ooh, the dried mangoes?
Yeah.
That should be a new item in Dota. Here it is. B-Cop Ideas coming back. Dried mango. Can be stacked for more mango regen. Toss into the air. Stifling Dagger. Rolling Thunder coming through on 2 of these heroes. Bouncing back. LWW surviving for now. They'll get the kill onto the Snapfire. They'll look over at TK. Bottom lane. Red Panda's also in trouble, so it looks like 3 heroes are going to drop across the board.
Ooh, and Phantom
but
Assassin.
White Album's here. Spirit Siphon, Crypt Swarm, not going to be enough damage to get the kill there out onto the Phoenix, but Zhao Yu will burn away.
Double kill for Phantom Assassin, which is going to get her closer to Battlefield. Let's see if she wants to pick up Power Treads. I think you skip it in this situation right now, because you just got a double kill, and Power Treads, I'm not sure how long you want to stay in this lane anyway. So good start for Phantom Assassin.
About to hit level 6, 1 creep away. You say the MKS doesn't want to stay in this lane, but does Snapfire want to stay in this lane?
Where's she supposed to go? Jungle?
I know, but you're going to start to just get jumped here. MKS is going to gain a lot of confidence if it is going to just be this Snapfire. They get LWW, so White Album getting another kill now on a killing spree, so Shadow Demon gets caught a little bit too far out. Now level 6 just hoping for a crit at 15% chance.
Tiny stacking out the triangle for Spectre. Snapfire, as soon as she hits level 6, Tiny needs to rotate, and they need to try to kill Phantom Assassin with it.
So they do have, Bat Rider coming over. White Album, not enough mana for a lasso. Disruption, MKS. He's got Phantom Strike in a second to get away, but now they're turning this. All of a sudden, you need to be careful on the side of Aster Ares. There's 1 crit. They go to the Haunt. The Avalanche toss MKS. He's in way too far. Rolling Thunder, maybe to clean up some of these kills. They could get the killing spree out of the hands of White Album with this Rolling Thunder, especially just corner locking him. And they get both White Album and the Snapfire for the cost of the Phantom Assassin.
A bit of a misplay there from Master Ares going before. Like, Batrider first doesn't have mana. Snapfire needed 2-3 CS to get that level 6. So could have been better in terms of execution. Phantom Assassin dies in the end. Spectre lives. This is the first Haunt usage as well. And now Spectre with the Blade Mail. 3 points in Dispersion. Will have an easy time jungling. Does have that regeneration we talked about from all these mangoes. Still needs to find a neutral item for herself. Sent the Fairy Trinket back, so Batrider can pick it up. Zhao Yu.
Lasso
Looks pretty
available.
dead here.
Yeah, so the Lasso, Sunray, and Spirit Siphons won't be enough to save Zhao Yu. Tumbler's Toy and Pig's Pull. Falling for neutrals for the side of Eho. Good for Knight, extra 200 mana.
Dire's bottom tower
Pig Pull is also good for the Phantom Assassin with the 6 all attributes.
Just make her more tanky.
So, as the game stands right now, Ehome have a 1K lead, but does it feel like they're leading? So the game so far, or is it just too close to really call at the moment? Like, the laning phase seemed equal, right?
Yeah, it's a 1k gold lead for eHome. Like, these type of games can explode so easily with Phantom Assassin. Once she gets to her Deso timing, 1-2 crits in a fight could just make the... Like, it's just that type of a hero that relies on RNG. But still far away from that Battle Fury. Decided to get Power Treads before
Radiant's bottom
going into
tower
Battle
is
Fury
under
next.
attack.
Knight, bottom lane. Did make a rotation, Arcane Rune running. Usage of the Exorcism should bring it down this tower. Red Panda was thinking about getting there, but in the end, not gonna go for it.
Why not just TP top to try and trade towers?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're coming in. They go after White Album. Walrus Punch. White Album in trouble. Swashbuckle Knight kills off this bat who just TP'd here. Good rotation from eHome, and immediately MKS TPing the mid.
Esther Ares slowing things down. It's like, they need to play a bit more active. This tiny Snapfire combo, they need to play together. They need to be able to get the kills. This Phantom Assassin didn't die a single time to the full combo. We haven't used Mortimer's Kisses yet. Going into what seems to be the item for most of the offlaners these days, like just Guardian Greaves. You can't go wrong with it.
Yeah, Snap not really providing much in this game just yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mech for the Death Prophet a little bit more sustained. Treads picked up for the Spectre. Ulu, who's been pretty much untouched. Lasso, Snowball, and hits White Album. They've got the mech. They'll go for the TP, but they have the stun. Zhao Yu still looking like he's going to die. Blade Mail pop to end up falling. MKS is in. MKS needs to be careful. Because Salad, saved by the disruption. Right clicks from Ulu on MKS. They get the kill there onto a second. Fire Step Cookie. Pango now in trouble. They have the Supernova. Swashbuckle to start running, but here come the Kisses. Tossed up into the air. Kill it off. 3 heroes dead on eHome. And they're going to find LWW2. eHome just die one by one as they all have save your friend syndrome in this fight.
It was a Centaur neutral creep who actually stunned them there. Stopping the TP from Dead Prophet. I was wondering where this stun came from. Sometimes getting griefed by a Centaur, because like you need to have 3 heroes around him. DP tries to TP out and gets stunned. It's like... And this fight's pretty much over. Also, Pango not using the roll there. First using his abilities like Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash, but put himself in a different spot. They do have enough lockdown for him. This toss, this avalanche, a cookie. So many things that can interrupt his Rolling Thunder. So might go in with the Rolling Thunder next time before using the Swashbuckle.
Snowball. And
Salad is now stuck.
Yeah. He's gonna leave via body bag.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they're giving kills here to White Album again. He is 7-2-3, so 10 of 11. You know, a high kill participation in the last game.
Bat Riders are always so active. Like this hero does have a cooldown, 2-minute cooldown on his Flame Lasso level 1. But your Firefly is maxed out, so you can fight every 30 seconds, pretty much.
Panda just trying to slow down MKS getting into this Battle Fury, which isn't too far out, just needs 400 gold. Once he gets to that, we'll see what's next. Maybe, like you said, the Deso, maybe BKB. We'll have to see. We don't see this hero too much. 1.8% pick rate. Not high at all. But from the start that MKS had, a little bit rough, now falling behind both White Album and Ulu.
Once he gets that Battle Fury timing, things are gonna start improving. There are no stacks being made for him. Right now he's just farming inside the triangle. Would definitely love to see some amp up for Phantom Assassin.
How can eHome keep the game close? 2K lead here for Aster Ares is once they get this Ags on Ulu 2, they'll be looking to fight quite often. Blade of Alacrity is the starting point on that Ags for Ulu, of course, with the extra Agi. They have 3 heroes towards top. If they could kill this Spectre, that would be great.
Dire's middle tower
But
is under
they need to get there first. Silence, Snowball, Exo, Rolling Thunder, all to try and kill Ulu, but he's able to haunt and kill LWW bottom. And then
might
goes
even
back
get
towards
MKS.
MKS.
Oh, this could be
Uh-oh.
a bit of a tricky one. Holding the high ground. Mortimer's kisses.
And kisses all coming through
Will
from
snipe MKS.
Snapfire, and MKS is gonna die.
Oh man, Ulu did so much. Like first he gets a chunk of XP from that kill on Shadow Demon, then jumps Phantom Assassin, gets out of the trouble. Level 1 silence from that Prophet. She's slightly under-leveled for this stage of the game. Level 9 on that Prophet. Those 3 deaths actually cost her a lot. Going into Pipe next. Wants to tank up for the team.
The funny thing is, if eHome don't attempt to get that kill on Ulu, he doesn't kill MKS. He only haunts because he's getting chased.
Yeah. Getting griefed. Double damage bottom for Pango. This is a big one. If he can pick it up. DK was thinking about scouting things out to see which Actor Rune spawned. They also used the Exorcism, so not gonna have that much tower damage. Phantom Assassin, Battle Fury done. And a good read there, Red Panda. Not gonna be able to get away from this trouble.
No mana for the Supernova, so they get that kill. Got the Diffusal on Knight, so we'll see how much that helps them when they're draining the mana on these Heroes of Aster Ares. It'll be BKB, then Shard for MKS, so he'll have that break once he gets the Fan of Knives, but how easy is it going to be to get the damage output that they need with BKB Shard, first 2 items?
Breaking Spectre is massive, like Shadow Demon. We talked about him potentially getting the Aghanim Scepter. Doesn't have that much farm, sitting at the bottom of net worth, pretty much going into the Blink Dagger next, so he wants to reposition himself. Blink Dagger, not that big of a value, I would say, in this game, because you are playing into Spectre, which means that your Blink Dagger is going to be cancelled. This is also Spectre that is on top of the net worth, and we'll have that Aghanim Scepter pretty soon, so another way of jumping people. Damage over time, damage on the ground from Firefly and Snapfire Kisses. Lasso.
Ooh, Disruption, maybe saving enough. Kisses again flying through. Knight, ooh, needs to roll away. LWW also surviving. Maybe they turn on Red Panda. They've got these heroes coming back as Knight sipping on that bottle, but has no more sips left, so the teams just disengage. A little back and forth between them both, and now a haste rune to fill up that bottle.
DD and Haste. I don't think you can ask for anything better. White Album doesn't have a BKB. Let's see if they find him.
Radiant's bottom tower
Salad?
is under attack.
He loves to be on a cliff, apparently. Win probability, 66% from Aster Ares. So, Spectre effect, I guess.
Yeah.
She's... Dota Plus loves this hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
it always seems like Spectre gives like an extra 10-15%. MKS picked up the Mithril Hammer. Is there any chance that MKS just goes Deso?
There is a chance. He had it queued up for a moment. Switched to BKB when you talked about it.
Snowball, right click, Walrus Punch, and a kill there for MKS.
Especially if they decide to take a fight. Like if he's the one holding the Aegis, then definitely switches from BKB. Or if he thinks that, you know, might get away with it. There's a lot of burst damage. We talked about Tiny, Snapfire's Kisses, Phoenix, 3 points, and a Sunray. Very annoying for Phantom Assassin to play into, but might still think about getting the Deso first.
TK, Avalanche short, Walrus Punch going the other way. TK now. Toss, and these heroes starting to come back. MKS doesn't want to get beat too far in. There is Shang-Chi on the Snapfire. They also have White Album coming to the side. Stifling Dagger, right clicks, Lasso. It's onto the Phantom Assassin, but is that going to be enough? They've got LWW over to the side ready with the Disruption if need be, but they don't need it. Well, White Album's going to fall here to MKS. They'll go after the Snapfire. Exo, Swashbuckle, and LWW getting the kill on a Shang-Chi. 2 heroes down to the side of Aster Ares. So
Batrider way too deep in. Gets purged by Shadow Demon, slowed down, Exorcism's up and running, so gets him killed. Couldn't get away from that one. Spectre still holding on to Haunt, does have that Aghanim Scepter available. Shadow Step, I want to see them play a bit more active. Tiny does have a Blink Dagger, so him initiating with the full combo and Spectre could get them the kills on supports.
So it will be BKB for MKS, by the way. Held on to a lot of gold and eventually just buys out. And it looks like Shard next. Phantom Assassin's starting to really creep up there in terms of the net worth at the top now. Going to be dangerous as time goes on. Of course, now that level 2 coup de grace, 325% crit damage.
Big numbers. Not as big as they would be with the Deso, but we'll pick it up eventually. Just we'll see if he wants to get a shard first or Deso. Both are fine if he feels like he needs the break. Where's the save? Disruption is available.
They have it. Walrus Punch now
And
on a
the
TK
snowball
goes
as well.
in. Ooh, comes over. That's with the Shadow Step. Snowball save. Rolling Thunder now. Windmill pop by Ulu. They'll blink away. Sunray, Supernova, stunning up 2. Shadow Poison starting to stack up a little bit. They've got the Silence Center, a couple of these here. MKS comes in. Ooh, the Sharks push him up out of the high ground. Kind of disrupting the
Xiao
damage he
Yu's
was
still
putting out,
alive.
but they've got the double kill. It's for MKS. Now they go to the Haunt. But White Album waiting on the side. The disruption once again. MKS, he's looking for the opening to get the kill here on a White Album. Stifling Dagger with the BKB. He'll burn out LWW. It looks like he's still going to die, though, as the coup de grace finishes him off. Triple kill for the Phantom Assassin.
Nice layering of spells from eHome. First the disruption comes in, then the snowball, then another disruption. So they bought so much time. Like in this type of a fight, you would love if Phantom Assassin did have Deso instead of a BKB, because she didn't even use it and would land her like 6 to 8 extra damage. So this Death Prophet, super tanky. Full pipe, has a mech as well. Now Guardian Greaves about to be finished, and you can see Pango Knight getting in, getting some good stun bounces, then blinks away. And they grouped up so much. Swashbuckle on 3 of them.
Oh, he had 5 health.
Yeah, just dead prophet things.
Seriously, how many times are we going to see this? Xiao Yu, not dead, disruption. LWW, he eventually falls, but he gives up his life to save this Death Prophet. That's, how many times are we going to see this? It's just so nuts. Death Prophet with Spirit Siphon. That seems like one of those on the must-nerf list. Walrus Punch, Snowball across both. Now they've got the Rolling Thunder. That's going to bounce back towards Ulu. And Cookie off to the side, trying to run. Rolling Thunder hits again. Swashbuckle, Disarm, trying to run, but MKS is here.
It's time to go Roche. They do have Exorcism. Let's see if they even want to pop it. With 1 point in tag team, they might think about it. They did not want to risk anything. 40 seconds without Spectre. They will use it. They have superior vision right now. 4 Observer wards. 1 on the high ground is going to get rewarded by Red Panda, but this should secure them Roche. TK jumping in.
He should survive a little bit longer with the disruption. Enough to get the Aegis and maybe turn this around. LWW doesn't go down because they've got Guardian Greaves. Walrus Punch out of the Snapfire. Cookie to get away, but Shards block his path. That means, well, they'll lose Shanxi again. Xiao Yu still with that Exorcism running, and these heroes just cannot leave on Aster Ares. It's starting to really break open for eHome.
Level 17 Phantom Assassin from this one. Spectre, like, she didn't get any last hits. She has 0, 1, and 9 score, which is not what you want to see. Like, he was off to a really good start, but this Phantom Assassin ramped up the farm way too quickly with that Battle Fury. Now 5k gold lead.
Ags next, by the way, for Phantom Assassin with the upgrade on Blur. MKS, this PA may not have a victory yet, but it might be coming soon. They'll go in, they've got the Snowball coming over, and they've got the lockdown. It's onto the Spectre, they've got the Rolling Thunder. They should be able to get the kill on it. Ooh, pops the Blade Mail, doesn't care with the coup de grace. They get the kill out of the egg. They look over at White Up. This is going to be 3 heroes dead, make it a 4th. They bought back already on TK, who's going to blink away, but they've got the Avalanche as well, so Toss is not going to get the kill on the Salad. Snowball surviving, going the other way, away from TK. This is a problem. A break with the Fan of Knives. TK not a fan of it. He'll die. Ultra kill for MKS.
If you could break Tiny, remove his grow, and then he
turns
like
tiny
just
again.
shrinks. But this should be a tower. This was Deso pickup from MKS and
10 charges
10 charges immediately. Yeah, that's not off to a
wow.
high ground. 30 seconds on that EXO. Let's see if they want to poke. Maybe they're gonna give respect to Batrider's lasso. Like him blinking in gets deleted immediately. Like you can't even use lasso on Pango here because you don't have enough damage to kill him. And Shadow Demon, LWW, he realizes who he needs to purge in these fights. It's the Batrider to cripple his movement speed. And gets another one. Now 12 Deso charges.
And he's almost got the axe.
Yeah, might even go for another one.
PA is out of control.
Yeah, having that Dispel is pretty nuts, especially against the Batrider, and also resetting your abilities so you can get in one more time. Another tier 2 tower, EXO, is now available.
And there they go.
Radiant's middle tower.
Glyph used. Phantom Assassin going to send that courier over to the secret shop, just 1,200 gold short. And this is a tier 3 likely to fall. No haunt, by the way. They do have Shadow Step if Spectre wants to come through to join. There's a double damage sitting and waiting bottom for somebody to take as well. Lasso. PA is going to lose that Aegis. They got the kill on the TK, though, so how do they control this hero once again? Cookie, down to the bar.
Right.
BKB, now the Supernova. They're going to start to run back. Ooh, coming through. That's going to be with the Shadow Step. Phantom Knives, Phantom Strike over to Salad. They back away. LWW with the Disruption.
Can he blink out?
Kiss is on the ground. LWW still surviving and will
even
now
need to.
start to run and blink away.
You'll need to be careful about this toss plus lasso. This is the same thing that the eHome had. Never mind, that Astro Ares had in the previous game. But didn't execute really well this time around. It was really good. Toss back lasso near the tier 4 towers, removing the Aegis.
Now they're going to have double damage, though. And it's bottled. They passed MKS the bottle. You just get Ags and go.
I think it's time. Yeah, you don't need to commit. You're not gonna slow siege because this is the opportunity for Astro Ares to come back into the game. You want to take a fight, kill a tower when they respawn, go back, keep repeating this until Roshan respawns again. 15k gold lead, 27 minutes into the game.
It really broke open. PA just cleaned up kills and got out of control with nobody in the rearview mirror. And already has the Morbid Mask
94.
into the Satanic.
And we thought Dota Plus loves Spectre. There's this late game menace, Phantom Assassin. Once you get to this shard, like right now, he has 4 items pretty much on Phantom Assassin, but this can be so much
Salad.
more.
Blink, Walrus Punch, going to the Snowball. These heroes are going to start to TP back. Phantom Assassin has double damage. Phantom Knives.
2,000 crit.
2,000 and 2. It's not the current year, but it's the damage coming out for the PA. MKS with a double damage. Phantom Strike, Avalanche on a 4. They're going to jump in. Ooh, coming in with a haunt. They've got the Walrus Punch inside of the Spectre once again. Snowball, Exorcism, Kisses coming through, but TK's going to fall. They will go over at Red Panda to take out this Phoenix, and now they'll look over the Spectre using this Shadow Step to jump back and forth, but Ooh's gonna fall. MKS gets the kill. They've got buyback available on the Spectre. Here's the Swashbuckle, another crit from MKS. He is beyond godlike.
And they're
GG.
gonna call it.
eHome's gonna take the series on a reverse sweep, 2-1. This PA never looked back.
And she never looked bad as well throughout this whole game. It was the laning stage, got to Ring of Health, got to Battle Fury timing, BKB showing up to a fight where she was necessary. And this one fight with double damage was just like game's over pretty much. Like they got out-farmed heavily. That Prophet got shut down in the laning stage, but she recovered. I liked the itemization going for Guardian Greaves, which is pretty standard, but also picking up Pipe. So tanking up, and we've seen her surviving in this mid lane, buying enough time. Nice usage of the spells there. Snowball plus Disruption and another Disruption to keep them alive. Spectre couldn't really fight back, especially with the break mechanic from the Shard.
Yeah, I thought eHome, their supports did a really good job, right? Like, especially LWW, I think, with clutch disruptions, because the fights started to edge towards Aster Ares, but disruption on the lassos or when they're jumping on these heroes that need to die on E-Home.
And also
then they just
crippled
survive.
Batrider so much in
Yeah.
these team fights. Every single time he goes in, gets Shadow Demon ulti on top of him, and then he can't move. Even if he uses lasso, he can't reposition the target.
Yeah, so it was a tough game for Aster Ares. I think Phantom Assassin getting that victory on the board. I said those numbers were going to move, and they certainly do. So with that, eHome get the victory. They move to 3-3 on the season, and to break down this series, we've got the panel. Take it away.
We're gonna jump right into it. We're gonna talk about this.
PA, baby, let's go! Woo! Free win! Woo!
Free win, huh?
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and
You're gonna-
Lizard.
Yeah.
Me and Lizard.
You both really gonna run with that?
We both said that this PA was the sickest last pick of all time. Literally hasn't been picked because it was so powerful that they were just waiting for the right game to bust
Yeah,
it out. And this
yeah.
one was...
They pulled it out of the back pocket and they were like, "Here we go. There's your free dub."
Look, I can find it in the back pocket right now. Oh, wow.
You're gonna flip the camera off right now.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that.
BA, let's talk about how it did get this W, how it got this win for eHome, because it was pretty rough in the earlier part to it, trying to be on every part of the map that we weren't seeing any Aster Ares
We're
heroes.
skipping right through, right? Like we're already at the highlight minute 20.
Whoa, we're
I-
talking about the highs. We got the highs of the highs.
like some other things were happening before, but this was probably a part of the game in which you know there is no coming back. Like this team fight, they can't even kill a Shadow Demon. It's taking them way too much time. They just fall apart. Like, I don't know. For me, PA still shouldn't do this well. Like, the hero looked decent, I guess, better than I expected. The shard was purchased shortly after that fight. Like, you have a Spectre that builds an Aghanims. Kazu's in the green room. He disagrees with the build. Like, I don't. Like, I even feel that the Aghanims can
Yeah,
work.
call him out.
No, I'm not calling him out. Like,
Kazu,
it's
you
obviously.
suck at
Yeah,
Dota.
Kazu, you suck. You don't know what you're talking about. I mean, how to put it? Like, when I look at their lineup, it's all early game aggression, catch, team fighting. Like, I feel that they have what it takes to activate the Spectre with an axe. It just didn't work out for them. Their initiations and moves were telegraphed. Like every time you go in, Shadow Demon counters you. Perhaps they approached the fights a little bit too one-dimensionally, considering you have an Aghanims. Maybe they should have just focused on starting off with Haunt, giving this Batrider an easier time to catch the right targets, because he wasn't able to. Like, they weren't able to actually combine their forces to activate the Spectre.
Yeah, their fights were really messy on Aster, like sloppy as hell. There was just times when they're being gone on other heroes and they start to disengage and try and get out, and White Album's like, "I'm going in, boys!" And he just BKBs, runs in, gets ulted by Shadow Demon, and then dies. And it's
Yeah.
like, what was the point?
There's like a difference between having a chaotic fight and a disconnected fight, and Aster Ares leaning heavily towards just that disconnected, and PA was able to thrive there. Do you want to give her MVP because of it? First
The man won with
of
Appearance.
PA.
course, he did win with PA, yep.
First appearance, first dub, first MVP. We're going to hand it to Phantom Assassin. MKS played it phenomenally. He knew all the timings for her, and she really stood out as a hero. Definitely viable right now, Sheep. Everyone should start picking her up.
For real, she's the best hero in the game.
Remember when she was being down by Mortimer's kisses under the tier 2?
Nope, I don't
And
remember
flame
that.
break
Nope.
and just
I do
trying
remember
to
that.
juggle, trying to stay alive. At that
But
point,
she lived through that, and you know, that was the turning point.
that was the turning point.
I mean, I think what's more important is that this top lane went absolutely terribly for Aster Ares. I really did truly think that Snapfire should win that lane, but I think in the end he just struggled to kind
I
of
still
keep on
think-
top with the chip down from the Shadow Poison and the daggers. I think the wand wasn't enough to sustain somehow. I mean, maybe there's some micro stuff that happened in that lane that I didn't get to see, because obviously we're looking between like all three lanes. But either way, I think in the end, Snapfire ended up dying, and then to top it off, Pango then rotated to that lane as well and applied extra pressure, and Snapfire just never really took off.
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel that that lane should have went much better for them. You should have had a stronger snap to have a stronger mid-game potential. Like, when you look at the egg and how much work the position 5 Phoenix was doing, it was always that one bit of extra damage that was necessary, and it just wasn't coming. Like, it wasn't coming from the offlaner. I have a feeling that in both their losses, one lane suffered so much damage that it wasn't recoverable. Like,
Yeah.
in one game
Could never get back.
it was the mid lane, in the other it was the offlane.
It is really hard for Aster Ares with this unfortunate loss for them. It does mean they're going to be relegated down to Division 2, but there have been a lot of other silver linings for their gameplay. Lizzie, you keep talking about them, describing them as a team that's in this awkward spot of not quite being Div 1, but definitely standing above Division 2 teams. What's the biggest takeaway for you? Where do they really need to shape up so then they can come back to Division 1 next tour?
Yeah, I was always back in the teams. I was always talking about these pressure points, like arteries within a team. Like there are some things that so you need to stop the bleeding somewhere in the game. It's very important, and you need to identify what a vein is and what an artery is. Like what's gonna kill you and what's gonna just damage you a little.
What is the difference between an artery and a vein?
For them, the problem is don't go that far. For them, what the problem is they're focusing on the lanes. They're winning the lanes that aren't going to necessarily win them the next portion of the game. Like you're focusing on rescuing your carry and providing him with the best laning stage in a way, but your mid lane is kind of neglected. And if your mid lane is neglected, then your carry will suffer in the mid game, so he won't get that later on potential anyway.
And they're the arteries, huh?
I don't understand.
Just focus points. Just focus on the focus points.
Can you say it again, but in different words?
Say it, but better.
No, I did understand it. It was, it's very valid.
You got it?
I did understand, yes. And that could also be attributed towards some of their drafts. Some.
More or less.
Yeah?
Yes.
You didn't finish your sentence.
No, I was waiting for Lizzie to agree with me. Yes, more or less.
More or less. And
More or
not
less,
necessarily
that's
agreeing, not disagreeing. The drafts were
A little
fine.
bit of that sprinkled in here or there. On the side of Eham, though, this dub, it's really positive for them. They are now tied for that last slot for the major. They've put themselves in a really good position.
Three-way tie?
No, instead of winners interview. I don't want to talk about that. We're going to have a winners interview. It's going to be Salad joining us, so we get to ask him some questions. Salad, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on this win here. First and foremost, how was your Chinese New Year? How did you celebrate?
首先恭喜你们拿下了这场比赛的胜利。然后想问一下，就是过年的话，春节大家自己是怎么庆祝的？
跟家里人一起过年啊，跟家里人聚啊。
Yeah, I go back to my hometown and spend time with my family.
Sounds like a nice time.
I have two questions.
Yep.
First one, were you scared a little bit because you guys came back from a small vacation and you instantly lost the game versus Aster Aries? That's one. And second one, why change the nickname to Salad? What's with the salad? Yeah, that's it.
就是想问一下，放假之后吧，上来第一把是先输给对面1个小分，然后当时的话有没有比较慌，然后是怎么调整的？然后再想问一下，就是为什么就是改这个 ID， 因为也改一段时间了嘛。
第一把输了之后，就队友也说不用想第一把，就好好打第二把嘛。然后我们改变了一下第一把的选人嘛，换了一些我们比较擅长的英雄，然后来打，能赢就赢嘛。然后为什么改这个 ID 呢？因为我比较喜欢，就吃什么东西就喜欢放一点那个沙拉酱嘛，然后就改一下。
So after we lost the first game, we tried to talk it out and we tell each other it was fine, and all we did is we changed our picks. We moved to our comfortable picks and try our best to win the game. As for ID, because for every food I eat, I like to eat it with salad dressing. That's why I changed the ID to salad.
Okay, thank you very much. Good to know.
Okay, I just wanted to ask firstly about the drafts in game 2 and 3. So the same bans happened in game 2 and 3 on both teams, but in game 2, Tiny was picked and you guys responded with Rubik Pango, and in game 3, Tiny was picked and you responded with DP Tusk. Why did you guys change your picks in the third game?
我想问一下，2、3场比赛其实扮人位都是一样的，然后每次都是选到小小的时候，你们这边第一把是选了这个拉比克滚滚吧，还是什么？然后第二把是选拉比克滚滚，然后第三把是选 DP 加海明。我想问一下，你们的这个改变的思路是什么？因为对方的出法跟扮人位是没变的。
就玩自己擅长的呀。其实我们觉得对方的阵容不是很关键，就我们玩自己的东西啊。就每个位置选的都是有把握的，然后能赢就赢啊，尽力而为。
Yeah, like I said before, we focused more on our own comfortable picks, so we didn't really care about what they pick. We just want to draft our good heroes, and that's the reason why. And we tried our best.
But sorry, I think it maybe was misunderstood. Why did their response to the tiny change in game 3 from 2? Because they won game 2 with the Pango opening, but they didn't go for it in game 3.
就是还是想问一下，为什么就是同一个英雄会换一个那个处理的方式呢？因为就是第二把的话，滚滚也赢了嘛。然后问一下，就是你觉得第三把为什么要变？
哦，是这个问题啊。主要感觉我们前2手点滚滚的时候，就我们比较怕血魔吧，然后感觉他们第2把没有选血魔，可能第3把会选，所以然后对面的那个1号位血魔玩的也挺好的，然后第3把就不太敢连点那个滚滚了，然后他们也没办血魔，然后后面滚滚还是点出来了，我感觉他们不太重视我们滚滚这个点，好吧？
Yeah, so the reason is because we were afraid of in the third game we were afraid of picking Pango, then they draft Bloodseeker, because Voodoo has a decent Bloodseeker. He played very nice, but I feel like they didn't put enough emphasis on our Pango because we didn't ban Bloodseeker and they forgot about the hero in the third game. We thought they're gonna pick it in third game because second game they definitely could have picked Bloodseeker, but they didn't. So we picked Pango again. And it went well for us.
Oh, okay. That is very helpful, actually. Thank you so much. And one last question, I guess. If you do end up going into this tiebreaker for the last major slot, you're going to have to play against Extreme, who you already lost to in this DPC. How, as a team, have you changed, do you think, to be able to take a win against them next time?
就是之后的话要打这个循环赛，然后可能会碰到 XG， 然后 XG 的话之前是在联赛里面赢过你们的，然后如果再次跟他们碰到的话，你觉得现在的队伍做了哪方面的改进，让你们有机会去战胜他们？
我觉得我们就尽力而为吧，每个人玩到自己想玩的英雄，然后不留遗憾就行了，尽力就好。
I feel like as long as we picked our comfortable hero and we tried our best, just don't leave any regrets.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Salad. Thank you for the interview and congratulations again on the win.
感谢你接受我们的采访。
好，谢谢，拜拜。
Bye.
Bye. No
Very-
regrets.
No regrets.
No
No
regrets.
regrets.
More though, valid, valid though more, is that he pointed out that they overlooked the Pango. It was something that we pointed out, but
Yeah, we were
it's very
calm.
valid. Like, they didn't really put that much pressure on him during the game, but also in the draft, they just didn't really care too much if they were going to run it back or trying to counter it in game number 2.
It was kind of an awkward thing to ask just because you have to go through a translator, but it's
Yeah.
like, how come the third game they think about the Bloodseeker being picked on A, but not in game 2 when they still picked the Pango when enemy had lost pick?
Yeah, because of the first stage, right?
Yeah.
What-
No, it
was
was,
it?
no,
It
they
literally
had the
played out
same.
the exact
It was
yeah,
the
it's
same?
exact
Played out
same.
the exact same. Yeah.
Maybe they
So-
were just like, yeah, ain't no way.
Maybe
they
they thought there were like more counters, or they thought that the Pango could have potentially shifted to 3, and so they didn't want to put too much emphasis on it. And then running it back in game number 3, they thought they would put more emphasis on it. There's a lot of different questions.
Because Bloodseeker was banned out in second stage anyway, right? Like later on. It
In
wasn't-
game
yeah. In-
3.
In the game
Well, no,
3,
my point
exactly.
is the point.
I know
in the
what
first
you're.
phase.
I
So
understand.
It was confused. I don't.
I mean, sometimes
I
you
want
just
to
want to.
know.
Sometimes you just want to open up with a different opener. It's as simple as that. Like you don't
She's
have to.
gonna hunt them down. She's gonna ask this
Yeah.
question over and over again until she gets a valid
Like,
answer.
tell me!
Why?
Tell me why!
Why? The only thing I can tell you, I can't tell you why, right? The only thing I can tell you is the leaderboard. I think that's what we're gonna have a look at now, and the schedule, because we unfortunately say goodbye to Asta Aries, Dawn Gaming. Those two teams locked in to be relegated. Asta Knights LGD still sitting up there, still going to be going to the major. eHome though, they've tied it up with Extreme Gaming. So far, it's looking like there could be a two-way tie for that last slot, but IG, their upcoming game against Asta, could put them in the running to also tie it up down there to also put them in contention for the major. You two will be covering this next series, so very quickly, some thoughts on how you see it playing out.
That's a heckin' hard one for IG, that's for sure.
Uphill battle.
6-0 Aster.
What? 6-0 Asta.
Respect.
That much of a steamroll, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think so. Like IG definitely have improved recently, like at the later part of the season before the new year, before the Chinese New Year. So maybe they, like a lot of these teams, I feel like are coming out of a lot of these teams that are that underperformed are coming off of new year playing better than I expected. Like you could see,
They were fresh, they were revitalized,
I
new
think
ideas.
because they understood that they have to perhaps party less and play more, like focus on that. Like you saw Dawn yesterday, they surprised us with the best performance they had so far. So maybe IG can surprise us as well.
It is going to be an uphill battle for them, and this game is going to be happening right after this break. Asta versus IG. This matchup is important for IG, and joining me for a very important matchup are two very important people.
Let's go.
Let's put it there. Kazu T, how are you guys? You get the latest shift here on China DPC. You're gonna be bringing the energy, bringing the hype.
That sounded like you were trying to say, making some excuses early on. But you know, we're going to bring the energy. It's a great series. It's Chinese Dota.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
both had a lot of sleep. I get
Much
to watch some
sleep.
good Dota.
9 hours. Actually, maybe 8. I can't remember.
Between 8 and 9 is a good
A
sleep.
healthy amount. Pretty good. Just like these teams, healthy and ready to play.
So true, King.
Hopefully.
So true.
Amen.
Asta, do you want to talk about them first? In fact, I'm going to make you guys talk about them first because they are sitting up there. They don't have a loss yet. They've been looking fantastic. Is this going to be the day they take the first L?
I mean, they are the powerhouse of the region. IG did have a lot of time to prepare for this, so you know that can definitely be a helping factor. Also, other regions have played, so maybe you can take something into account there. I do definitely think that Astra are heavy favorites going into this. I also think that out of all the Chinese teams right now, they have the best drafts, the most solid drafts for sure.
If you were to give this matchup some arbitrary numbers, percentage-wise, how much percentage would you give to Asta?
82.
82 to 18.
Okay.
Yes.
I think pre-break, I'd say 90-10 to Asta. But after break, I'd move it to like around like the
82.
80-20. Yeah, 82-80.
On the spot,
But
baby.
80.
there's reasoning. Okay.
Okay.
There is reasoning.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
I'm listening.
All
I'm
right,
all
so,
ears, T.
Once upon a time, IG entered Division 1 DPC,
They did.
and they weren't too able to scrim. They worked with poorly. We had an interview with them, and they
Wait,
said
they
that
actually didn't scrim at all?
at the start of the DPC,
Yeah.
they said they didn't have as many effective scrims as other teams because they weren't, able to really facilitate them.
Yeah.
And then their first officials were actually their formation of their ideas. They were having to do it in the important games. And then, of course, with DPC being 3 weeks, you rapid fire that, you kind of snowball yourself throughout the DPC, and you never really get time to calm down and think. Because of the Chinese New Year, they've now had an extra week or so, and I think that's going to allow them to take a break, rest from the speed of the DPC, and they should be in a better position. Unfortunately, though, they're playing up against Asta. If it was like any other team, I'd say, okay, IG, they've
Let's
had the
go.
time, they've had everything in their favor to fix how awkward the start of the DPC was. But they're going up against Asta, so it's like, But if there was ever a time for an upset, this is IG's best time to be able to provide it.
Yeah. If they win this game, they will be tied with Extreme Gaming and eHome for the last slot for the major. So it is one of those things. I think even if they lose it, it's still not. They're fully out of the running for it, but this will put them in a really good position. They want to win this. An uphill battle that we described when I had Sheep and Lizard on the panel here as well. When it comes to drafts, you said Asta clearly has the advantage. Because why is that? Is it just the way in which the drafting phase plays out and the team that they end up with?
I think it's about the fact that they don't always... So they not only have a good draft for themselves, but it's also against the enemies. And that is not something that you can replicate very easily or very often.
Yeah.
Simply because sometimes it's just hard to get both at the same time. But I feel like they succeed with that. They have a great coach. They have RTK. He is, I mean, known to be one of the best, and it really shows. And on top of that, I do think that the one cool thing for IG is that they have emo. I think when you do go up against one of these powerhouse teams, you need someone who has a bit more, sass up his ass, who's like, they're cocky. They're like, yo, we can beat these clowns. Who cares that they're 5-0? We can do it. We're a good team. And yeah, I want to see Emo pop off and give his team a pep talk.
Yeah, but there's a big caveat to that.
Is
He
there?
only has that sass up his ass if he's playing Monkey King Ursa or Pudge, heroes that after a couple items,
Sluck.
Yeah.
or Sluck, that actually get into the middle of the fight. I think that's maybe IG's big weakness of pre-break, was they needed Emo to want to join the fights. If he didn't, they kind of lacked that leadership. They lacked that understanding of really what they wanted to do. Sure, there was moments of great mechanical outplays from individual players, but there wasn't that overarching concept of how to win the game.
I think you could definitely make an argument for that. There were a lot of IG players that either in lane really showed themselves or in team fights really stood up to it, but it was this disconnected fact. Sometimes we saw some aspects of IG over extending, sort of not really joining the fight fast enough. It really was just sort of torn apart, teams were able to take advantage of that. Aster is probably going to be one of those teams because have we really seen anything of that sort of caliber from them?
I mean, like that. They mess up?
Yes.
Not really.
Sorry.
I
Was
think
my question not clear? That is my bad.
I just wanted
no,
Kevin
I
to
just
take it.
no, I just meant, honestly, I had the same
Is there one
feeling.
of them? Oh, you a team, please take it.
No, like I think they've been playing perhaps the cleanest out of all the Chinese teams we have seen. I do think that some of their games were perhaps also easier because of set drafts that were really good and easy to execute. But I think this team isn't showing too many weaknesses to me. So I think you need to create those situations if you play against them. You need to force them into mistakes by playing aggressive and throwing them off guard.
Also helps that teams haven't really banned Lina against them, for example, in the last 2-3 series. I think as a region as well, they're the team that they like to pick these Vipers, Batriders, whilst other Chinese teams kind of not scared, but they kind of veer away from picking them. I feel like with the addition of RTK, they draft not as if they're in the region, but as like this over kind of like we're just drafting for the game. It's like they're not like locking themselves into, but in China we do this, or in EU we do that, right? It's like they just draft what is good, and it's great having a more like international perspective on it, if that makes sense. It sounded cool in my head, but you know, don't know if it translates that well. Yeah, well.
I think I understand what you mean. It's more like they're taking inspiration from a lot of different regions, and they're not in their minds pigeonholing, being like, oh, in China we know that they love playing this hero over and over again. They're like, we just know that this sort of matchup or this team composition is what has been winning Dota, no matter what they feel comfortable in picking for themselves. And we're going to have our draft pop up on our screens. Team Aster banning the Lina because IG have first pick.
Makes sense. Get the Fire Lady out of here. Then the Fireman gets removed. I think Aster have played a lot of Lina, a lot of Ember, so kind of does make sense. And you get a Spider-Man.
Is it just going to be like Naga +1 now for Aster? They've done it before, or at least they've picked Aster into Brood. Sorry, Aster into Brood. They picked themselves.
Aster into Brood.
You have to believe in yourself to win a game. But
That's a strong hero.
Aster.
Aster hero.
Yeah, I want the Aster hero on my team too.
Will be cool actually what their response is, because I don't know if they've actually played into Brood in the DPC too much. And okay, Mars CM. This is like old school Brood stuff. You know, it's like CM beats Brood in lane with a core. Mars is the off laner that rotates in. Like this is like a year and a half, 2 years ago Brood stuff, which is again maybe it's the RTK effect. Like just his
I think so.
His draft, it's more like this is how I want to beat Brood, and that's what I was meaning about the previous drafts. Like he's drafting just because it's what he likes to play against these heroes, not what the current version of it is.
Yeah, like they just instead of countering it straight away in the lane, they do it like half-half. You have CM that's going to make it easier for the carry pick down the line to just be maybe more open. Mars is going to give you a good team fight, solid laning, and he deals with the Brood also later on. So just a very solid opening.
Then how IG gonna have to close this out so they come out on top with a more solid opening.
Oh.
Meh.
Yeah.
Well, clearly not the Mirana by that reaction.
Yeah, not really. Like, I was thinking like the Pangolier or something we've seen in other regions, but some Pango here, you don't care about Mars or CM. You already now know that you're going to have only 3 heroes that will annoy you in the game. You have 3 bans to cover it. It's what we see in other regions, but of course, in China, we're not really seeing the big mid on 8 effectiveness yet. Maybe it comes in later down the line, but yeah, I'd have loved to see a Pango.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Like when you see Mars, what I kind of like to think about is a team fight disruption.
Yeah,
Pangolier fits with that. Like he drops his arena, you can break the spear combo. You're just very annoying. And I think also like when you close the phase from first pick, you see many other teams abuse that with a more powerful pick. Where it's like there's a Pango, there's a Bad Rider, or you know some heroes like that. Where it's like there's a Mirana, you're like. Okay.
Yeah, that would have been nice too. To be fair, I'm looking at Dust hero pool. It's not really leaning on those heroes too much. He's played a bit of Bat. He hasn't played any Pango. Aster now respecting the Dust Tusk. Oof, that was hard.
The Dusk Tusk.
Yeah. I will say though, I'm actually pretty happy that IG didn't pick themselves Tusk. No flame to Dust, but when he picks up the Tusk, he seems to be 6th out of the cores on net worth. He has like a decent lane, get a couple kills, and then he just becomes more utility enabling map rather than scaling. Exactly. But on his other heroes, pops off. He played a Shadow Fiend, popped off.
Yep.
It's like incredible. So I'm actually happy that we get to see Dust play different heroes, because when he entered the DPC, it was like 2-3 Tusk games in a row. And it was like, you're top 10 in China. Come on, let's give me some more oomph.
Yep.
I think they've stepped away from that a little bit, which is good.
Yeah.
I think he is getting different and better heroes for himself, so I like that a lot. In terms of IG, they ban out the queen,
5
which
seconds
more often
remaining.
than not is going to force out a bad rider ban one way or the other, because otherwise you don't really see this hero being banned out nowadays.
And it's not as if Asta can really pick back themselves, like out of the
Team
phase. So yeah, I like the fact
Astra's
that
turn
IG
to ban.
kind of forcing it with the bans. Something you don't see too often is teams banning a hero to force out the next thing. Again, like to reference like a couple years ago, it'd be you ban Veno to ban like to force an Ursa ban. This is kind of like the new age version of that
Yeah.
one.
Asta gonna pick Mars's lane counterpart
10
out of this
seconds
phase.
remaining.
So usually so when you think against Mars, it's like
5
some teamfight
seconds
disruption,
remaining.
whereas if you're with the Mars, what you want, or what I like to think about that makes it very simple, is you just want follow-up damage into the arena.
Yep.
That's why you very often see like Snapfires, Hoodwings,
Willow.
maybe Phoenix, Willow, all
Yep.
these heroes that just, they either combo with the arena or they just pop out a bunch of damage into the duration.
Yeah. That's why it won't feel too bad to honestly just open up the phase with any of these heroes. But the other thing is if Asta isn't banning out the Pango themselves, IG still potentially could pick it.
Yeah.
So they might just pick the Pango out of phase. We've seen teams ban Bloodseeker here into Pango pick, and then you don't have to kind of waste a ban on it. Again, don't know if they
Team
hold,
Astra's turn
hold
to
it in that
pick.
high regard. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was, like we were just mentioning, the Willow, the Snapfire, any of these position 4s.
And that's also why usually you don't really see these heroes get banned out, because they all just kind of cover the same thing. Maybe one does it a little better than the others, then you can spare one ban on them.
Yeah.
But all the others, they just
10
fit the same
seconds
bill.
remaining.
And again, to give some context on why they would pick a support here, is so
5
that they get to
seconds
pick their mid
remaining.
and their carry after seeing all the heroes on IG pretty much, because of
Yeah.
course
They
they are
have
second
overall
pick. Yeah.
last pick.
Yeah.
But then other teams, they like to go more confidently and pick up a core here, so then their laning matchups with a support is going to be better down the line.
That's what LGD probably would have done here.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing with that is because you've picked your 5 and your mid, picking that 4 position doesn't have the same effect, because we're literally
Yeah.
discussing a Willow, a Snap, it's like the same archetype of hero. They all do the same thing in lane pretty much, and in the game to some degree. So it doesn't have the same value for Asta to do that.
Yeah.
That's why I would feel like they should be picking their support here. But they're taking some time. Maybe they're discussing some cores they might want, potential variations where we pick this, they'll go for that. But Boka's talking now. He's probably telling him what 4 he wants to play.
Monkey King 4,
Yep.
please.
Yeah, he wants to snipe some couriers. Do you know, I'm actually so upset with that. Everyone getting couriers and stuff. We lost the art form of killing couriers. When there was like one...
I mean, now anyone can do it.
yeah, it's like, the stats are just so padded.
Yeah.
You know, what can you do? Oh, they go for a disruptor. Didn't really expect this one. Is it
Yeah.
going to be like a CM4 here now?
It could be.
Like, interchangeable, but...
I can
10
see, so
seconds
there's...
remaining.
They're just all in on making the Brood's life just awful.
Yeah,
Pretty
like
much.
there's the
5 seconds
interchangeability
remaining.
that they can both be 4-5. Then Disruptor is good against Potom in the lane and in the game. You can
Radiant
trade, you can bring it back, you can harass the Brood, you can find the Brood later with smoke. So I think it's a fine pick too. They probably think that they have enough damage, and they'll get more damage later down the road. That they just value having a bit more catch.
Sure. IG need to be a little bit careful here that they don't go for a weak ranged hero, because I think Asta can just close the phase with a
10
Spectre,
seconds
and then
remaining.
just have
Yeah.
a super mobile mid hero, and then they'll be super happy with
Team
the scalability of this
Astra's
game.
turn to pick.
There you go, Shadow Fiend. Of all the ranged heroes, it's the one that can get tankiest the quickest and join the team, but I'm still a little bit worried of Asta going for like the Spectre or something along those lines.
I at least like the fact that they went for a range hero who's gonna build a
Radiant
BKB.
team ban.
Because when I do see Disruptor CM Mars, it kind of screams either you buy BKB or you don't
True.
play the game.
That's very true.
So SF at least is one of the heroes who has a lot of built-in damage. He has a lot of magic damage with his spells, so he can afford to get a BKB earlier in the game. And Astra go for Morph pick, which is very good against SF.
10
I'm not too sure about the
seconds
Brood
remaining.
matchup. I think eventually he'll probably have to rotate out of the lane.
Yeah, Asta's safe
5
lane
seconds
is,
remaining.
in theory, very weak to Brood Run. I think as soon as you get to that 6, because it was mentioning, you will just get kicked out unless
Asta's
Asta has
turn
that
to
perfect rotation of all heroes to flip the map to cover it. For IG at least, the Clockwork against Mars plus anything is one of the few heroes that can actually fight into this lane and enable. So I think IG should be pretty happy with the heroes that they have. They should be able to get out of lane if they play well with at least some advantage in all lanes. It's just now they need to transition that because eventually this Morphling will be unkillable. There's
Yeah.
no real lockdown. ISF will never in a 1v1 ever kill him unless you have some weird right-click / arcane blink
10
style build
seconds
later down the
remaining.
line where it's like super over the top. But
Yeah.
again, we're talking like 50 minutes into the game there. So.
5 seconds
I think this
remaining.
Morph should... I think the early lane against Brood is very good for Morphling. It's more like the longer it progresses, like some 7-8 minutes into the game. I think Astra have answers for this. He does well against SF. they're banning the Pango, which I think is a very good ban, because I think for IG it is important they get a mid hero who can get shit done.
Yeah.
You need to go around the map, you need to help this Brood, help shut down the Morph a bit, because right now it's just a solo clock going in. This boy needs some help.
Diffusal buyer as well. Like that early on against Morphling, it will be super disruptive. So yeah, love the Pango ban.
What is left?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, so yeah, IG. Sorry, Aster's got overall last pick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
IG pick out of this phase and Aster.
Yeah,
overall.
sure. Right, let's load up the IG notes then. Let's see what they're gonna go for.
It's not that easy to pick a Spirit because you play into the
Ooh.
Disruptor CM.
They've played Shadow Fiend mid before.
I was
so-
gonna say, is this not just a Dust Shadow Fiend?
Yeah,
That's where I thought it was going.
No, you
it
could do
could
that.
be. Yeah, for sure. I mean, is there like is Ursa still available? Like, it's just something that can buy
Ursa is there.
Diffusal
Remaining.
to then fight and pressure the Morph early,
Yeah.
and then you enable the Roshan,
5
give an Aegis to your
seconds
Shadow Fiend, take over the game that way. I like the idea of Emo sacrificing his own game a bit, but to give like a bigger objective for
Yeah.
the team.
I can see the idea of SF mid. I think it might be easier to pick a carry that's left in the pool. I feel like
Yeah.
fulfilling your draft from the mid lane in this draft seems very hard to achieve.
Yep.
So I think trying to do it with a carry can work.
Do you have any other ideas outside of that Ursa?
I
Maybe
think Slark is too greedy and too weak in the lane. Like
Monkey
he'll
King's
get
also
shut down.
fine,
Monkey King
yeah.
could work.
I mean, the Ursa and Monkey King both have itemization options that allow you to itemize for the team and put pressure on Morphling. The question is, do they want to sacrifice Emo's like farming ability to then enable the mid Shadow Fiend? Honestly, IG have played best when they have played with that style, so I'd like to see them lean more into it.
Team Aster's
But no,
turn
they're just going to
to
go for the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane.
Yeah. Well, then a Storm Spirit being picked up for mid.
Mhm.
Does it do what you guys wanted? Do you feel that there is going to be a lot of ability for early aggression for IG? We're going to be seeing this clock and this Storm trying to run around the map together.
10
Maybe the
seconds
Mirana joining
remaining.
in.
Yeah, honestly, it's not the worst pick. It feels nice when you look at
5
Aster's heroes
seconds
pre-morphling. Storm's gonna have a great time. They pick up the DP. Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned that if they don't get that jump, they don't really have follow-up damage. So it's a little bit awkward where Storm doesn't just easily move around the map and kill everything unless Brood takes over the map and then you just play on the spiderlings and stuff. So I like the fact that Aster went for a DP. So if Brood's doing well in one lane, DP will mirror that move elsewhere. So Aster doesn't have to play in the Brood side of the map because they're already taking over the other side. So they're moving the map split kind of evenly around the entire time. So
Is this another beautiful Aster draft in your eyes, Kazu?
I think it is a very good draft. I
Yeah.
do think that the Storm for them, for IG, gives them what they needed,
Yeah.
but I don't think it is an easy Storm game. It's also Emo playing it, so I don't like,
Wait,
maybe
what?
Wait, what?
Maybe he's going mid.
Dude, that's
and
hype,
Dust will go
actually.
safe
You know
lane.
what?
Yeah, because Emo used to be mid and then he
He's
moved
like,
to
yo,
safe.
boys, we need to win this one.
Okay.
I'm going mid.
I just want to know, all right, what would be hype? Imagine if Emo walks to the safe lane on the start. Okay, it's not going to happen, right? He's going to go mid and Dust should go safe lane on the Shadow Fiend, but we spoke
Who
about
knows?
IG had a break. They had the awkward start to DPC.
They're reinventing themselves. It's a new IG, and we needed a new IG to potentially take a game off of Aster. Will it happen here in game one? I don't really know. There's a lot of questions we have right now with these drafts, but I know that our casters are going to be fogged and lyrical, and they're ready for game one.
I thought we were ready. I don't know. Now the switch up happened. We got some crazy stuff. What's the X for?
I just saw T doing it as well.
Oh,
Too. He doesn't
okay,
believe
got
in
it.
this. I don't really either.
I'm going to say this. I like Emo on the Storm more than Dust.
Yes, I would kind of agree with this.
No flame. Love the guy completely. But if you watch some of those Tusk games earlier, he's just rolling right into everybody, causing some issues. But maybe on the Shadow Fiend, it's going to be a better fit. What do you think about this, though?
I'm waiting to see what lanes. Okay, Emo, it looks like he is going mid. I had a little. I was like, he's gonna go safe lane Storm. Oh
He's
god,
back.
I mean Emo the madman. Yeah, I mean it looks all right, but I think Aster, they've got all the answers. To be honest, I don't think this looks like the easiest Storm game ever. It's like, yeah, sure, he's gonna be able to have like burst and stuff to get on Morphling, but there's an insane amount of control. The CM, Disruptor ult, they've got Glimpse always to pull him, which is really tough to play against the Storm. Mars. Everyone has some type of catch/disable for this Storm Spirit, so it doesn't look the easiest for him, but they must have seen something that they like in it. Very skirmish-heavy kind of draft, not really too cooldown reliant on IG. Aster maybe quite a bit more cooldown reliant, but yeah, I think Aster's draft just looks way cleaner, much easier to actually play the game across the board, and yeah, even if you fall behind, you're gonna have ways of coming back, and you have this insane late game potential. So
Well, I hear you questioning the Storm. There's somebody else that Got some question marks out from them earlier as well. Emo. Okay, I'm done. I don't know. I don't even know where else. I was trying to make something work there, and it's just not happening. QYQX could be in some trouble here, depending on how Aster make the move. And, well, they find him right away. The roots, and tries to get in range for the spear. Just have to go for the God's Rebuke and the pushback.
Yeah, he didn't want to skill it. Doesn't want to grief his lane. Wants to make sure that he has Rebuke for it versus the SF.
Anyways, that cringy, horrible line that I put out there was all to say that I'm really excited to see Emo back on mid. I think that this is, obviously been a sort of switch up that they were, I'm sure, contemplating at some point based upon the results they happened. But after Chinese New Year break, they decided to go back for it. So Emo back on mid, Dust going to be playing in the carry role.
Yeah, I mean, this is always this can be two different things, right? Either he's like, all right, guys, this might just work better for us, or move over.
Yeah,
I'm taking mid, and who knows with Emo, right? He's a really confident kind of guy. Who knows which one it really is going to be, but yeah, let's see what he's going to be able to do. Of course, Master Storm. This could also just be a Storm thing, right?
Bottom. Almost enough. Gets
Nicely
first
done.
blood. Dust feeling comfy in the safe lane.
This is a very strong lane, the SF plus the Clockwork. Kind of similar to like the Lina Clockwork. Pretty good versus some of these squishier heroes. And yeah, they sent the Disruptor down bottom instead of the CM, so a bit interesting to see that they go for that.
Yeah, a bit of a change up there.
Yeah, I wonder why, actually. Because usually we just see the CM paired up with the Mars, and or the Disruptor in particular, at least paired up top. So yeah, bit of an interesting little switch up there as Baboka does give up that first blood.
I guess if Dust is ever sort of in a position where he's contesting creeps, like right around where that creep wave was right there, you can make like a glimpse into spear play a little bit more easily, and then you can punish some type of positioning.
XXS, spear, off the mark.
Down bottom.
He's getting triple raised.
And all of a sudden, oh, pause. Think about it for a moment.
I think he's probably like, I lagged, I missed spear. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, he did whip the spear there on QYQX. Might end up paying with his life. Battery Assault still on him. Yeah, I guess, you know what, maybe it is just like the glimpse versus Clockwork, just to pull him away with like the cogs and stuff like that. But yeah, another kill. Dust.
And Bobica also taking some harassment on his way out of there. This is a much better switch up so far. In mid lane, 9-1 for the Storm. So you were saying, as we were getting ready to hop into this draft, that they were just going to look for a counter pick out of that last phase after seeing the Storm. Do you like the DP fitting in that role?
Oh yeah, I really like it overall in the game too. Super tanky. The damage that comes out from the side of IG might not be able to burst down this DP at some moments if she gets her siphons off, and you've got the built-in silence for the Storm too, so an extra layer of that kind of control. I do really like it. So yeah, I was also thinking like, are they actually just going to switch the lanes completely, or is this just a Storm thing, right? That's the other thing I'm maybe considering, because Emo is just so comfortable on this hero. I'm wondering if that might just be what they've gone for here.
I mean, that's also one of those things that I could very easily see that being the justification, and then it just keeps happening, where they run him
keep
mid.
picking Storm or something. As Emo.
Okay. On top of him. Wants to stay alive here. Gets miss uphill. Does he get a second one? No, it hits him there.
Under the tower, though, so he's got the bonus armor, so he lives. The damage reduction. Oh, Emo, you're so lucky.
That was very well done. Does get the salve broken there, and a giant creep wave moving into XWY.
Emo trying to pressure this, too. He's like, I'm bullying him here. He should have died. That is so crazy. It's a typical Emo, though. Super confident. Almost gets punished at bottom.
A spear under tower does set up the cogs into both heroes, but there's nothing they can do afterwards.
Alrighty. Look at the kill back. XXS Mars, I think we've talked about it ad nauseum, so I didn't really mention it too much this game, but my favorite Mars player. He is just incredible on this hero. The things that he's able to find, the farm that he's able to do. It feels like he carries as this Mars, and not many people are picking this hero now. It's pretty interesting. It's kind of just completely disappeared, so yeah, really always just a treat to watch him play it.
We did get that one that came up in the previous series, which was kind of an interesting answer, playing together with the Monkey King, and then they were playing it against Tree, so you could always find that Tree in the safe lane when he's trying to defend his tower. But that was sort of one of the first change-ups that we'd seen in a long time.
Look at this on mid. Emo's like, guys, come mid.
Yeah.
Take the runes. They're going to be able to get both secured for him. QIQX will take the bottom one. As top Irving, he is left alone because of this double rotation, and will likely die another bite.
Got him caught and killed. So that will be the bring down there. And Aster, it does come at a bit of a cost, bringing on all those heroes to mid to set up Emo for a good start to his laning stage.
Yeah. Making those moves around is risky. And Monet's just able to have, like... Monet's just going to have free farm on Morphling now, which... I'm not sure if that's, like, the right option that they want to go for, just giving him that as Emo.
Under tower. Second round of the Spirit Siphon. This double Wraith Band build means he's got so much armor on this DP.
I was about to mention the build, too, because I've seen so much variety from Death Prophets lately. In Eastern Europe, they do the gloves plus blades of attack, and then they go into either Falcon Blade into treads. Meanwhile, we've seen a lot of other players do some null talisman stuff like that. As bottom, XXS.
More damage out onto that Mars. Won't be able to find the kill. But yeah, a dive under tower and then turning it into the finish for the Death Prophet. They're now winning across all three of the lanes in terms of CS at least.
Yeah, Aster off to an explosive kind of start here.
That's what we've come to expect from them.
Yeah, they're so good. Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, look at the item build that XWY's queued up too. He's just queuing up like the offlane build from the mid lane.
That's crazy.
So, I mean, an interesting kind of adaptation, I guess, because he has that Morphling. He's just like, all right, we're just going to play as a unit. Morphling's just going to farm, and he's going to win the game for us. So,
Glimpse back down bottom, and they will find and kill off the Clockwork there.
Cool. Arcane Boots on XXS, just so he... that's just like to enable your Disruptor to be able to get the constant spell usage. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, super interesting, yeah. Irving.
Did he do anything else here? No, he's just going to be able to force him back. Monet can be kind of a bully. Irving not really having the best of time on this Broodmother here.
They're leaving him alone. They're just sending the Mirana constantly to the mid lane to secure the runes for Emo. But yeah, I mean, XWY still able to win the lane even though he's getting double contested runes. They're winning top lane. Bottom, I mean, Dust is doing pretty well, but at the same time also, XXS isn't really getting bullied too much after that early death. Now mid lane. Are they gonna? They might have to just rotate again here. With this Exo popped. Can Emo actually slow this down at all?
I mean, you would imagine that they might want to try and make some type of a move, but XWY diving potentially even under the tower. The glimpse pulls him back in, and Emo in trouble. Tries to get the zip away, but well, QX makes the move over, and this might be Bobica in some trouble. Will get brought down. Olison also there to make the move, but so many rotations forced for this. For only that Disruptor kill, and that means that up top, you know, Pichu able to continue to bully constantly there with Monet.
Yeah, Siamese Cat just always putting the pressure onto Irving. Monet can't quite get the full connection there onto him. I still say Siamese Cat always. Could never get used to all these players changing their names.
Dude, they do it all over the place. It's the way of it. Yeah. Paulson? No.
Can't go for it.
So 7.5 minutes in, Dust sitting top of the net worth out of the safe lane SF. Everybody else, you know, roughly at a similar situation. It's mainly just Irving that hasn't been able to have a great team, but if you can rotate in a couple heroes, set up for some kills, suddenly IG, they get themselves a little bit of breathing room up there.
I think these two actually have to kind of do this. The pair up to be making those early rotations, because I think they're going to be under so much pressure in these next few moments under their towers versus Mars versus DP. When you have something like Shadow Fiend, SF, sure, he can do decent in the laning phase, but now he's unbelievably fragile. If he gets caught from pretty much anything, he's just dead.
Speaking of which, he runs suddenly into him, pops the Requiem, Fear goes out, and then the TP away. But nope, not going to happen. They have the spear, they had the glimpse, and they find the kill onto SF.
Super fragile. If they get on him, he's dead. And they didn't even have to use the arena. They didn't have to really commit any big ults there by any means, so an easy kill, and now perhaps going to turn it into a tower to a cleaner rotation from Aster.
Yeah, so both moves heading out. Obviously, the bigger prize there is getting the kill on the SF rather than just the kill onto the CM that we saw earlier. But with Emo up top, this should set up for a tier 1 tower take. So likely going to trade these off for both teams.
Yeah, it's going to be up to XXS if he wants to actually go to try to defend the top lane, and yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
Monet, he's already showed up bottom, so he's got a free lane for himself.
Yep.
And Irving going to try and take over this entire side of the map.
They're making sure Monet gets some levels too, just so he can get boosted up a bit more on this Morphling. After they take the tower, so we've seen this strat a lot. This used to be something in the past that you do, is you pull the hard camp, so now you reset the lane positioning down bottom so that you can just continue farming, and there's not really a lane for IG to go to farm nicely, so Now we're seeing Monet getting that extra farm from the hard camp, while we see IG just playing pressure, but now
the
Emo.
pull before the spear. That buys him enough time, but then the spear comes out the second time. He got stunned by the ogre, and now XXS might go down because of it. Dude, we have seen so many neutrals get involved in this game. That is why that got him killed.
I actually think I think they would have finished off Emo there with a couple more right clicks and a rebuke. The ogre turns against Aster.
You never see it coming, except you really do. You really see it coming.
Oh, that's too funny. Mid lane, nice WY, putting pressure onto tower. Dust, they'll move over, get some nice raises.
Ooh, needs to be wary of that one. And obviously we saw there the Urn done and has some charges of it, has had for a little while on Paulison.
And they'll be able to secure an Arcane Rune here for Emo.
Quick find, jump in. Irving makes his presence felt. The silence is there, but already the CM doing some good damage will finally be brought down.
Arrow.
Irving is very low. The Requiem out, and the finish. XWY goes down. And a spear, connection onto Clockwork. Success catches him in the cogs. There's 3 heroes here from Aster, the only ones alive trying to defend this tower. With the catapult there, I don't know if they can, though. This is a hard defense.
Baboka very close to 6. He's trying to get a glimpse, but he's got the 6.
And gets it right there, right then. Finds their man, gets the
Emo.
kill, and then the spear on the back foot. They pull in, Monet switches into Emo.
What a play.
And the turn, too good.
Oh, they love it. All his teammates are like, oh, sick play, man. Yeah,
I
Monet.
think he got level 8 and switched into the ulti right then, too.
I believe so. It was just like these little things coming together, right? Baboka just hitting the 6 off that creep, Morphling hitting 8, turning it to SF. And interesting to point out, too, Emo, he actually puts 2 points in Vortex, so that 2 points kind of turns against him as well, as now top.
Nowhere to go for Irving. The entire team of Aster starting to come online, and a Blink Dagger now done, as we're going to see this again. Just an unreal fight.
They just kind of overcommitted. You know, they were actually doing excellent with the way they brought the numbers here and take out the Death Prophet just super quick, but then just sticking around a little bit too long. They saw I guess they see the Disruptor level 5 and they're like, guys, we're good. There's no Static Storm and stuff like that, but boom, yeah, those levels kick in and IG gets punished heavily.
God, what a time to get level 6. Just to recognize they could do it.
Yeah, 6 and 8, like you said on Monet.
Yeah.
Love watching Morphling when he's able to do these type of fun plays. Has a lot of heroes that he can turn into that are pretty damn nice this game.
Well, XXS reveals one there. Arena's back up. They're going to get the jump away, but Emo shown on the catapult.
He's got Blink on XXS as well.
And the spear, that's going to be an easy find as they take down the Clockwork.
They can probably keep going, too. XXS still has Arena. He's got the Blink Dagger that he can reveal, too. And, I mean, look at Baboka. It's typical Baboka, but look at the item build that he's got going on this Disruptor. He's got the point booster. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm getting Ags this game, and very early.
Dude, he actually is going to get it so early, too.
I love it.
If he keeps making these types of plays, that guy gets mega farmed.
Yeah, I mean, a very uphill battle for IG. So far, doing a pretty good job in this early game, but I mean, Aster, it feels like they have all the answers even as the game does progress, because I'm looking at IG, and they're going to be very reliant on BKBs. The Storm and the SF very early on, because there's just so much overwhelming control, silence, etc. If there's an Aghanims on Disruptor, those BKBs are not going to really work out as they expect.
Yeah, and you know, I'm thinking of more and more about it too, right? Hold on, we're going to get another glimpse kill. So more gold into Bobaca's Aghanims fund. But you know, you think about, and one of the things that a lot of people have talked about with Mars is this problem is that you sort of play for yourself, you get the BKB, you get the Blink Dagger, all the rest of it, but you don't get those teamfight items, and that's where this Death Prophet pick fits perfectly. Yep. Already mechanism done, going in for the Guardian Greaves. They have the teamfight power, and they have that catch.
I mean, they have... I think for IG, it's very difficult for them to take straight-up team fights. Like we were mentioning in the beginning of the draft, like Aster just has 4 actual heroes with big teamfight ultimates, while on IG, their biggest teamfight actually comes from just Shadow Feed, from a Requiem. So pretty awkward for them. They have to get an initial kill and then kind of just outnumber in a way versus Aster. Otherwise, these teamfights will not go in their favor.
Not an easy one for them at all. Only 1,000 gold lead, but trying to build that up right now. They find Dust Requiem out, able to push back onto all of them. Now the jump onto Disruptor, but the root, it comes out in time, and he just dies to the 2 ultis from the 2 supports. Perfect play, and well, even leaping forward twice to steal away that haste drone. Monet Wants to get the arrow connection. Paulison gets away.
Only for a second, though. Moonlight soon fading.
Does Monet know?
Paulison.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's over in the trees. He's going to be okay, it looks like.
That kind of blows the game completely open. I mean, it's already, as we said, like very Aster favored from draft and from the way that they play, just super pressuring. And IG's draft is so reliant on BKBs to protect these cores. They even jump on Emo, and they actually completely whiff the arrow follow-up.
Yeah.
And Emo is just stuck in no man's land versus a Disruptor. So Emo drops down. What the? Emo?
Okay, he's fine. You know,
Okay, I mean,
a very aggressive player.
that is the truth. He's 0-3 right now, though. This last pick Storm not working out at the moment.
Yeah, if he wants to stay mid, this guy need to pull some stuff together here.
I mean, it's not an easy Storm game.
Yeah.
I mean, there is literally every hero pretty much has a form of control, even Morphling, because he can just turn into the Storm and pull that Vortex, as we've seen.
I mean, as much as it's not a great Storm game, the other thing is that I'm not really feeling any impact from the Broodmother either.
No.
Like, you normally at least get, like, those team fight items. Now finally completing the mech. Wasn't able to sort of hold on to that top jungle either and apply pressure to the Aster Tier 2 tower. She's sort of retreated back and is now kind of holding mid.
I mean, they left her on an island, right?
Yeah.
They completely rotated mid with the Mirana and the Clockwork to try to make sure that Emo has this great start, but that great start never happened. Aster, yeah, seeming like they have all the answers and more. Greaves already finished on XWY. Feels like there's a huge damage issue that's gonna, I mean, it was already there for IG, and now even more so versus these Greaves.
So Monet knows that Dust is, oh no. Oh goodness.
I mean, that's a pretty hard kill anyway to find onto Monet, unless he makes a pretty drastic mistake.
Well, and he had the ore on him too, so he knew the SF was nearby. So not gonna be able to connect onto that one, but
no.
Is that the first hook shot?
I believe so. Yeah. So I didn't really find much of it at all. And Dust, you know, we mentioned those BKBs that are very important. He's delaying it quite a lot. He's gone for the Mask of Madness Falcon Blade, just trying to get that kind of scaling up there for the physical damage. But yeah, BKB being delayed even longer. Aster kind of can go anywhere on the map at the moment now.
This Aster team just also, it always feels like there's a single-mindedness to the way that they play, where they're on the same page, they know what they need to get into, and you talk about those team fight ultis. I mean, to be honest with you, I would not be surprised if Bobica gets his Ags before some of them get BKBs.
I think so too. I mean, he's halfway there.
Which is crazy.
He's halfway there, and we're about to hit 17 minutes, so come on, Philly, where's the Philosopher's Stone for Bobica? He's probably going to get it.
I don't think I will have ever seen that before. Like, he's level 8 and he's halfway to Ags.
I love it. I mean, that's why, you know, that's probably another reason why they were like, all right, we're going to run the 4 Disruptor.
Yeah.
We're going to make sure Baboka gets his farm up. He likes to do this. Yeah, Aster looking hot. And if they get another successful team fight, can probably, if they have the Exo, they can probably just look to walk into the Roche pit too, so.
Waiting for the setup and they find him again.
Oh my god.
Dude, Emo just can't play Dota. Like, how do you deal with that?
Game. That's the 2 supports that just got him.
Dude, it is rough. All right, more than halfway to Ags now.
He got the last hit, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
And look at this quick move. It is scouted. So Paulson, when he was sneaking inside those trees earlier, did get a ward down, so they'll know this move is coming, but are they going to be able to do anything about it? They put down a ward, but there's already sentry coverage.
Are they going to try and fight this? Hook shot
Whoop-a.
actually gets a stun on a both. Requiem out, but no follow-up damage. And so Clockwork is just going to die, Requiem down. So Aster make another solid move, find the kill, and it's going to try and pressure the tower.
And they take the ward as well. And, oh, an Arcane. Okay, Arcane Rune onto Siamese Cat. So not onto the Death Prophet. But yeah, bottom tower now, probably in jeopardy. They still have Exorcism too, so if they want, they can save this for the Roche attempt.
I will say, throughout all of the Aster draft, I was taking a look and peeping their faces, and it was all smiles.
Oh, yeah.
I think they had a clear idea of what this game was going to turn into, and they have just executed immaculately.
Oh, I mean, IG, I guess they're feeling desperate.
Okay.
Someone made the call. Guys, go Roche or we lose.
This is good. I like this a lot. This is exactly what they need to do.
As long as they sneak it.
Yeah, and I think that
Looks
they're
like
going to
they
get
will.
it. So basically a trade-off of a tier 2 tower for Roche.
Okay.
And an Aegis on Storm is maybe one of the ways that you deal with this. So Kaya completed. Clockwork being hit mid. They're not coming to help him out, though. Hookshot over to the Spiders to try and get him away, but, well, QX in some trouble and just going to get dropped by XXS.
Oh, this game is This game is brutal. I gotta be honest with you. They've got an Aegis, but I don't feel like they can fight ever.
No.
They've got Vessel now also on the Mirana, I believe, so versus the Morphling and versus the Death Prophet can be useful. But they've got Greaves, they've got Manta, so they've already got the Dispel mechanics to deal with this, and he has no charges, since I don't think they've gotten a kill in, what, 10 minutes or so?
It's been a rough couple of minutes for him, that's for sure. And Paulison does get his courier killed as the vessel's being delivered.
Oof. Yeah, the last kill they got was at the 11-minute mark, so about 8 or 9 minutes ago.
Ready to push this tier 1 tower now. Try and take it down. Irving still trying to find a purpose in this game. This cat moves on in, pulls the creep wave over, while the spiders are just going to have to retreat back and join the Broodmother, who does have Greaves at least.
Yeah, the fact that CM can just walk up and stop a Broodmother from pushing. Oh, he even throws down the ult.
Okay.
No spiders in the mid lane anymore. And Aster still have ults available, ready to fight whenever. How is Dust's BKB looking? All right, getting closer. I'm saying like they need the BKB to try to be able to fight, but this might just be coming out too late for it to actually matter.
And Bobica is
He's
just
already
there. He's right on top of him. Rest of the team moving in. They're a little ways away. Still have vision. They, well, are going to catch the fear now, but the spear is there. And Dust now in a world of hurt. The kinetic field down. They still have Glimpse available if they want to use it. No, already used. And, well, they won't. They move on in for the finish.
Aster just making it look easy. Don't even pop a BKB. XXS just tanks him, realizes, all right, yeah, I can throw down an arena. Hasn't used it before anyway in this game, as they just continue running the show. And Baboka,
dude,
didn't find the Philosopher's Stone, but he's 300 gold from Aghanims. And SF, yeah, he's going to have it before the BKB on the SF comes out.
Before the BKB on any of the enemy team. I've never seen this before. This is the craziest disruptor ever. Like, him and CM have just been running around constantly, finding kill after kill after kill. This has been a perfect performance from Aster so far.
Yeah. I mean, 15 of the kills Baboka's been a part of. It's literally like, this is a very similar draft that they've run so many times with their Mars and stuff like that, with Monet and a super carries. Monet, he doesn't have Manta up.
Ooh, pulled in, arrow out, trying to find the kill, and they get him.
All right.
That's what they need.
And that's the Vessel charge, right? Yeah, they got a kill with the Mirana. So now they do have a Vessel, at least if the Manta's on cooldown or if the Greaves are on cooldown. So a small gain there for IG. Much needed.
That is exactly what they needed. And just right now, stacking up that camp, going to pull it in, and that should be the full Aghanims completed for Bobica.
Almost level 12, and he takes the Vamp Brace too.
Yeah, man. He's ready.
Love it. I mean, Baboka is one of the greediest players, but I love it.
Well, 5K gold lead. IG, they need to take this mid tower down. They already did. And now going to send out the spiders, try and gain whatever vision they can. But as he finishes the Aghanim Scepter, it looks like Aster is getting together to go for a smoke.
IG also, though, grouping up. BKB coming out on the SF. Can they get the clean initiation? Can they take out some of these squish your backlines before the fight starts? Dude. They have to get Baboka.
Dude, they are not going to know that the Aghanim's ready. Because this is the BKB timing.
Oh, but spiders. Maybe the spiders scout it.
They have an idea of where it's coming at. But Disruptor away from them.
Oh, they're getting the big wraparound.
Oh my god, man. If he doesn't get his BKB off because of this Aghanim Scepter, this is going to be the most insane thing ever.
It's maybe going to happen. Well, also, Monet, before he died, did finish up Aghanims. So he's probably going to be able to turn into this SF if he'd like to, and crazy amounts of damage stolen and also just received from him from the stat steal.
Looking for it, the jump in, able to find him. Static Storm ready.
Good chain stun.
But they're going to find and kill off XXS. Aster, are they going to get greedy and stick around for longer? Bobica is waiting for all of them to get together. They have that BKB. They feel confident. Dust does drop it now.
Okay.
And then the back away.
Pretty good.
But looking for the turn now. Finding him. They kill off one in the Exorcism. Can they really fight into this?
Emo.
In trouble. Going to die. That's going to be the Aegis. And now the turn finds him immediately with the CM ulti. No way to get out of there.
Emo.
Silenced for the moment. The root. Is it going to be enough damage to kill off Emo in time? Yes. They do burn through him. They kill off the SF. They lose 2 in the process, but a big win still for IG. Or, excuse me, for Aster.
Yeah, I was a big, well, excuse me. Pretty good considering the deficit that they're at, and they get the catch on like kind of the perfect hero, right? They find the Mars, chain stun, kill him, but they have to commit so much to kill the Death Prophet. So chasing all the way forward, they forget about Monet.
Yeah.
Monet just gets to play the fight completely free.
We can see here in this replay too, you know, you're gonna feel incredibly good as this Morpholine with the Aghanims and just able to stand tall, keep punching away in this fight.
Yeah, I mean,
And
look
of
at Monet.
course-
He's just free hitting, waiting for his opportunity to go in, waiting for the SF BKB to go down, and then commits.
Yeah, big moment for Monet. And then, of course, the other big thing is that, you know, you just see this. There's so many different ways that they can win the fight, whether it's through Monet and that Aghanim Scepter stealing all the stats, or whether it's through, you know, just the big team fight ultis. They've got a ton of different answers.
Yeah, and that's literally without the Mars, right? So
Yeah.
consider if XXS is alive inside of that fight, it's completely one way. Aster. Very patient with the way that they look to take any of them, right? As we saw, Baboka didn't just throw the ulti down on top of the Storm. He had like a 2 or 3 man ulti and just waited for a perfect opportunity for it. And XXS, he looks like he knows he's going to probably be the main focus target. Almost has Aeon Disc. So not going to be able to get chain stunned in the next situation when he's got it finished.
I do like the Wraith Pack that's coming out for the Brood, and I think that that might be an interesting answer for all this physical damage that's there. I mean, there's still a ton of magical too, but...
Yeah, I actually thought Pipe, he was definitely going to go Pipe this game, but okay. I guess just wants the aura also to buff up his SF's damage, but I mean, any little thing they can get at this point. Aster just feels to have, like we said, all the answers from the draft and from the way that they played the entire mid game. I mean, Dota Plus, we're already at a 91%, and it's been like that for some time.
Yeah, they've been holding on to that lead. Probably just going to wait for that next Roche before they really try and put the clamps on the entire map. But can get access now to that outpost. Did have that tier 2 tower taken a little while ago. And you can see a couple of these other item builds that are coming out right now. The Mars going in for the Aeon Disc next, potentially?
Yeah, I like that. He can't get focused then. That's what I was mentioning before. Just if they try to change some, he's always going to be able to get his arena off, which, yeah, just encapsulates and sets up for Baboka to get that big Static Storm.
And on the other side for the DP, it's going to be an Octarine Core. Already has that Soul Booster completed.
Yeah, I like it.
Along with the Heaven's Halberd.
Yeah, I like this build quite a lot here. As Brood, see you later.
Didn't stand a chance. They jump in with a couple, but the BKB's already out from Monet. He's going to live through this one. Emo trying to do what damage he can, but it's not nearly enough. And as the BKBs wear off, they have to get out.
Can't even touch anybody. They're all way too tanky. I love this build from XWI, right? Like we said, he's playing the off lane from the mid lane.
Yep.
I love his, like the Greaves are really nice. The Wraith Bands, of course, are amazing, but the Halberd, he's playing versus Storm and SF, right? So this Halberd is super effective.
And they will pop the Glyph, but Exorcism already used. Aster, I don't think they're going anywhere. It's sticking around for now. Brood dead with Clock dead. There's not a whole lot that they can make happen at this stage.
Arrow gets the shift off.
Oh, and you can see Disruptor, he's waiting back behind, wants to catch this Storm. Was looking to see if he was going to try and cut the creep wave.
Baboka
didn't go for it.
Baboka's so ready. As Aster do claim the tower, back away. A clean retreat. Pretty flawless play so far.
Yeah. Aster getting it done. You know, I was wondering, and I think that we did see in the first series a little bit of rust coming out at the Chinese New Year break from a couple of these teams, and I think from Aster, we're not seeing any of that. They look just as good as when they left, if not better.
I mean, their draft just fits them perfectly, right? They're just playing it to perfection. So much team fight, layering their ult perfectly. IG, this feels like kind of a desperation smoke to get themselves back in the game if they could catch somebody here. BKB's at the ready. Full, kind of cool. Solar Crest Vessel, an old school Mirana build. All about just making Dust try to carry this game. He needs any buff up he can get at this point.
Yeah, giving any of that damage, even just like the attack speed over to the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
You got to do something. Oh my god, are they going to sneak the Roche again?
No
do
way.
it.
Not
Do
at
it.
this
Do
point.
it.
No,
do
not
it.
at this
do
point.
It. No, they're going to take the fight. Hook shot in, finds a couple before staff through. And Emo jumps the back lines.
Oh, Requiem hits nobody.
That was not what they were hoping to accomplish.
Flee.
Imagine what could have been with that Roche. Dust? Holy moly.
Solar Crest saves him, actually. I think that armor bonus was actually enough, otherwise he might just die to right clicks. And now, Aster, an easy commit into the Roche pit. Didn't even have to pop. much of anything in the fight.
Gonna take this one down. Cool as a cucumber, Aster. Feeling quite good with themselves.
Yep, he's turned into the SF form from well, stole from the SF earlier, and yeah, gets that increased attack speed and all that. So Roche dying in no time. A free shard.
Now, we did talk about the team fight items, and you do have another one coming out. Almost able to get the snipe there with that rocket flare. But the Wraith Pact done for Irving. It is the physical damage reduction that they need to have here. But the problem that we still have is that IG just don't have any damage to throw into them.
Yeah, no damage, and Aster has tons of mixed damage. So that's why I really thought that he was gonna just go for like the pipe and just team fight. I mean, it doesn't feel like it really is gonna do much either way. But I think this was more about amping up the SF with the Solar Crest and all in on Dust, trying to carry this game. It's the game very one-sided. Aster continuing to look for pretty much any target they want up top. XXS is hunting.
Trying to find him. Paulson. No. Yeah, an XXS, a very good performance on this Mars, has had a couple moments where he got caught out, but still he's beating that bulwark in front of the rest of his team that allows them to do all the damage that they need to. If that means taking an arrow, taking a death or two, very happy to do that.
And he's still super farmed too.
Yeah.
Even while he's been doing all of it. Like, he's got the Aeon dislocked, he's got his Perseverance on his way to a second one. He always builds like this. He always just goes for like BKB, Refresher, and plus some type of like, depending on how his game going, if he's going to be the focus target, the Aeon disc and whatnot. Yeah, he's doing his job perfectly.
Dust gonna come out here now and try and catch a second wave. We'll start to build into the Scotty.
What the? Emo?
Emos?
Blink Dagger?
You know, sometimes you just gotta do things. He's talking a lot. He's like, guys, listen, I promise it's good. I promise.
I mean, I guess for Arcane Blink eventually or something like that. Okay. He wants Baboka, that's for sure.
He's going in for him. Get over here, Baboka, but the Glimmer.
Uh-oh, Emo.
Oh, he gets away.
Well, that's his BKB and his Blink reveal. I can't believe I'm saying that. Oh, God, Emo.
You know, these things happen sometimes.
I mean, I think he recognized, like, they know, right? They know the position that they're in the game. But, I mean, that is a very intriguing purchase.
Trying to cut the wave. Not able to do it. But does get the second one. The second wave mid is going to be eaten. But there is another wave coming in bottom.
I mean, they're just going to have to watch their buildings die. Like,
yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Dota doesn't even want him to watch it die.
No. Aster's breaking the game.
That's all falling apart there as Aster getting everything that they need early on here. Monet trying to get into a full dataless.
Yeah, he's massive. I love this build. When you're able to go dataless versus these Agi cores and you have the waveform talent, you're just going to waveform over targets and they're just going to die to crits. So I love when I see this type of aggressive build. He doesn't need, you know, you could have arguments for like the Scotty and stuff like that because you're playing versus SF and Storm, these range cores, but he doesn't need it. He just wants raw damage to be able to focus fire them through BKB.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And, well, on the other side of the map, Emo's still trying to farm to get ready for the eventual fight that's coming their way. It's going to be there pretty quickly now as he's going to TP back in.
Okay, he's got BKB back up, eats the tome instantly, level 19.
Quite that 20. Spear
Irving
finds Irving down very low and does pop the Greaves, but not able to get out. Emo finds Disruptor again, but will they kill him off? Bobica living, Greaves pop, does finally fall. They get the kill, Emo gets out. Now they need to run away with the rest of their heroes though, and they do not quite have that same mobility that the Stormman does.
I actually thought that Emo was going to kill Baboka and GG out.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, with the way it looked like. Yeah, they'll get the Disruptor, but yeah, significant base damage. And Dust still has BKB, but yeah, can't walk into these fights.
No. Well, you know, I think part of the thing here too is that Disruptor did beat both of them to BKB, but Emo beat Baboka to Blink. So Baboka gets it now, a couple of minutes after the Storm Spirit, and almost 20k gold lead. They're going to be Mega Creeps taken, and Aster in complete control of this game, as this one is just about to finish off now.
Yeah, this game feels, it's been over since like 15 minutes, really. Oh, man. Yeah, Aster, calm, cool,
GG.
collected, and there it is, Emo. He calls it.
Ooh. Well, what a turnaround, and not exactly what we were anticipating, but Aster, this is what we were anticipating, their victory.
Yeah, I mean, not what I was anticipating from Emo getting a Blink Dagger for sure, but the last pick Storm kind of fell totally flat. Didn't do much of anything. Lost mid.
Yeah.
Asked for heavy rotations, so the side lane suffered because of it as well too. And yeah, they don't really have team fight. So when the team fights are happening, you can just see Aster super dominant. They have literally like everyone with an ulti, everyone with a catch for Storm. That's why I'm still just like, why were they so appealed for the Storm Spirit into 4 different heroes that controlled him, and then they have it, I mean, the DP came, or DP, or, the swap up and everything at the end there. But yeah, just every single hero has a control, and yeah, it felt like IG had no hope even from the draft from laning phase.
Maybe Dust was like, what are you talking about? I don't want to play this Storm, and then he just picked Shadow Fiend really quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely a massively uphill battle from what we've seen, right? Aster clearly miles ahead of IG, but yeah, IG just crumbled super early on in this game.
And if nothing else, we can definitely say that Aster looking incredibly solid. Looking forward to seeing more from them, and we're going to see more in game number 2. But for now, we're going to head back to the panel, let them talk all about it.
Aster are just a cut above the rest. They proved it here. They were just running over this game. They were so dominant. It felt that IG didn't have too much in the way of being able to pull this one back, Kazu.
I mean, I think Aster, first of all, they did well in their lanes. I think also they kind of realized in the draft that IG's damage is very low. I think you could see that also in their itemizations. From the Death Prophet, he went some double Wraith Band build mid into the Guardian Grease, which was...
the offlane build in the mid DP.
Yeah, and it was really good in this game.
Yeah, no, I think for IG at least, there was a glimmer of hope. I think around the mid-tier 1, they get this quick jump. It looks quite promising.
Yeah.
But then it's the glimpse back and the chase down, and Aster then find kills that you didn't really expect them to get potentially. And from that point, it just felt so hard for IG to play this map. I think even when we get to some of the later highlights in this this reel, just Emo on the Storm, he's spending 10, 12 seconds trying to kill off a Disruptor, only the Disruptor, and he's hardly even getting him. And I think this was for IG. Again, looked like potentially a good fight. They pick off the Mars straight away. They then look for the chase down. But unfortunately, they didn't really have the best spell usage. You see here the Requiem already. Aster just disengaging deeper into the south side. So overall, IG, they had some moments, but yeah, just outplayed in the big fights and never really had the damage to really scale into the game.
Yeah, let's have a chat about this Shadow Fiend and this Storm Spirit here, because we see Emo on Storm, and again, I know that we joked about it potentially going off lane. Literally less than 1% of us actually thought it. They take it mid though. Do you think that this was a change up that needed to happen? Like, why did they end up putting Emo down mid, and rather than picking up a carry for himself and having him on safe and Shadow Fiend mid? Do you think that could have influenced or changed a lot of the way in which IG could have taken fights towards Aster?
I think it was already hard from that point in the draft. That's what I'm going to say. I think they just did it for some comfortability. They thought, okay, we need this Storm, we need someone to jump in. But I do think that this game was really hard, because not only is the Greaves good for like the morph, it also is really annoying for the Storm, because Storm wants to kill backline heroes. Now that helps your supports. He has to use even more mana. And I think...
He just has to stick around longer too, as well.
He's chilling.
There's one thing about IG, I think Irving on the Brood should have used his HP pool a bit more. I feel like Emo was kind of forced to just go in a bit too deep, but what can you do?
You have 5 superstars on the side of Aster, but only one of them can be MVP. This feels like a TV show or something, a game show.
All right.
There's 5 superstars, guys. Only one's going to come out as winner, MVP winner.
I already have my idea. I already know who's going to
you do want to play the game?
100%.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Baboka.
No, XWY. Core player.
Support player. Yeah! All right, so Baboka.
He rushed Ags.
Yeah, tell me about Baboka.
He rushed Ags because not only did he rush Agnims, not only did he still vamp Nodric. So he just positioned really nicely throughout the game. And like when you think about some of these early plays from Emo, even let's say the top lane, it's just Disruptor plus CM killing off Emo early on. You're never giving the Storm Spirit that one free kill to build the confidence to look for the next one and chase the map down. When you start killing off Storm early on, you instill fear in their mind, and then you can't play to the same level if you are chaining up the kill. So I think Baboka, he positioned great, even in the triangle fight. He's holding his static Storm waiting, Aegis expires, bam, then he's using it. So I think super disciplined, Greed is good, Baboka is good.
Baboka is good.
I'm with you on the Baboka only
If you
because...
say a but,
No,
I'm really sad.
no, there is no but. I'm with you on the
thank
Baboka. The only reason, though, for me, for Baboka, no, it's not, is because they had a really cool play with the CM and both of them killed off the Storm Spirit. It was literally
That
just
one.
two supports just absolutely
Yeah.
going ham on
High
the Storm
five.
Spirit.
You scared me. So I
No.
honestly thought you kept going up and up and up to
Uh-huh.
then go, but this DP. And I was like, don't
no,
side with
I'm like,
Kezzy
I'm
now.
like planting the flag on the top of the
Yeah.
mountain, you know? That man's shone.
Guys, you can't just when you see like a team understand, I think timings and item builds to this level, that's something that I appreciate a lot. So I think when you do see IG with this low damage draft and then your mid player skips bottle mid, not something I've seen before. He buys Grease to help his team, it helps his morph, it's annoying for the Storm, and then build a halberd later. Like they just understand that if fights go longer than the BKB durations of IG, they'll auto win, and therefore they itemize for that. And I think it's just a win not only for draft and gameplay, but also in every other aspect.
I mean, Mars going like third IMA on disc as well.
Yeah,
like
it's really cool too.
He dies once to a pickoff, which nearly gives IG a chance to win a fight. Instantly, boom, A on disc on the menu. Like he doesn't even think about anything else. Other players, that would have been something different, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've
Good
seen
stuff.
teams with drafts advantage sometimes itemize wrong and cost them the game. This time, though, Asta, they know exactly what they have to do. They closed out game number 1 in beautiful fashion. Let's see if they can do the same in game number 2, which will happen after this break.
Oh, full screen. Let's go.
We were not expecting that one. I am not gonna lie. I thought it was gonna be my solo shot. We were jokingly. This is just having
job.
fun, you know. You gotta keep yourself entertained during the break because the Dota's not gonna keep you entertained when it's not on your screen. I don't know where I was going with that one. But Asta versus IG. Actually, no. I don't want to talk about the game just yet. T, do you reckon you could take me in a boxing match?
Honestly, no. I would never want to hit you, so
Okay,
I couldn't do it. But I could
very
take
sweet.
Kezu though. Look at him.
Yeah, I
Nice
reckon I
try.
could too.
Honestly, that is one thing I've always thought about. Imagine how hype it would be rather than having a show match at TI. You just get 2 of the losers.
The show match is just actually
Yeah.
a boxing
Boxing
match.
So like okay, imagine let's say last year or something. You just get who would you get? Like I don't
You
know,
need to take 2 players of
yeah.
the losing teams.
No, but like okay, Puppy got final. Okay, so think of
I was
2
gonna say
players.
You don't want to go in a
no.
boxing match with Puppy
No,
anyway.
no, this is not like chess boxing where it's like they get first blood, then they pause the game, and then they go boom, and then they go again, you know? Like, just imagine 2 teams, you get knocked out in... punishment for coming last in groups. The 2 captains who come last in groups then have to play the show match pre-TI final boxing match. The loser can never play Dota again. That
Oh!
are
Do you-
hype
What?
stakes.
The problem is after you get last place at TI, you already want to shoot yourself
Yeah,
and fly
you
home.
already,
No, but like
you
you're
already
boxing.
don't want to play
Bam,
Dota
bam.
again.
But that's why you take out all your energy, because you win, you beat the other captain, they can't play Dota again, and you then have the energy to take it back into the next season. That's our pitch. PGL, if you're listening
It's
in,
happening.
or Valve.
It
Oh,
just
no,
started off.
they hate the idea. No worries, that's fine.
Yeah,
Back to
we'll
the
keep
draft.
that one to ourselves then. Game number 2 draws between IG and Asta here. It's a respect Mars ban on the side of IG, and they open up with Tiny.
I think so. As their first pick again, they
Yep.
were
10 seconds
likely
remaining.
preparing to pick Brood again. That's why they banned the Mars, which then forces Aster to,
5
swap up their
Ban.
bans a little bit in order to then ban the Brood. So IG, they're like, sure, we'll take something else, Tiny, solid first pick.
Rubik's in the pool now.
Yeah, be
Yep.
like Rubik Centaur, Rubik,
Rubik.
plus anything
Rubik,
here, yeah.
Rubik.
I think for IG at least, it was their first Brood game. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that Asta banned it out, but
Radiant team
still a very strong hero.
Oh,
Rubik Mag.
I like this rise in Mag that we're seeing in China. We're seeing it used to its full potential. Actually, you guys were on panel when we saw JT Mag
I mean,
yesterday.
JT was the
A
MVP of
beast.
potentially the season without one game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah, he couldn't replicate it later on
10
down the line.
seconds
But
remaining.
if you can have that level of just cleanliness in your Mag play, like the thing as well with Mag is what people forget is he's actually a really strong laner. Because you have Shockwave, if you get an early mana boots with a Rubik or something, that lane is just spam central, and you just can't really play out that safe lane. And I think for IG, now they're discussing, I hope this Storm Spirit Shadow Fiend situation was just because Shadow Fiend, Dust can play it
Yeah.
in both lanes. I'm hoping this isn't some Dust is now the carry, Emo is now the mid situation. It's a little bit too revolutionary over the
Yep.
break.
In game 1, IG closed out their opening phase with the Morana. It wasn't that impact, it wasn't that oomph that we wanted
Yeah.
to see. The Enigma, though, is that something more along the lines of what you want to see IG going towards?
Yeah, I think this is better. I think it also fits Irving a lot more. I think
10
he
seconds
thrives more off
remaining.
of these Centaurs, Enigmas, heroes that have like high impact in terms of team fighting.
5 seconds
Tiny Enigma, very, I think, fail-proof, dumb combo in the lane. You have the Ava into the
Radiant
tossback.
team
You have
back.
good team fighting. You also now have a counterplay in team fights to Magnus, which is good. But IG, they're gonna need heroes, maybe one more hero that can deal with the Rubik. Because this Rubik Enigma matchup is a bit annoying, therefore you need some help.
All right, so quick bit of trivia, thanks to Benji. Not even trivia, it's actually just a nice stat.
10 seconds
So Benji,
remaining.
he did a stat for 33 Enigma. He played
5
Enigma for a total
seconds
playtime of
remaining.
1 hour,
Oh, yeah, in
44 minutes,
tiebreakers.
and 37 seconds. So that's how long he was playing Enigma in game.
Turn to ban.
How many seconds of
I
black
think-
hole do you think he got out?
I think I know this. Wasn't it like 17
Yeah.
seconds?
It was
Same.
17. Okay, so you know the stat. Unfortunate, but it's fine. 17 seconds of black hole. That's why you see instantly the silencer ban.
Yeah.
You don't want him to have 0 impact. Get rid of it. You don't really care about Rubik, because I think for IG, as soon as you have the Tiny
10
or some type
seconds
of
remaining.
Chaos type hero, the job for the team fight is Tiny
5
create Chaos, find
seconds
Rubik,
remaining.
Enigma black hole on the side.
Yep.
You then don't really care about that counter matchup. I'm so upset you knew the stat, guys. Why are you?
You
why
told
are
us yesterday, that's the problem.
Yeah. Oh, I did. Oh,
I was gonna say,
it's
I feel
a
like
really
you were
cool
very,
stat,
yeah,
though.
I feel like you were very excited about it and you shared it.
Oh well. You
It
could've-
is a great stat.
And we
though.
don't fake it here, guys. We see this is what you learned today. We don't fake our reactions.
Yeah, when you see us punching each other on camera,
That's
it's
real.
not fake. That
It's not
is
fake.
real. That is real.
That's why I stand here with Kezu.
That's why there's always such a large gap between me and the other panelists.
Oh God. Nothing crazy other than bans. Sniper ban as well. One of the best heroes against Enigma in lane. Shrapnel. The Eidolons can never hit tower.
Did I just ban Spectre?
Yes.
Okay,
This
interesting.
is like, again, this is the RTK logic. I remember back in the day, again, if you have any initiators, any spellcasters, Spectre is the counter to it. Spectre, of course, is a weird hero right now where you only pick it really for Lina. You rarely just want to pick it for anything else. But again, respecting the weaknesses of this combo, because this is a combo for so many years.
Yeah, so it's very good against Mag because it makes team fighting super hard for the hero. And I guess because I'm pretty sure they can only play Mag on offlane, maybe they're like, okay, even if IG pick it in the next 2 picks, we can't really respond to it too well in the lane because we already have our offlaner. So, okay, I can see it there. It's a bit surprising, but it does make sense.
Who's opening this next phase? Oh, it's going to be Team Asta themselves. Who's going to be pushing the Rubik into 4 and a 5 being picked up, and then hoping to close the phase with their mid.
I think you take a 5 that will set up an easier carry pick, most likely, because you know that the Enigma is already in the offlane. So I think it would make the most sense to then take your carry in that phase, especially also because a lot of carries are getting banned already. More Spectre, Sniper, so your pool is getting a little bit limited. I could see just some casual CM or a different hero that deals with the Enigma in lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of when you open up with Rubik +1, right? You just don't really care what you pick on the next phase. You're not really revealing anything.
Yeah. Maybe CM is a bit troublesome because of some toss back, but that's what I could see. Sure, that's nice.
Nice.
I mean, wait, what am I doing? It's week 4. We should know it's tree at this point. Sorry. Fake excitement.
Hey, I'm proud of you, T. Congratulations.
I'm proud of you, T.
No, I'm joking. That was going to be a continued.
You don't have to be scared of me.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Hello.
No, I'm joking. There you go.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I'm just in bit. I just saw it happen on stream again. My just
5
moves.
seconds
The
remaining.
moves, the punching. I hope everyone is scared.
No, people like my moves. To be fair.
Okay. Do you want to show us some more? By guessing the next pick of IG, because that's your moves. That's your best move.
All right. Best move in the house.
Yep.
It's gonna be.
What do you think about Kezu?
I don't actually know.
I think the Phoenix would be very good for IG. I think it's very annoying for Mag in team fights. It's very annoying for Tree. Sunray should also be good because Aster's lineup is not too high on damage. It would have to be a Phoenix 5, which maybe doesn't pressure the Magnus super much in the lane, but I think it would be very good for their game. What do you see,
What do I see?
Mr. T?
I mean, I kind of like. The thing is, so with Aster's lineup, they don't actually have a lot of damage
Radiant
right now.
team pick.
Okay, we'll go Ursa. Yeah, I was gonna say I was thinking Pudge. Ursa was like maybe second, third down the line, but it's like I wanted Emo to play a hero that just absorbs the initiation of Aster, and then when you reposition them, it's like, but wait a second, how do we now kill them? And they don't have the heroes for that yet,
10
so now Aster will need to
seconds
think
remaining.
about it. So yeah, I was leaning a bit more Pudge. Ursa comes in, same concept.
5 seconds
They need now
remaining.
a kill lane.
Yeah.
I would argue with this.
I think you pivot a bit more now to something more aggressive.
Team Asta's turn to
And then go for the
JK.
Phoenix, sure. This is like.
The Phoenix does make sense, but in my opinion, if you go Phoenix, I would have preferred something more like a Drow Ranger type hero where you just play on range. Because
Sure.
I think Ursa is also, so both these heroes are very good against what Aster have.
Yeah.
But I
10
think you
seconds
could have maybe
remaining.
crafted a slightly better combo for yourself at the same time.
Okay.
The
5
Phoenix pick,
seconds
I feel like it
remaining.
confuses the draft. Like, it looks good against Aster, but when you look at IG's heroes, I personally would like hate to play this lineup because like I've got some Black Hole
Radiant
Enigma,
team
some
death.
Phoenix Egg.
Drow
It's
Ranger.
all on Tiny and Ursa to like set the pace of the game and to open up the fights. So now, realistically, one and a half of your heroes can actually start a fight. Everyone else is just waiting for the fight to start to then want to look into it. And it's big cooldown heroes as well. Sure, Enigma can itemize to play
10
around it, but they don't
seconds
sweep
remaining.
across the map that effectively.
Yeah.
So it's a bit weird.
5
for-
seconds
What's the
remaining.
downfall of the Ursa
Team
Phoenix lane,
Asta's
Kezu?
turn
I
to
think that they
ban.
don't synergize too well within the lane. Like Ursa prefers to play with heroes that kill,
Okay.
and Phoenix kind of wants
Like,
to
is it
play a
they're
more chill
stepping
lane.
up towards the creep wave as well and just really trying to pressure out the rest?
Yeah, like it's more they both play inverted to each other in the lane.
right.
Ideally, that's how
10
both
seconds
heroes wants to play.
remaining.
And you don't want that against Mag
Radiant
Rubik. When you have
team
double
back.
spam, you kind of want your support to either enable the kill or to be super defensive so then you sustain through the damage. But again, it doesn't really do either right now. It's more of a mid-game type hero. So there's an opportunity where Mag Rubik, an early mana boots, you apply that pressure. Ursa could be a lost little bear, might have to go jungle and hibernate for a little bit. And on the flip side, you have a tree drow lane. That's going to happily farm, push out lanes. I think Aster just super happy with how the draft's gone right now.
It feels like just a budget Lina lane.
Kinda, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It is a very good Drow Ranger game. For now, like, sure, you have some people who can get on top of you, but with a Pike, you'll be fine. You have help from your team with Root and RP, lifts as well, and you also have last pick, so I think Aster should be feeling pretty good here.
IG gonna have to blind pick their mid here. It's really hard when you are blind picking. Is there something that is really prominent is missing in their draft, or are you just hoping to pick something that has the least amount of counter picks available still in the pool?
You kind of just want something that you don't really care. So some Primal Beast type mid hero for Dust. Something that just rip through the backline, and then now it's not just the Tiny who can initiate, you have something else to play on. I'm not really... What's banned? So Ember? Ember's still available? Actually, Ember's the first phase banned, sorry. Puck's banned out by themselves.
DP's out, Tusk is out, Viper's out.
Yeah, honestly, I think Primal Beast is pretty good here for them. Like, you want them to just be super annoying, and you want your mid hero to be like first item, kind of like BKB or something, just so you can just... And yeah, Void Spirit's banned out, so even more emphasis on that now.
Yeah, I could see some... I think Primal can work. Of course, there's counterplay just to like every other hero. There's like lifts and silences. They ban Puck and DP themselves, so maybe they're leaning at some Storm Spirit once more, which I'm not sure how much I would like that.
Yeah, good point.
Pango probably is also an option.
Still in the pool.
True, forgot about the Pango.
It's okay against the first three heroes. I think against Drow it can be a bit annoying.
Kunker. I think
It's just Pango.
Yep.
Counterpick, what's left?
I like it for the fact that they need to just barrel into the game. So I honestly just assume Pango is banned, but yeah, good stuff from them. They don't see it as banned and they pick it. Counter picks now for Pango.
10 seconds remaining.
Ember out, Tiny banned or picked already, so they take
They
this
just
one.
go
They're like, hey, you guys can win on it. We're going to try and win on it. Show you how a Storm Spirit mid goes.
I mean, at this point, when you look at the bans, all the initiating mid heroes are somewhat removed, so it's just like the final one left to some degree. And that's what, when I didn't like IG's opening, or at least the first four heroes, a Spirit hero just punishes that again, because you jump in, you force an egg, let's say you go Orchid, or you force Enigma to BKB or something, that then opens up the rest of your fight. So I think IG, it's a lot of emphasis on Pango Tiny to just break the game for them, because Enigma Phoenix, they will only reap the reward if their team does well. Like, they won't do anything to help the team pretty much until way down the line.
I think this Storm pick is very strong, especially with Drow. He has tree and armor. I think it's going to be similar to game 1, where Aster are going to abuse long team fights. Storm is going to jump the Phoenix later, get him killed, same with Pango, so I'll have to go with Aster again.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're both enjoying Asta, then I have to make you disagree on something.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game time, shorter or longer than last time?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Last one was...
Last
40?
34. So this one...
Longer.
Longer, yeah.
Okay, who's taking first hour?
Whoa. We don't want to give anyone too much help here, you know what I mean?
No.
We also won't say who
Not
gets 10
Aster.
kills first.
IG will take first tower.
Okay.
IG?
Yeah.
What? So you think Asta? Perfect. I finally got them to disagree. We could jump into game number 2 now with Fucked and Lyrical.
What? Yeah, well, let's see. First tower, a very different type of draft this time coming out from IG. Aster, like the panel mentioned, taking the Storm, but you like the Storm pick a lot more in this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a great Storm pick. There is very limited kind of disables you have to worry about, be it, these instant, like, frostbite, silences, stuff like that. He has to just worry about kind of Avalanche for the most part. Most of the other ones he can play around, be it Pango, be it Enigma and stuff like that. So, yeah, much better pick this time around to have this one. And he's got a better support cast with him too, like Kezu was saying. He's got if the Drow isn't getting focus fired, he's gonna have this, armor and stuff like that provided from the Drow aura, and then he's got all his armor, and he's got saves, right? He's got Rubik Shard eventually that will probably be coming out. So, yeah, I love Aster's draft again. I think they've kind of answered a lot of what IG has, but IG, it's infinitely better, it feels like, than last time. But let's see if they can actually endure. Because, yeah, I was all right. Like, the opening, I love Tiny Enigma. I think it's great. Tiny Enigma, Pango, these look great. Even the Ursa pick is nice. The Phoenix is the one that I'm a little fussed about just because, like Kezu was saying, he prefers, I also do too, is enabling your Ursa to have these kind of kill threats. So yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to do that with these two.
Yeah, that is feeling like one of the lanes that could definitely be an issue of contention, is at least just not enabling that Ursa to get off to a hot start.
Yeah.
And then you sort of compare that to the other side where you're going to have XXS on this Magnus. Granted, no melee hero that he's empowering, but you've got this Drow, you've got this Storm Spirit that have crazy high, attributes that are going to be buffed up by that Empower. It's going to be a whole heck of a lot of right-click damage.
Yeah, and it's a very traditional lane we've seen quite often, right? Rubik plus Magnus. You get out of position, you get lifted, skewered under tower. They're going to rush Arcane Boots, I'd imagine, on the Magnus very early just to continue spamming and keeping the Ursa low. So already seeing QIQX, he starts with double Tango Salve. So he just really wants to pump as much HP into Emo as possible. Emo starts with Stick and some regen. So yeah, they know that they're just going to get spammed down here.
And it's as we would expect also, we should mention this, Dust back to mid lane after that last one, and Emo over onto the Bear.
Yeah. Emo, you bought Blink on Storm. You have been pushed back to your safe lane for all time. I think it was just a Storm thing. You know, the jokes aside and everything. It just, he's very comfortable on Storm. Sure, it didn't work out, but yeah, he thought it was going to be a better one for him.
Right, and it's also one of those moments where, you're a team that's behind, trying to find new ways into the game. If things haven't been working, switch it up. Why not? Give it a try, see if it works.
Yeah, but I mean, they're already struggling quite a lot, as we've seen, and especially versus Aster, right? One of the best teams in China at the moment, so.
Well, the spam, it's already started a little bit, and you can see QIQX trading hits with Rubik. This is not the best for him in the world. With that Fade Bolt out and ready, can trade hits super comfortably.
Yeah.
Toss back. Under the tower. Oh,
still only level 1.
Yeah, he's not even going to get hit by the tower once.
No, but they're going to continuously try to do this. I mean, we've seen a lot of success from this tiny Enigma kind of lane to be able to play, even versus Drow, even versus Tree and stuff like that. So definitely some possibilities for them if Aster messes up the lane. But we don't see Aster make too many mistakes, especially in laning phase.
Of course, there is always going to be that lane pulled back into the tower with that Enigma, which is what you would want to see as Dust. Taking a beating from XWY, who did go for that solo kill last game onto Emo, was able to get it on the Death Prophet, double Wraith Band, a little bit of a change-up from the time when Emo was playing mid, and making some solid moves. And Emo, speaking of which...
XWY makes a bit of a mistake, actually walks under tower there. He'll be okay now. But yeah, I love this. The reason I love this Storm pick is not only just because of the overall game, but because of the lane too. It's... Pango, he's good in a lot of these matchups, but Storm is one of those that just can end up bullying a lot of these kind of, you'd say, like weaker melee heroes in the laning phase. If he just gets a Vortex, he gets an early position advantage with Static Remnants, he can actually bully a lot of these. But Dust will get the rune and he'll be okay for now.
Yeah, playing it well.
Yeah.
You can see a slight lead into the favor of XWY with this creep wave coming in. It's going to take that slight advantage, and I think has he missed any CS there? Maybe a couple.
I think he missed like 3 or so far, but still very good for him. He's gotten 3 denied, so we'll count it as ooh, Emo.
Very close. Good jump away there by Emo to get out of the firing zone.
Ooh, this lane positioning though for Emo is not great, right? They're actually keeping it pulled into a perfect position on Aster to be able to go for these constant skewer plays. So yeah, they don't even have a... Okay, they do have a pull open, so QIQX probably just has to pull this lane, even if it's a single pull, just to be able to fix lane positioning.
When you lane together for like 7 years, you get some pretty good synergy.
Yeah, I mean, these two are always the ones to watch. They are so damn good, and they're in laning, in game, they're just, always on point. So yeah, Arcane Boots almost done. Mid lane.
The toss back, Dust gets the jump, couple more hits. Doesn't decide to make any extra action come of it. Did have a swashbuckle available, but after the shield crash, just wanted to save the mana.
Yeah, he sees it. Oh, Pelosin.
That could have been dangerous right there.
He gets Vortex, he's just dead. They might even still look to make an aggressive move. They're playing around the runes here, so making sure they can set one up either for Dust or for XWY is. XWY is going to get a lot of heals from this Leech Seed.
Yeah, and well, they have the toss, but the toss onto Dust instead, and yeah, Paulison's just going to die. Pichu is the one that draws the first blood there.
I like the rotation from the Tiny, but him sticking around also without enough... I mean, he did have the mango. Okay, I mean, without enough mana initially to kind of go for this type of kill. And now he just leaves his Enigma on an island. So Drow's free farming. They don't get the kill, and Aster just respond with rotations of their own. A big slip up there from IG.
Paulison and Sadness will come and refill the bottle. Sorry, dude. My bad.
they did the same thing last game where they double sent supports to just make sure that they can try to help out the mid lane. But last game it didn't help. This game it kind of does the exact opposite of what they want as well too. So side lanes look kind of like the dream here for Aster again.
Aster having a very good start to them. And Paulson comes back in to try and grab this creep wave. We'll get this one without too much issue, but Monet...
He's getting body blocked.
Yeah. Slow, throws the avalanche. Somehow managed to dodge it off of the creeps, but hitting the 2 heroes. That was nice placement.
Yep.
But still, we'll eventually get that creep wave and pull it away.
Yeah, and Monet still just absolutely free farming. And bottom, we're seeing already the constant aggression that's going to come out from XXS and Baboka as those arcane boots finished up super early. But Emo does get a bit of lane positioning fixed here. And for now, until Baboka pulls the lane back. So again, yeah, lane's just going to be difficult for him to step up a little bit too far. Just always at the threat of those skewers.
Yeah, this lane feels really tough for the Ursa. I don't know what the hell you're going to do.
He's still farming all right, right? His farm is still pretty decent, but it's just about, you know, how can they actually contest and go for kills, which is what Ursa wants to have. He wants to get a little bit of an advantage in laning phase.
Yeah. Well, there is also still that fear, though, that he could get pulled back under tower, definitely.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
with that whole wave denied out by that hard camp. Not the easiest time, but like you said, keeping up in the CS, at least at the earlier stages. But again, towards mid, this is the type of move that they needed. Dust finds the kill on XWY.
Baboka will find a DD, but now he's also perhaps getting chased out. Yeah, he's forced to TP. All right, this time the double rotation does work for the side of IG.
That was right as Storm hit 6.
Nicely done.
Does have that one completed. Actually, could have gotten that from the 6-minute mark going over. I'm not sure. But regardless, it is a pretty solid position. Pango has 6, can make a rotation too if they want to.
Top.
Instead, they're going to go for Irving. But won't be able to make any type of save play there. Paulison gets the toss away.
Oh my god, he's still going.
Thinking about it, at least.
Okay. Has clarities and mangoes up there, so we'll be able to pump him back up on mana. Very aggressive play from XWY. Mad that he gets killed in the mid lane.
Radiant's
ya.
middle
Take
tower
that.
is under attack.
But there is no bounty rune for him to retreat back to and find.
And let's see, Baboka in the meantime also, while he's been playing in the bottom lane, we take a look at these stacks. He's got, what, a quad stack at the hard camp here that this Rubik is working on. Oh,
jeez.
He actually misses the stack. Okay, whoops. Pulled it a little too early.
Yeah, that happens.
It happens.
But yeah, you can see camp stacked up there for him to try and be a little piggy bank to build into after. If he can have arcane boots done too, that would be pretty huge for that bottom lane.
Yeah, they're gonna probably look to clear that pretty soon. I mean, I'd imagine the Storm goes to clear it out. As we're seeing the big person who's really suffering, probably just because of these rotations. I mean, I'm fine with Polison's rotations. I like when the Storms, when you're playing versus Tiny, I like when the Tinies, when you're playing versus Storm, you make these early moves mid. He does have the successful one after the failed one, but you're seeing Irvin, he's suffering. 2,100 net worth in comparison to 3.3 of the Magnus, and he keeps giving up a lot of Eidolons.
He's really, in both of these games so far, been hampered out a lot, and it's kind of feeling like what you mentioned. Those rotations mid, meaning he's left completely alone, and I mean, at least in this game, he's been able to get the levels that he needs to, and he's an Enigma, so you know that late game there's going to be that strong chance that they have to do a ton of damage, but definitely the early goings, at least, he's been the one sacrificed.
Yeah, not an easy Enigma game, though. He's playing versus Tree, playing versus Rubik, even versus like Storm and Drow. Getting into the backline, not easy. And yeah, Rubik, he can just steal Black Hole. Tree, he can just overgrowth it at all times, and Storm can even just like zip through and do the Vortex, of course, while you're zipping, so yeah, pretty difficult. He can't really itemize to go for Black Hole plays, so I imagine he's just going to be playing as this, like, this aura kind of carrier for his team.
Right.
But yeah, off to a very slow start, at least for the Enigma, who is going to be the objective taker for the most part, right? He's the tower taker for this team. Definitely not easy for him to do so.
Nope, he is going to need to have a little bit of catch-up time right now. And we did see those stacks taken out in the bottom half of the map. Bobica now going to try and rebuild them again, as another Eidolon will be fed away. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that was a Fairy's Trinket picked up for the Storm. So the dream item.
Dream. Look at these wards already placed up. So aggressive wards being placed, aggressive and defensive wards being placed up from Aster. As, yeah, coming out ahead in the lane. But we are seeing Emo. He's still doing just fine. So I thought bottom lane would go a little bit worse for him. But yeah, he's still top of that net worth.
Trying to get into the Battle Fury. So if he can finish that one before too long, that is one of the, big answers, obviously, for Drow later on there. XWY moves on in and is going to help XXS deal with these creep waves in the illusion. Thought that maybe that was the real Pango.
Top tower is under
Not
attack.
sure if he did or not, but regardless, at this 10-minute mark, are we going to see that much action at all? I mean, there's still the Tome heroes, Rubik, Tiny, not really the biggest level 6s. I guess the Phoenix might go for it.
I think Aster's just waiting. Aster at least is waiting for Blink Dagger. I think on IG, they just have to make moves around with Dust. Dust is the one to look at to make any aggressive move in this map because it supports super underleveled, Pelosin level 3, QIQX level 4. So yeah, I think most of this pressure early game is going to be around Dust's rotations, how much he's going to be able to find and get done. As Aster, it feels like all of them can kind of make moves. Even the tree can get aggressive. Magnus with an early Blink Dagger. Opting for Blink is cool too, because it's not super like surprising or anything like that. But we've always seen the mech, right?
Yeah.
Almost every single game, I think we see first item mech on these Magnus. Nope, not for XXS. He wants to have this initiating tool and get a little more aggressive.
And then look at what item he just queued up after it.
Midas, yeah.
So they're thinking the same type of thing, that this game could go a little bit later.
Yeah, and they scale. I mean, you can definitely see how IG has this crazy type of scaling, but Aster has like counter scaling because they have the answer to the Enigma. They have tons of BKB piercing disables, and yeah, they can probably just greed it up. They do. I would imagine that they outscale actually, even if they're playing versus Enigma and Phoenix. I actually quite like Aster's big team fight, as long as XXS is able to land these RPs, which it's XXS. He always lands his big ults.
I mean, this was the hero that he originally rose to prominence on.
very
Before
true.
Collapse, before JT, there was XXS.
Yeah, back when I used to play, this guy was still playing, and he's still so young.
How does it make you feel? Well, maybe a bit like the whole heroes down bottom who are going to finally get the pull out, but they do bring down XWY, dead in a ditch. Both Fogged and XXS. Sorry, that swashbuckle to get away. Bobica barely gets out of there. So a great
play.
rotation from IG.
Yeah, Dust comes in clutch, gets the chain control there onto the Storm. He's unable to actually get any of those zips off. Nicely done. Catching themselves back up. Irving, he's going to take the bottom lane. And they swing it, that net worth, back to even.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, it's okay.
The sad thing is that we're one day apart in terms of our birthdays, too.
The thing is just so crazy how XXS has just been playing pro Dota for what feels like, 10 plus years or something like that. And he's still like 20 something, 22, 23 or something like that. Pretty absurd.
That's what you get when you're a special type of talent.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Dyer's
As
middle tower is
RP,
under attack.
find
Used.
Dust.
They pull back one. Do they have the ability to bring him down with the TP in? It looks like it. They find him there. Bobica gets the lift back onto Paulison. So after the rotation down bottom fails, Aster move in mid, find a couple quick kills.
Yeah, overextended bottom, but this time on the opposing side, IG go for a rune, and XXS is very ready. And now a tower perhaps even going to get pressured, so Aster getting the better trade. It's going to get slowed down, though. So, and Emo, all things considered, right? 1-0. Battle Fury is about to be online, so very farmed up.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling like one of those no-rush 20-minute type of games that you get out here. 13 minutes in, not too many kills, not too many towers taken. Everybody just head back to their receptive sides and waiting for the later stages.
Yeah, this looks like it's probably going to end up being... There's still going to be a bunch of fights, but much more farm-heavy game than we saw last time. This time, IG... Last game, they had no ults, right? They had like the Shadow Fiend as their big team fight. This time, got tons of team fight, right? Pango,
yeah.
Enigma, and Phoenix, so... They just have to watch what they give up, especially like watching out for those black hole plays. They don't want to give Baboka anything.
I mean, and that's the scary thing, too, is that if you do commit those big ultimates and you
XWY.
don't manage to find the kill, he just walks in and then walks out. If you don't find those kills after you make those big ultimate commitments, you know that the entire rest of your map is going to be shut down because the other team has the big ultis.
Yes, absolutely. And also the big thing for IG is, how do you buildings? We've seen this happen a lot where you're playing versus the Tree and Protector and your offlaner is your one who wants to hit these towers with like the Enigma or the Broodmother or whatever it is, something like that, Beastmaster. Yeah, there's a Tree. So he's just constantly pushing out the waves with Nature's Grasp, armoring up the towers to full HP. So Aster keeping themselves slightly ahead, but only just a slight.
Saw a cool little thing there, too. They move on in with XWY, stacks the camp with him, and then Monet comes and clears it. So they're still getting that extra bonus gold onto their cores even.
Yeah. I mean, Monet is pretty huge on a Drow Ranger. He was versus Enigma, by the way. And let's take a look at not even just at Worth, looking at his last hits, 112 last hits. He's keeping on par with the Ursa, who was not versus that Enigma, who did not get any pressure.
And has that Battle Fury completed like we're talking about. Emo, every time I look at his camera, you can see he's just talking. Like, this guy is definitely a shot caller in this team. And it's interesting because I think the main thing we'd be hearing is I'm hitting more creeps, guys.
Yeah. He's probably just a guy with great item timings. Like, you know, guys, just chill back. I can probably carry this game. But Aster, very comfortable going into this later stage, especially if the Magnus, who is going to go for Midas, will scale. So, we did also see IG. I believe the game versus LGD, when they had that success, it was on the behalf of Emo playing the Ursa. So they're probably having some faith in this. And I think it also was with an Enigma. So probably thinking that they can have this type of later type game. But yeah, have to watch out because Irving, very difficult for him to land these black holes.
He does recognize that the danger is coming his way, and he TPs out, heads up to the top side of the map. Aster takes that tower, and look at this, IG. Want to make a quick move and take down this Aegis. This would be big.
Yeah, they have the Ursa, so they can do this pretty easy. Last game, it was much more of like a sneak kind of desperation one. This one, still in kind of even footing.
All right.
But they can't take any other objective, right? Cannon towers, so got to just try for one of those as they will be able to sneak in that rush. But XXS, I believe that's the Midas in 100 gold. And Aster, still calm as a cucumber. Just chilling back and farming. Cool as a cucumber, obviously. But yeah.
That's the one. I love it.
Cool, calm, collected.
Paulison, how close is he to Blink? He's still about, what, 800 gold or so?
Yeah.
And I mean, when you talk about trying to take those objectives, it feels like the big answer has been, okay, you bring numbers like this up top on a catapult wave, or you try and win a big fight. And that's where the Blink Dagger comes into play.
Yeah. This is nice, though, right here. Irving being able to do this kind of by himself. And Emo might just be able to swing in for the last hit. Thank you very much.
Bum, 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 bum. Emo takes it. Backs to farm. Greaves fully completed for Irving.
Alrighty.
And they got the Blink done, so maybe they actually want to try and get some fight going. The Blink after the Battle Fury.
I like it with the Aegis, too. He can actually get on top of this Drow. But speaking of getting on top of the Drow, Monet already has Hurricane Pike, so he's just fine to kind of be able to have that distance to push away versus the Ursa. Yeah, it feels like Aster is perfectly fine with everything that's going on here still. As we said, Magnus with the Midas, Monet just chilling in triangle, farming freely, and they have this Storm who already has Kaya Sanj. So very farmed on XWY, very tanky. Gonna be hard to bring down even if he gets comboed from something like the Tiny. And IG, even though they have the Blink Ursa, they don't have the Blink Tiny. So a lot harder for them to make an aggressive play.
Could see there at least. In spite of not having that Blink up there, they do have the Aquila that got picked up for the Drow right away. She's going into the Hypothermia next. I'm kind of curious if they want to make that move pretty soon around this, because obviously, like you said, there's a nice little window in here once this Blink Dagger is done for Paulison where they can get on top of that Drow.
I think Aster's doing like a similar to Tundra kind of thing where they're just like, I mean, come at us. If you want to just play the farm game, we'll play the farm game.
Right.
It's 4-3, but they're actually accruing that better net worth. And yeah, like I was saying before, I think that they actually will be able to outscale because I don't see great ways for the Enigma to ever land these black holes. Phoenix probably has a pretty tough game because he has to land it. He has to put the Supernova in perfect positions here. So
yeah,
Aster, I think, content with just chilling back, letting the fight come to them.
For IG, that Blink Dagger now done for Paulison. Smoke in his inventory.
They gotta go. Like, they gotta start making some type of moves, especially with Aegis. They have to start slowing down this lineup of Aster. 4-3, though, man. Very slow one.
I wonder if they're just gonna go right in for mid first, or if they're gonna do the big wraparound play.
They're smoking with 5 heroes. They have bottom wave pushing in, and nobody's responding. So I think Aster, they're just gonna play back, wait for the move to come to them. Because nobody's showing on the map.
Dude, they are so prepared for this.
Look at Baboka. Baboka's chilling in the tree line, waiting to break a smoke. So he's protecting Monet, who's under tower. They're all just, playing fully defensive.
XXS blinks back and away. So Paulison can't quite spot him there. Do they realize he's in the area, though?
They think
smoke
he's just
breaks.
juggling. Oh, Baboka. He'll just walk right into him.
Okay. So they'll find one pickoff and now try and move in and take this tower.
Okay, nice. Get the kill, and yeah, should be able to get the tower. And XXS, they're waiting for him. Paulison, can he find the grab?
I think that they're just going to let this one go, it looks like.
Yeah.
maybe could find like a pull back onto one. This ward doing a lot of work, but it feels that Aster are aware that this would be the setup play that they're making.
Yeah, they're just playing full avoid game. Nicely done from Aster.
But IG?
Yep, they do get into that triangle here. It is 5 heroes still clustered, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Aster
Radiant's bottom
bring back
tower
their
is under
storm,
attack.
and now maybe going to make a smoke play of their own, as this Aegis is, what, a minute away from expiring, or are they just going to go back to farming their triangle, or their jungle, it looks like?
Probably can look to fight. I think they're a little worried about the ward coverage, though, right? They're like, okay,
Yeah.
IG just snuck into our jungle. They probably put some wards down somewhere around here, maybe even in, you know, who knows where, so they're going to check for those first before they look to make the smoke. But I think they can definitely look to fight now.
DD up top, smoke up.
Ooh, did that actually get seen? I think XXS got seen by this ward in mid. Let's see.
No, they do deny out the DD, so not available there. Paulison hiding behind the trees. XXS sees him now. Pull him on back, find that kill.
Easy. Ooh, and a stolen toss. With the blink dagger on the Rubik, so now they've got the skewer and they've got the toss back that can come out from these two. That's back to farming.
Monet feeling very comfortable with his position, having that BKB done along with the Hurricane Pike. So he has a lot of ways to keep himself alive as long as they can keep that black hole off of him.
Yeah. It's of course, still a ways away from the BKB, but yeah, once he's able to get it, he's going to be pretty
I just saw
safe.
an Ogreax, and I was like, he's got it. He's
Yeah,
ready.
I was like, he has BKB already? What the hell's going on? I clicked, I'm like, okay. No, he's setting up perfectly, because then he doesn't have to worry about anybody, right? Then it's like, sure, Ursa can do this damage, but he's got 2 different ways to distance himself, and then he can always protect himself versus Pango and Tiny. So I like this itemization from Monet. As Aster still just chilling, scaling, and we still see Ursa farming, but you are definitely starting to see Pango falling a bit off.
Yeah.
Same thing for the Enigma, who already has this, as we've said multiple times, pretty impossible game to get Black Hole off.
Should have bought Midas. That's the answer here. Everybody just get it. It's perfect. Yeah, and the other saves too. You know, you've got Rubik Shard about to be completed. Tree is going for Blink, but afterwards has that Force Staff queued up too.
Yeah.
So Aster all about protecting this Drow and then letting, you know, Storm just run wild.
Yeah, I like the... I mean, I think this is always kind of the standard build, at least for Tree. Either you get your Shard, like we see from Kotomi, or if you're playing versus Enigma, and versus, I guess, Pango too, right? The root is super effective. Does Pango have Shard? Okay, he does. So has a way to at least bail himself out of the tree root. Can just pop that roll up.
And Dust queuing up and trying to go for the Aghanim Scepter next. So this gold lead continues to get built up for Aster.
They're going to look to make a move soon, because I think they're going to have a triple BKB timing on Aster. So BKB about to be finished for Storm, BKB about to be finished for XXS, and BKB about to be finished for Monet. So Aster, this triple BKB timing, that's where Pango is just like, oh my god, what the hell do I do, right?
Yeah.
He rolls in and everyone just
Turns
becomes
and
gold.
punches him.
Yeah, and he's just in a struggle. So IG feels like they got to find something here soon, because yeah, they're just getting out farmed.
Paulison moves in. XXS is there to break the smoke. It breaks immediately, blinks back and away. That ward keeps him safe. Paulison went up, and now they are going to get the D ward on that OBS.
Aster just reading the map beautifully. And there's that first BKB, and yeah, as we said, XXS about to have his and the Drow. So big timing coming out for Aster here to take the fight.
There really is something special to the way that these top teams have been able to, like, play this game sort of perfectly, I feel like, in terms of recognizing that when they're strong, dodging the fights, and being able to avoid these ganks consistently.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful read to the map. And everybody's got this item timing perfectly. Blink tree, triple BKB, ready to go. I think that ward did get to see them, so... Yeah, I mean, Aster still... Either way, now IG has to play very defensively. They don't want to lose any of these courses. There's... it's almost impossible for them to fight versus this.
It was definitely seen, and Paulison also popped the smoke on the Storm. So they won't be able to connect onto anybody here with this one, but with Roche respawning in a couple of seconds.
That's right. It's up. Oh, it was a super fast spawn.
That is, that's going to be the next point of contention, most likely.
Aster.
XWY.
Ooh, Arcane Rune, it spawns bottom. If it was top, I was going to be, oh my god, Aster just been blessed.
Yeah, they get another rune deny there by QIQX.
Man, 4 to 5.
It's
One
been
of the
chilling.
slower games we've had. Okay, we've got the blink on the Enigma. Can never really count this one out, but again, gonna keep reiterating, incredibly hard for him to find it. He has to find Rubik, has to find Tree. I think he has to find all of them, actually. Every single hero has a way to cancel this, so very difficult for Irving. They've got to cause some crazy type of distractions or get some great pickoffs at the start. As they'll smoke, they still have this ward here, and they catch XSS. Might be able to.
Looking for him. Paulison, Ava, toss, jump, Emo dead. They dropped everything for that, and Monet,
he's
running
in
brazenly forward, even with the BKB, I guess feeling somewhat confident. They find Paulison. He was in pretty far away from the rest of them, and then Great Gust comes out. Monet gets up to the high ground, and now they can't get on top of him, but Irving, the black hole is there. Stolen! Bobica turns it around with the Yule Scepter. He already used the black hole, immediately gets taken away, and now stuck up on the cliff and killed off. They find the finish onto Drow, and has to just run away on the storm.
This ward, that ward lasted full duration in mid lane. Paulison finds the ideal jump, and nicely done from QIQX. Instant Yules. What a play.
That was what they needed.
And it's with Roche, too.
I mean,
IG.
Huge win. Man, that was the type of play that they needed. I mean, to be fair, you ended up hurricane piking up to the cliff.
Yeah.
That one hurt a lot.
It definitely did, but Boca's still lingering in the area, perhaps to try for some type of crazy steal play. He just throws himself in and then blinks out. Okay, won't get any of this stuff, though.
Oh, that is the funniest looking thing in the world.
I mean, that was close.
It was.
But IG, they find themselves that very ideal team fight, all because of this pickoff. That ward mid, like we said, full duration. They get the catch, and yeah, Monet, unfortunately getting himself a Hurricane Pike on the high ground. But a great play, QIQX. I didn't actually notice that he had just picked up the Yule, so great play to cancel that black hole. I thought it was going to get instantly turned there.
Yeah, that was setting up to be a horrific moment for them, and then it all came back the other direction. As you can see, the kill on a Monet, post to BKB, bringing him down. And now the one thing that they do need to be scared of is that Bobica was able to keep Black Hole through all of that, kept himself alive. So 90 seconds from now, around the same timing, Irving, he's not going to be free to use it.
Probably one of the most ideal situations, though. They win the fight and Roche, right? So Emo, now he has the Basher, level 18 after securing that. And they find themselves a fight that Aster's the one that kind of picked the fight themselves too, because they were like, we've got positional advantage, put Monet in the front line. So really nicely done. And now even going to build a secondary Yules. Polison's like, dude, that was a good play. I'm going to do the same thing. Cool.
Yeah, very
really,
nice
really cool
stuff. And I mean, that's interesting too, because that's usually what you use against the Ursa.
Yeah. That was actually very impressive.
I think that the one thing that you're starting to see that could be a bit of an issue now is after having an incredibly rough and what looked like frustrating game for Emo in game number 1, he is absolutely carrying this one.
Yeah, he's beast. And he has 2 different positioning items now too. He's got the Ogre Seal Totem. So even if he does get like gusted and stuff like that, he can just pop forward, flop like an Ogre Seal, sorry, and land on top of this Drow. And now they're going to get the tower too.
Tier 2 going down. No way to come and contest this one for the moment. 25 seconds till Black Hole is back up on the Rubik. And they do still have a lot of ways, obviously, to cancel that on IG. But it's something that it's hard to keep track of all those different dynamics in the midst of a fight.
For sure. Very impressed with that IG move, though. That was kind of feels like even more than they could have asked for.
Game-winning wards.
Yeah, game-winning ward. That one, full duration. It caught, what, it saw 2 smokes. It catches the mag. Yeah, Paulson. The same ward that he placed the last game, too. Ends up having a lot more success.
Well, 7 to 8, less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. The main differential being the farm that they've gotten on Bobica compared to how far ahead Emo is. That's that main separation point.
Still has that black hole stolen. They have, what, 30 seconds or so left on it. See if Bobica's going to be able to find anything. And Emo, with this Aegis, looking to jump.
I feel like both teams kind of want to fight in a way right now. Shadow Blade for Drow, Monet. Are they going to try and battle around this? So Emo very far forward, away from the rest of his team.
They're getting some damage on top with Eidolons too, so getting some information. IG all clustered for the fight. An Aghanim's finished on Pango with an Arcane Rune.
Smoke up.
Could cause havoc in the fights.
They smoke up right as Black Hole evaporates, so they don't have it anymore on Aster.
Yeah, but Boca's doing he's doing the Taiga as well too. If you did look, he has a BKB queued for himself.
Okay.
So he's going to be going for those big plays to kind of deal with it. But eventually we will see, of course, Basher probably on Pango. So maybe IG does have these answers to be able to fight into later stages too, even though Aster is the one who's, you know, they're kind of like tempting them and making them play toward these later stages. XWI
finds one. Monet on the low ground. Throws out a couple volleys. Tries to chase now. Emo getting healed back up by the Sunray. The pull back in closer. Emo, he's going to lose his first life here. XXS still has RP available along with that BKB. Waiting for it now. Pops it. RP onto both of them. Monet throws out another marksmanship, and Dust is just dying. Dust is gone. Emo in trouble. Overgrowth. The control is perfect. The skewer back. Oh, but the black hole to turn. It's not going to do anything. They have the black hole stolen. What a fight from Aster.
I mean, XXS, what a god.
Dude, look at Monet smiling right there. He's just like, you guys let me hit forever.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fight that they were looking for last time. They get the positional advantage. He's just free-firing on the Drow. You couldn't ask for better layering of their spells, right? The trio comes on 3, Magnus, RP onto the Pango roll, and the Aegis. That was gorgeous.
And it all starts with just XWY running high ground into basically, I mean, obviously a really good ward there that allowed them to set all this up. But Dust had no impact. Those BKBs, it was perfect.
Literally the best RP you could probably ask for. Literally, like, it's been unfortunate for Dust that he rolls on top of the Aegis, right? So it just sets it up there, but XXS perfect. And now, yeah, stolen Black Hole, instantly canceled. So for next fight, Baboka, not only is he going to have Black Hole, but he's pretty close to his BKB as massive smiles.
Look at XXS.
That is, I bet that smile, he's probably saying like, he rolled on top of the Aegis respawning. He set this up for me.
Yeah. Well, tier 2 tower getting hit down bottom while XWY farms it out. Paulison in position to maybe fight, but I mean, there's nobody else here to come and help him out.
That's how Aster wanted the fight to happen earlier. Perfect setup. The swing is tremendous. 10k lead even versus an Aegis. And now XXS almost has an RP, almost has a refresher as well too. So 2 rounds of those RPs to control those BKBs.
And this time, level 2 on that spell steal. I don't know if he had level 2 last time or not, but regardless,
he did, yeah.
We'll have a ton of time ready with this black hole going.
Yep. He's going to suffer to find some farm for his BKB, though, but IG...
It's a Rubik.
Yeah. Hey.
That's true. It's Bobica.
It's Bobica. He's very greedy. But yeah, IG, they've been shaken completely now. After finding themselves such a successful fight, things just quickly go disastrous.
I feel like this Aster team, it has sort of some of those high moments that you see from others and a couple of flubs here and there. But I've been really, really impressed with every series that I've seen of them. Really looking forward to seeing them at the major when they start playing against some of that other international competition.
Yeah, their team fighting is usually pretty immaculate, right? Like, things just went totally wrong up top in that fight when he got, like, a Hurricane piked on high ground. They didn't see the Yules from the Phoenix and stuff like that. But yeah, now these next few fights, as long as they don't make some crucial mistakes or something like that, looks like it should just be pretty straightforward. XXS, yeah, full refresher. And he's got the ceremonial robe too, so he actually does have the mana for both easily.
Oh yeah, very cool. And getting to level 20 soon too for that extra skewer range. It's just gonna be throwing him across the screen. Enigma buys that Aether Lens, trying to get into the Octarine core. Blink Dagger now done for Pango on top of the Aghanim Scepter and Diffusal Blade.
Okay. He's already been answered, though, as we've seen, right? They just pop BKBs and he does nothing in those fights, so still very hard for Dust.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, very tough match for them. And the Pango, which has looked so good across almost every region that we've watched it in, at least in this game, has definitely been answered.
Yeah, this last big storm was, I mean, the whole draft of Aster has just, yeah, been feeling pretty perfect to counteract everything. And yeah, they're the ones, like we said, they picked the fight top. They just made some mistakes and ended up swinging it the way of IG for a moment. But yeah, things have been completely fixed.
Bobica. BKB almost complete. The black hole about to wear off, so IG get that timing again pretty perfectly. But they will run on in.
How do you take the fight now, though? Have to find, I mean, have to kind of just cause this total panic to allow them to try to get on this Drow Ranger. Ursa is still very farmed, but they just have so many different forms of disable.
Dire's bottom tower
Dust up on the low ground.
Radiant's
And
top tower is under
SWY
attack.
nearby. That Roche respawn very quick again. As they do send out the illusion. Abyssal Blade there. The jump, but the lift away.
RP
and
on the
RP
floor.
broken. Okay, okay.
Whoops. He's like, oopsie. He's like, they don't know I have
Smiling about it.
They don't know I have a second one. They're laughing.
Yeah. It's like, my bad, guys.
My bad.
I don't know what happened there.
I mean, the thing is, though, that the Ursa used BKB, right? So if they find Emo, he's likely just instantly dead.
Radiant's
He's just
top
going to
tower
TP to
is under
base.
attack.
Yeah, they don't want to stick around there. And obviously, because they don't know that, you know, the RP was used, you can still play incredibly aggressive on Aster, and they just pop the refresher immediately.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kind of rough dynamic for them as they will check out the pit most likely in a moment. And
Oh
I
my
think
God,
they
it
just
spawns.
get this one for free.
I believe so. IG, I don't think they can contest here. This is a very tough positioning to them for them to fight around. Is will actually not start it just yet. They're going to take out the vision in the area first.
Yeah, want to not reveal that this one was
Oh,
up.
Polson. Dun, 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 dun.
Gotta hide.
Oop, oop.
Sees a courier. That's a death courier.
Uh-oh.
You die if you throw it.
I mean, he got two, but he's going to die for it.
Oh, Paulson. Yeah, the run-in is there, and they'll find him for the kill. That was the BKB coming out for Bobica, though.
Yeah, 1,000 gold that he gets for his teammates as well, too. But, yeah, Aster now perhaps comfortably can walk into the pit.
It's interesting, right? Because it's only an 8,000 gold lead. We've seen comebacks from bigger than this before, but it feels like all of the ways that IG want to take these fights, they're just answered.
Yeah, Enigma can't play, right?
Right.
Like, he just literally cannot cast Black Hole in this game, as it just gets stolen.
And while they're trying to kill off that Drow Ranger courier, Monet going for the bigger win there and is going to be able to secure that Aegis.
They give Baboka the refresher shard. He's like, all right, guys.
Don't worry.
If I get Black Hole and I have BKB, we'll have two. They don't have enough to deal with anything. We don't even need the Black Hole to be able to win the fights, but sure, why not? I thought they were going to give it to the Train Protector, to be quite honest with you, because it's just more reliable, but
Dude,
it's
Bobica just
Baboka.
wants it.
He's the greedy one.
Yeah, this guy, he is made for highlight plays. That's what it feels like.
I honestly would just like to see it on Siamese Cat, but whatever.
Well, in spite of that, it is a full Hex completed, a Lincoln Sphere for the Drow. So getting into these big items that will stop any hope of IG trying to take him down. You do have Aghanim Scepter on Emo that's, what, 3/4 of the way completed.
But how do they kill the Drow, right? He's always living armored on Monet. He's got a Lincolns to protect versus the Abyssal, and he's got saves from his teammates, the lift and stuff like that too. So really hard for them to kill this Drow, even once.
I mean, realistically, it feels like it needs to be 3 to 4 caught in a black hole.
Yeah.
And that is not even like a sure thing that would make them win the fight.
Yeah, because then somebody else can still cancel it.
Right, exactly.
All 5 heroes can just take care of it, so. Yeah, not easy for IG. They need some type of just kind of hallelujah play that they had earlier where Monet accidentally gets up on the high ground or something like that, but
So
that's
I
a lot
guess
to ask for.
It's just the mag and the tree that are the ones that, I guess, and the Rubik. Okay, no, so it's 3 of the 4. 3 of the 5 that can cancel the black hole.
Through BKB.
Yeah.
He doesn't have, he doesn't have BKB.
Oh, yeah, he
right?
doesn't
So-
even have, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
all right.
So everybody can cancel it.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Even a gust.
Okay.
Anything, literally.
Sort of breathe too heavily on him and the black hole gets canceled.
Pretty much. And if even like even if Drow doesn't have gust, if Drow's not in the black hole, they'll just hit him and he'll die as well too. As BKB is now coming out for Baboka, so he'll be ready for that highlight reel like you mentioned.
38 minutes. Time to go hit some buildings. And the pullback, but Dust gets the shard off. This is not TI-10. Can't find that one too easily.
They're just fishing though.
Looking, hoping to find something. And that RP that was whiffed earlier, no longer a thought as the refresher is back off cooldown again.
Yep. XWY also had just finished Hex, so after the the Lincolns with the Monet, he has Hex for the initiation, and he has a DD in the bottle. This next fight could be the final one.
Is under attack.
See what they can do now. Monet throws out that multi-shot and starts punching at this tower. Paulison hoping to do something. Reveals for only a moment as they pop that BKB, try and kill off Dust. He dies in the ball. Aeon Disc is going to prop on QIQX as buildings fall and no answer at the moment.
I mean, it was just a solo kill.
Yeah.
The quiver plus the DD, more than enough for him to just commit, and there's no buyback on Pango. That's just a Rax.
That is just a Rax. Emo,
Oh boy.
he's trying to do what he can. Aesthetics cap, the jump in, oh, but the walk away, and immediately dies. Now looking for more, can't quite connect there with the horn toss, but Aster, they got what they came for, take the Rax bottom, gonna head mid.
Well, IG had their one moment in the jungle.
That's
but
true.
Aster, after that one mistake, they're like, nope, not gonna happen again. They've cleaned up pretty much everything here. Is now Monet even walking the mid. XWY even TP's back, cleans up the tier 2 wave, and the rest of the team is just playing around Monet here, who still has the Sages.
Dodges some of those fire spirits, gives the empower over, and will be slowed slightly by those fire spirits, a little bit by the midnight pulse, but the tree armor's there, and still a minute left on this Aegis.
And they're invis on the storm, so he's waiting for an opportunity to jump. Also has Aeon Disc locked, so even if they try to go catch the storm afterwards,
Roll in, tries to bring her down, but the lift to keep her alive. So even if she dies, gonna die outside that base. But Monet hasn't gone down yet. The jump forward, finding Storm. He's too far.
He didn't unlock.
Yeah, that was a bit of a problem.
XWY. I think I saw him do that also in a different game where he didn't unlock his Aeon Disc. Whoopsie.
Well, it's good to have things to work on, you know?
Yeah.
It's always important in a game like this.
Yep. Aster, you know, now they can look back at the replay after they win this game probably and be like, we made these two big mistakes around our jungle, and then also XWY. Not disassembling. He literally had it in his inventory at the ready. So, whoopsie, gets picked off, and IG lived a little bit longer for this game.
Yeah, they get out with Monet as the Aegis expires. And, well, gonna get some items there for themselves. Aster, do they wait for that next Roche, maybe?
I think right now, for IG, I would be saying it's go time. Like, just go run at them with the Ursa, try to find some of pick off. This Storm is a big problem, so if you can find some type of kills, this could be your chance to at least try to come back here. I don't think they should just sit back and be farming here, because that's where you just get picked off around the map from Aster.
Almost gets him there, speaking of which.
But they're actually gonna, I mean, IG, they're just gonna play the farm, even though the Storm is dead. Bit interesting to see that.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like other objectives, there's not many to take. They can try and push out these waves, but you know, those immediate moments when there's you know, somebody gone and not on the map definitely feels like a key moment for these battles.
Yeah, I mean, if they just keep playing the kind of stagnant, we've seen the way that Aster takes fights. Right? Aster's fine with waiting and taking this game to the latest stage possible. As Storm's back up, so IG not taking advantage of that kill. They did have to, of course, deal with lanes and push them out and stuff like that, but not even attempting to go for a secondary type of kill play. So, yeah, Aster, back to business.
See where they can go. I believe the big discussion point amongst the panel was, are we going to be past 34 minutes or not? The answer was yes.
They were right.
Well, hello. The big jump in. Oh, but the bash. Stun. The black hole, but the stolen black hole wants to turn it around. Do they have it? He's got him under control. Dust making it all happen, but there it is, the black hole. On to 3 from Bobica, killing them all off. And, oh, do they have enough? It looks like it. The buyback's coming out immediately. QIQX is going to drop 4-step away from Emo, trying to stay on target. Monet goes invis because he managed to get out of here.
Okay.
Gonna make it out.
All right. They get the initial bash on Boboka. I don't think they expected him to have Refresher Shard for that secondary black hole. It is a big buyback, though, of course, from IG. It's 2 to be able to get this type of kill on Monet, and Aster immediately reset to high ground. They got the bash, though. The Pango got on top of the Rubik for the initial black hole, but yeah, that Refresher Shard, as we said, you know, highlight real Boboka.
We'll see it again here, and that moment of just getting the bash onto the RP before it comes out too, and well, not able to quite get enough in time. Great play from Dust.
I mean, these type of split-second little things, right? If Dust actually doesn't get this type of swash bash, they're probably just dead on the first black hole. So, IG, somehow still fighting back in this game.
And Paul Ascent making sure that he's in there to help secure that kill onto Monet. because Ursa might have just gone down otherwise. They were sort of keeping a good distance away. You can see 85% win rate what we're up to now.
Yeah.
Those buybacks. But IG out on the map, and after killing Drow, obviously not going to be able to find anybody else lurking on the map at the moment. Very much Aster staying in the basin for now.
I'm still very impressed with the way that they're able to take some of these fights.
Success doesn't look too concerned.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think they should feel concerned. You know, it's been them kind of dominating the game for the majority. It's just some of these, I mean, like I said, pretty unfortunate kind of scenario for Baboka, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
If the black hole catches the Pango right before he's even jumping in air, he gets sucked in the black hole, the bash won't happen and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's been pretty fortunate for IG. Is perhaps if they can keep causing some type of mistakes from Aster, they do still have a fighting chance. Roche, another fast respawn.
Yeah, that is the third almost instant respawn. Sub 30 seconds on each of them.
Yeah, black hole back up in 40 seconds. This time, no refresher shard in Baboka, too.
Well, what are we going to see here? There is pretty good vision in the area for Aster, and Tree laying down the rest of the vision, so they are probably going to see just about everything.
Ooh, Wind Waker.
Okay.
Well, listen, got to wait to at least bail out his Ursa and stuff like that out of some of these if he's in a good spot for it.
And Storm going for the Revenant's Brooch.
Okay, cool.
That is pretty nifty.
Insane amount of damage. Anyone who gets with the Hex will just die.
Meanwhile, for IG, they're just trying to play around their vision, hugging that high ground. And looks like QYQX is going to check and see if there was anything up on that high ground, too. But Aster, I mean, they really see everything in this area on this side of the river. If IG try and go for a wraparound, it could be into scary territory. They're going to have to be really careful about their positioning here.
They're throwing the Lincolns. I believe they have, yeah, the Lincolns onto Irving now. So trying to protect this. Maybe this is the opportunity. This Lincolns could catch him off guard on the side of Aster.
Although XYW is going to see everybody right at the start, immediately spots Paulison, runs back, does the dodge for the dip, trying to get the kill, but the lift away. Aeon Disc was out too, and now they see all of IG. Vision for everybody. Emo can't find a target, can't find anybody. Dust rolling around back and forth, but Monet up on the high ground, they are stuck in no man's land.
Oh, the
they
egg.
pop the egg, but immediately turn, but the black hole solo now onto Monet, rooted overgrowth to break that black hole. They don't get the stun. Dust in trouble, he is gonna fall, no buyback. And QYQX clipped himself.
Uh-oh.
Get out of there, buddy.
He's all right for a second. I mean, these Aeon Discs, these Force Staff, these saves from Aster, pretty insane. And yeah, they do have the Lincolns and stuff like that. They have the BKB on Enigma, but there's that trio. As we said, very difficult game for Irving is now Aster looking to run in.
Yeah, and they'll find that Phoenix immediately. Monet caught RP, though, keeps him alive. The lift away.
God.
Emo trying to stay onto Monet, but body blocks coming in from the tree. The second RP gonna be used. Emo going to fall. Triple kill for XYW, and XXS making the plays on his mag.
And they did use those buybacks earlier, so that's GG. IG, they try to take that big fight, but Aster, I mean, you know, they made a couple mistakes in this game, though. IG was able to capitalize decently off of it, but overall, now Aster was able to get, I mean, a really well-executed fight with these saves. The Rubik lifts, the Force Stabs, the Aeon Discs, etc., to keep each other bailed out of that scenario. Not the cleanest of games from Aster,
No.
but they understood their timings. They understood how their draft is supposed to be able to play versus IG. And overall, I would say they're still probably pretty happy with that whole scenario. But they're going to go back and look at the replay and be like,
Oh, yeah.
what the hell are we doing? Like,
Disassemble.
Disassemble. Hurricane piked on high ground. You
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
Bit of mistakes that IG was able to capitalize a little bit on. But Aster overall, a great game plan.
And I think for me, they had some mistakes, but there was also, you could see the highest of highs. That one fight that happened over on Dire Ancients, right?
Yes.
Where there was like the RP on top of the respawning Ursa and then also Pango, who, you know, just happened to be there, but whatever. That to me felt like such a clean execution where you could see the way that this team does play together when like everything's working and going as smoothly as it's supposed to, and that's the type of Aster I want to see going forward.
Yeah, I mean they have one of the most insane ceilings I feel like that we've seen. Some of their team fight execution, it's like absolutely flawless. Sure, yeah, we saw a couple of these mistakes here and there, but those things can be fixed. But when we see these type of executions in fights, like these saves, these bailouts, everybody kind of covering, knowing exactly how they're supposed to take the team fights, That's really impressive to me, right? They just made Irving have almost no. How long of each of these black holes were they? I think it was like a maximum of like
very
1
short.
second, right? So
Yeah.
they had all the answers.
Yeah, and drafting consistently around it. I mean, I think that we've seen some of those enigmas that have been able to get a lot done. They tend to be in the later phases. Could be an issue for IG trying to fix some of those drafting woes. But in this one, Aster able to clean it up. A clean 2-0. That's going to do it for us today here in the China DPC. But first, we're going to head on back to the panel and let them break down all the action.
A clean 2-0 and a clean performance from Aster. I'm actually going to change it up. We're going to go straight in this time, and I'm going to say who stood out the most from the side of Aster. Which hero were you like, this is it. This is the cherry on top of their whole draft.
I feel like I have two, but I'll stick with Magnus.
Okay.
I think his patience. I think I know who you might say.
No, it's fine. Please continue with your
Yeah,
Magnus for
why,
now.
why the mag?
I might pivot.
I just think like the fights are not easy to play. There's a lot of random stuff happening. I think his patience, once again, the itemization on XXS, disassembling his arcane boots, having an A on disc later. Just like overall the teamfight control and really how they teamfight together and how patient they are. Like their spell usage and teamfighting, it's too good.
Honestly, as well, like to build on that, XWY on the Storm Spirit, I just feel like he also opened up a lot of the fights. So where Magnus was hitting these RPs, enabling, I think the Storm Spirit was just providing the kind of entry to the fight and the vision required so everyone else could shine. Like you see in this highlight here, there's so many layers to Aster's fight that it's kind of hard for IG just to collapse into a fight and to get the damage off. Like they can't take secondary fights. Like Ursa blinks in, they get kited. There's overgrowth, there's lifts, there's storm zips. It's like, I don't know, Aster's drafts are so beautiful and their play on top of that is just immaculate.
Yeah, I'm just watching these highlights, and it's so rough for IG. There was this little bit of a hope that maybe they could have had something happen with their Pango, but when we look at those laning phases, was there really anything? Could you guys have seen some moments for them?
I do think that IG played... There was a time between like minutes 7 and 10 where I think they played pretty slow, where they didn't do much. And then later also like around this 15 to 20 minute mark, they kept trying to make these smokes. But when you 5-man smoke, not only is it very obvious because no one's showing, they also very rarely work because nobody is showing. It makes it that much more obvious. And you lose out gold at the same time because you're not farming creeps that are on the map. I think they did this 2-3 times, which is a very crucial timing. And I mean, Aster were beautiful about it. They didn't get caught. Good positioning and yeah.
Yeah. For yourself, T, what is the takeaway for IG? We came off of Chinese New Year break. There was this little bit of hope when we were doing this pre-series chat that maybe they've been able to come up with something new, reinvent themselves. Is it looking that way? Was there something for you?
I think honestly that they've hit their peak right now, unless they really want to rebuild themselves, be it through playstyle or how they kind of operate in the game. Because like when you look at the webcams and just see the distribution of who's talking, Emo, I feel like he's talking like 80% of the time. Like maybe they're just keep picking up his camera at the wrong time. But like
just every time he's talking.
Yeah,
just
but maybe it is. But I just feel right now, from an outside perspective, like Emo is trying to do so much that we're not seeing him like be 100% effective in his farming pattern. Like he's operating at like a lower level because he's having to pick up the role that nowadays in teams is a very even distribution. You don't really have one like authoritarian who tries to do everything. It's like everyone chimes in a little bit, you go quiet, you play the game. It should be natural. But like the way that I'm seeing Emo kind of carry himself as a player, it seems to be like, we need to be doing this, we need to be doing that, you need to go to, hey, go Rush and come and do it, pull that, and it's like, that is so intense.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, and like, again, I'm picking this up only from webcam and like body posture, but I think IG, to try and get up the leaderboard or to get up in this division, they need to either get Emo to calm down and someone else needs to step up, or they all need to be on the same page where they don't need to communicate as much because they just feel hectic in how they play.
I think being more on the same page and just trying to help each other on how to actually make moves work. Like maybe if Emo says, okay, in 2 minutes I'm strong, I want to smoke then and take a team fight. His team should then like set up the lanes, push up the lanes that they can then go bam, snap, smoke, and make your play. But I feel like it doesn't look that clean.
Like he's picking up his Polison and going, go over there, he's picking up his dust and he's like, go there, It's rough for IG, but I think luckily for them, how it started, the fact that they aren't eliminated, the fact that they were able to get some victories, that alone is a big win for them because after the first week, it was already pretty rough. So yeah, they're going to have Tour 2 to bounce back. They aren't in Division 2. They can still maybe chase future majors. They just need to have a good amount of reflection and they can't just be like, nah, it's fine, don't worry, we'll be good. They need to actually find out why they were bad because they were sixth. So.
Well, that's IG. We want to turn our eyes back towards Asta, though, as they did win. It means we're going to have a winner's interview. Baboka is going to be joining us. Baboka, congratulations on this win. I want to know a little bit about how you guys prepared for this IG series, or if it's more just looking at what you guys are doing on the side of Asta.
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，你们是怎么来准备跟 IG 的这个系列赛的？还是你们是更多的去关注对手，还是去更多的准备自己的战术？
就准备自己的战术吧，然后打好自己就可以了。
Yeah, we prepare for our own strat and try to play our best.
All right, so a couple questions. In game 1, were you expecting Emo to play mid Storm Spirit and not play carry?
第一场比赛蓝猫选出来的时候，你们猜到是 emo 打中，然后不是他去打大哥吗？
没想到吧，以为他会去优势路的，然后他来了中路。
We didn't expect. We thought he is going to play the carry lane.
Okay, and you're a specialist on some heroes, but you don't play them. So when are you going to play Earth Spirit or Monkey King next? It's been 5 months since you've competitively played these heroes. When are we going to see them?
我们知道你有一些英雄玩的特别绝，像是土猫跟大圣，但是已经在比赛里面5个月没有看到你选这些英雄登场了。什么时候你会给大家拿出来再秀一秀？
等版本更新吧，这个版本就是长手辅助的版本吧，因为近战辅助除了小小没有什么特别好的。
Yeah, I think we will see after the patches because I think for this patch. Range supports are way superior than melee supports. There's only one good melee support that is Tiny.
Yeah, I expected that answer. I was hoping for something different. That's fine. And I guess other question, you still need to play against PSG. What are your thoughts on that roster right now? Do you think they're getting to good levels, or do you think it's still Asta favored?
然后之后的话，最后一场打老干爹，你觉得人员变动之后，新老干爹现在的实力怎么样？你觉得你们会占有一些优势吗？还是你觉得他们的实力跟你们还是比较接近的？
我觉得应该实力都蛮接近吧，毕竟版本都末期了，大家都打得差不多，主要看谁临场发挥的比较好吧。
I think it will be a close one because this is a later phase of the patch. Everyone figured out the patch, so it come to the who play better, whose condition is better on that day.
Okay, 2 questions about game 1. You had CM Mars and your opponents had Brood Mirana. Then you opened the second phase with Disruptor. Was that mainly because you just wanted more catch against the Brood Mirana because you already had enough damage? Or were you considering a different hero such as Snapfire or Hoodwink?
我想问一下，第一把就是咱们这边选了马尔斯跟冰女，然后对面开局是选了玉母蜘蛛跟 Pom。然后我们第2阶段点了这个干扰者，我想问一下，当时是点这个干扰者是一个什么样的思路？